Morgen.
Schönen guten Morgen.
One second, please. One second.
We're not supposed to go through the security because we have the whole thing.
Yes, you do. No, the problem is this is not all. This is the nucleus. The nucleus means without your principle, yeah. You have the start, yeah, with tell us that you want to get this. Okay. No, you didn't.
Mag jij hier ook gewoon?
Yeah. Are you with your principal? No. Morgen. Gleich Chance, aber ungefähr spätestens. Wir machen die Regeln, das macht ihr Mistake.
How again?
Yeah, you're perfect, right? Yes, perfect.
Today is better.
The sun is coming. Could be a great day.
А четыре чувак снова, ой, тут. Ajde, nema dometa, jedne aparature. Ćao, čao. Dobro jutro, dobrodošli.
Dobro jutro.
For now.
Rachel, will you walk in with the congressman?
Okay.
No, you assistant principal.
With the congressman?
Yes, but you didn't have the right sticker for it. Yes, but you're not a weapon carrier and you're not allowed to. Sorry, ma'am. Könnten Sie uns zweimal Bundeswehr permanent schicken, dabei die spezielle Unterstützung?
Da.
Ja, genau.
Genau, es ist nur...
So wie es gerade heißt. Ja. Dann. Sieht gut aus. Sieht gut aus.
Gentlemen, excuse me, try this one. Main entrance, second class.
Jetzt ist es so brutal. Jetzt leer, aktuell ist leer.
Da kann noch einer zwischen uns leiden. Ich könnte auch noch ein bisschen über, oder? Wolltest du nicht? Bist du so?
Ich konnte nicht mehr mitschwenken. Ich konnte nicht mehr mitschwenken. Das geht ja nichts mehr. Und die haben ja etwas 3 Sekunden. Wenn ich dann nicht mehr mitschwenken kann. Ja.
Ja, wenn's.
Are you here to greet me?
Ja. Ich glaube. Ja.
Was? Ja, aber dann die andere Seite.
Oder momentan habe ich nichts versucht.
Das täuscht ein bisschen. Was? Ich glaube, es ist ja, aber gut ab. Sehr gut, sehr gut, sehr gut. Ja, weil ihr ihn mit nichts bedacht habt. Ja, aber ich durchsuche ihn persönlich. Aber ich dachte, mal blau von links.
Danke.
Aber Sie wissen ja, wie man das Recht biegen kann.
Genau. Danke.
Nee, super, alles gut.
Wenigstens die Sonne, ne? So ist es.
Ja.
Wenigstens die Sonne,
Also
oder?
heute viel, viel besser.
Ich hab mich mehrfach 10 Uhr als großes Ziel MSC ausgegeben. Das hat Spaß gemacht. Ich habe ein Hotel angerufen und habe gefragt, ob sie 2 Decken haben.
Du musst den Brett ein bisschen einzeln fallen. Hier schön noch ein Tick. Wir werden uns jetzt dann bringen, da gehen geile Leute zusammen. Laden führen. Fighting Spirit. Mehr aus der Schulter raus, mehr seitlich. Da ist noch mehr drin, komm.
Das will ich nur hören.
Haben wir alle 3 und das war doch bei dem Besuch von Zelensky. Dann hat er ja das gemacht und wir auch.
Ich spreche nur noch vom Harten.
Luis, hat er sein Foto?
Jetzt mache ich mal was ich sage.
Vorfahrt, Einfahrt ARD 3.
Wir müssen halt aber briefen, weil der ist nächstes Jahr.
Steht schon vor Jahren.
Brauchst du MSC Sonnenbrille?
Also dafür kann ich jetzt nichts. Also, sorry.
Zieh es noch ein bisschen rein, das Ding.
Das kann man mal beim Barett in Ruhe lassen.
Soweit es geht, es muss sein.
Ja. Ich kann so stehen und passt es so. Ja, das ist doch gut.
Denken Sie an uns, dass Sie nicht vor der Kamera stehen?
Ich muss ihn halt trotzdem begrüßen.
Ja, klar. Ja, klar.
hier sind.
Theater erlebt.
Ja, genau.
Perfekt. Ja, hast du jetzt deinen Badge? Ja. Ja, cool. Geh jetzt kurz rein und dann...
Ende.
Die verabschiedet sich. Ja, ja. Ja.
Brauche eine Lösung. Die Delegation Bundeskanzler ist dran und zwei aus der Delegation haben eine Person im Koffer. Der ist, darf nicht geröntgt werden und gar nichts. Und der ist verloren. Die sind aber nicht abgewiesen worden und sind nicht verloren. Und sie jetzt durchlaufen lassen. Ja, das ist fast eine Delegation, die ist akkreditiert worden. Na, nee, alles ist ja kein Problem. Ich suche nur eine Lösung, eine pragmatische, bevor wir jetzt dann laufen.
Bereitschaft ist.
Können wir rumschauen, wenn Sie nachkommen?
Entschuldige, ich habe doch schon gerade damit
Lang haben wir nicht mehr.
This will be an enormous challenge in financial, material and logistical terms, and Ukraine will not be able to achieve this on its own in the foreseeable future. The support of us Europeans and also of our transatlantic and international partners, the partners of Ukraine, will continue to be necessary in the same way in which we've been shouldering major burdens together so far. According to the Institute for Weltwirtschaft, the Institute for the World Economy, America and Germany are the ones who provide by far the biggest support to Ukraine. In absolute figures, America is the first. In relation to its economic strength, however, Germany's support is 4 times higher than the American support. This is what we mean by effective burden sharing amongst allies and partners, and we want to stick to that burden sharing. That is the intention behind the $50 billion G7 loan. And Germany, too, will be able to continue to give this level of support to Ukraine. The debt brake enshrined in Germany's constitution provides for exceptions in emergency situations. I believe a war in the heart of Europe is an emergency situation. What else would it be? And I'm sure that we are going to receive a majority in the German Bundestag after the upcoming elections, even though some of us might want to avoid addressing this question before the election. And it is also beyond doubt that we have to increase significantly our defense expenditure, not only for Europe to become and remain an ally at eye level with the United States, but in order for us Europeans being able to continue to live in peace in the future. Our yardstick ought to be the threat that Russia poses and achieving all NATO capability targets that are required for that purpose. For me, it's always been clear that the 100 billion euro special fund that we set up after the watershed moment for the Federal Armed Forces is but a first step. Reaching that 2% target and keeping defense spending at that target will require an additional 30 billion euro from 2028 onwards. And every additional percent that we spend for our defense and on our defense would equal another 43 billion euros per annum. These are enormous amounts of money we're talking. By the end of the decade, we will be talking 3-digit billions range. Anyone who maintains that you could find that money by carrying out a cut here or there from the core budget is lying to the citizens of my country. And therefore, we have to make sure that right after the upcoming federal elections, we reform the debt brake in our basic law, our constitution that is, by exempting security and defense. And I predict here and now that we are going to get a majority for that too after the elections. These national efforts have to be embedded in strengthening Europe's capabilities. And that definitely includes that we have to ensure that we keep key technologies in Europe and make sure that they become established there. We also need a strong European defense industry with a permanent production of the most important groups of ammunition and weapons. This, however, is only possible if we combine orders at the European level and avoid to restrict unnecessarily our defense industry companies. And at the same time, I say that we were not going to give up the transatlantic integration of our defense industries. In the future, too, we plan to buy new American defense equipment. Again, here, too, we have to explain here and now how we're going to find the funds for that in Europe. And my suggestion would therefore be that we include an exemption, or rather a derogation, in the stability pacts of the European Union for any investment in defense equipment that lies above our NATO target of 2%, limited in time and whilst trying to preserve the fiscal soundness of all member states. Germany is ready to do so. What is at stake here is peace and security in Europe, and this has therefore to be the hour of Europe. Strengthening European capabilities has to take place in a clearly defined time frame. This would lead to the creation of a genuine win-win strategy. On the one hand, it would reduce the burden that the United States have shouldered in Europe. On on the other hand, it would lead to a stronger Europe within NATO. And it would also strengthen NATO as a whole, across the whole spectrum of the transatlantic dimension. Ladies and gentlemen, as I see it, the Munich Security Conference is the ideal place to discuss such ideas. When we take a realistic look at the world, we realize that it is high time we did. Thank you very much indeed.
Herr Bundeskanzler, vielen Dank. Wir machen jetzt auf Englisch weiter.
Thank you, Federal Chancellor. We'll continue on in English.
Of The Economist. Thank you for your very robust comments, powerful comments. I want to start with your comments about the Vice President's speech yesterday. You said you pushed back powerfully, as have other German politicians, and you've said Germany won't accept when outsiders interfere in German elections. But President Trump yesterday called the speech brilliant and said he agreed with it. What are the consequences for US-German relations when the American president and vice president have such a categorically different view of European democracy than you do?
I think it's important that we understand that Germany is a very strong democracy, and as a strong democracy, we are absolutely clear that the extreme right should be out of political control and out of political decision-making processes, and that there will be no cooperation with them. And we really reject any idea of cooperation between parties, other parties and these extreme right parties. I think there is a strong consensus between all relevant parties in Germany that they won't do so. I hope this will last and continue. But it is absolutely sure and necessary to say it is not others to give us the advice to cooperate with these parties which we are not working with for good reasons, especially when looking to the history of our country.
Do you think there was anything in the Vice President's speech worth reflecting on?
You mean all this very relevant as discussions about Ukraine and security in Europe?
I think you've answered my question, but I mean it somewhat seriously. Was there anything in that speech which was a broadside against many aspects of Europe that you think is criticism worth reflecting on?
I think, aside of the questions we are discussing here, we should be very clear that free speech in Europe means that you are not attacking others in ways that are against legislation and laws we have in our country. And that's the case. There is no difference between the digital world and the analog world, to say it like this. And we have to be very clear that hate and all this, which is so bad for our societies, should be not the reality of public debate.
Thank you. Let's turn to the subjects that I think you hoped the Vice President would address yesterday. Let's turn first to actually defense spending, which you made some very strong points just now about what you thought needed to be the scale of defense spending and what needed to change in Germany in order to pay for it, particularly the debt brake. Will this be, you said, you said there was a majority in this country after the election. Does that mean you think it should be a condition of any coalition agreement that there should be a reform of the debt brake?
To my point, it's necessary that we change the view we have to these questions since many years. It will be absolutely impossible to finance 2% and even more without changing the debt regulation we have in Germany. It is impossible. And we helped us out of the situation with this extra fund of 100 billion, which gave us the opportunity to do the necessary investments and to have more than 2% of GDP invested into defense now. And we will be able to continue, but this fund ends in 27. And then we have to take a decision for the next future. And it will be not that we raise taxes by 30 billion. And it will be not that we cut investments into streets and railways and investments into the future of our society or in social cohesion because of doing more for defense. So it is absolutely clear that without a change in the view of looking at this debt regulation, we wouldn't be able to fulfill the request of 2%, and even we wouldn't be absolutely unable to do more. And this is the same with many other countries in Europe, and that's the reason why I said we have to rethink also in Europe the question. And my concrete proposal here is that we think that when it goes over 2%, we have to have something where our criteria of that regulation are not against spending.
Absolutely, and you echoed comments made by Ursula von der Leyen yesterday where she proposed something similar. Can I just clarify, though, both on the European side and with the debt brake, is this a permanent change? Should defence spending permanently be excluded from the debt brake?
I think it should be for a long time and possibly permanently. We have to discuss this together, but we have to be very clear it is not for doing new pension schemes. This is something we have to afford with our own capabilities in our countries. But if you look around the world, you will not find too many countries that are able to do even that much for defense if they are not using also their chances for going to finance with sovereign bonds and the like. And so it is absolutely necessary that we are clear on this question. And I'm really, really a bit disgusted that we have, especially in my country, but also in other places, the idea that it's something which we will be able to do just in a way. It will not happen. If we are not serious, if we are not honest with the people, telling them that spending more for defense will mean that we have to increase also the debt we have, we will not succeed, and it is then something we wouldn't do. And that's the reason why so many countries in Europe did not fulfill the 2% criterion, why they were not able to do it without acting against the cohesion of their own society. And I can tell you, I spoke with many leaders in Europe, and when behind the door, when the doors are closed, they are absolutely clear. If I would do this, I would have no chance to convince my public. And so we have to be honest in this case, and all these not honest debates are the problem for a real decision. They were in the past, and if there would not be, to be very clear, if there would not be this war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine, nearly every country would have said we look for the 2% without doing anything. And this should not happen again, that we meet in Wales, everyone is signing a document about 2% and not doing a bit for getting there. When I started in office as a finance minister, the budget of the defense ministry was 37 billion. Now it is, together with the extra fund, nearly 80, together with the defense spending and other resource like foreign office and so on, it is 90 that we spend. So what sort of an increase we had in the past, we would not have been able to do this without the extra fund, and we will not be able to do it without extra debt. And we have the chance for doing so. Just tell this. Everyone in G7 has a debt to GDP ratio of over 100%, but Germany. We are going down to 60. The United States are above 120. Italy is above 140. Japan is above 200 something. So that's the reality we are facing. We have the strength, we have the power, and we have the economic capabilities to do what is necessary.
You've put this very starkly and very clearly, and I think it's a very strong argument you make that politicians have not leveled with their publics. Have you done enough to level with the German public, perhaps before today? Because do you think the German public is ready for the scale of defense increased spending that you say is necessary?
Yes, I think so, because there is a broad support for all those saying we should do more. but there is a reason why it did not happen in the past, and this is what I explained. But if we would tell the people this would mean cuttings of 30 billion, 40 billion a year in all the necessary things to be done in the country, they will not agree. So it is the only possibility to do something which is about these regulations we have.
Can I just turn in our last questions to something more short-term? President Trump has clearly signaled that he would like to get President Putin around the negotiating table and do this quite quickly. The next weeks, months are going to be very important. You have an election next weekend. If the polls are to be believed, you are unlikely to win this election.
This was the same last time. But I won.
But you will be Chancellor until a new coalition agreement is formed. For the outside world, how will Germany speak with one voice? How will Germany be a credible partner in the coming weeks and months if there is no clarity around what the next government will be, or indeed what their positions will be? How will you ensure that you can be the leading voice in Europe in the next weeks and months?
This is a long tradition in Germany, that the cooperation, even between parties that are fighting against each other in elections, is strong enough that we always look at our country and how we represent it in a situation like this. So I have no doubt that we will be able to act with a broad consensus in Germany.
So you will be working together to ensure that you have an...
We did all the time, and why should this not be the case again? And so I'm very sure.
Yeah, it's just that this is a particularly delicate time with particularly consequential decisions being made.
But this is one of the achievings of the German constitutional framework, where we learned our lessons from the Weimar Republic. We have a very strong government that always is able to act, and we have a broad consensus between the democratic parties about the need of transatlantic partnership, of peace and security in Europe, so that I think that we will be able to do all what is necessary with a sort of consensus that also gives the legitimacy for what you can do.
It's unclear from the various comments from the Trump administration precisely what their approach is going to be towards Ukraine and towards Vladimir Putin. But one consistent theme seems to be a greater role for Europe, a less role for America in supporting Ukraine. If they take the radical end of that, which is really pulling back from any American support, is Germany, in particular, and Europe willing and able categorically to step up?
I do not understand the United States administrations in this direction. So even what we heard from the defense minister, what we heard from many others, and also from the president, is that they will continue to support Ukraine. This was also what I learned from my talks I had with President Trump when we were discussing especially the situation in Ukraine. And everyone should know, and I think the United States administration knows, that it is also an important and necessary message to Putin that he cannot count on a reduction of the support, because otherwise he would not do the necessary compromises. And so I think a strong Ukraine, which gets our support, a strong message to the Russian president that the support of the United States and of Europe will continue. And then the request for a fair peace that is not a dictated peace is what we should look for and what we can achieve. Because in this meeting we should be very clear that Putin did not reach a relevant of his goals. He was looking for making NATO more weak and getting it more away from him. Now he has Finland and Sweden as new members. Nearly everyone is spending 2% of GDP for defense. We are more looking at defending our countries in Europe if there would be a military aggression against NATO. So this is a complete difference to the time before. Second, he was looking for something of a proxy regime in Ukraine. his wording for this is denazification, but he means that he should control who is the president and what they are doing. This will not happen. Ukraine is now a strong democratic nation on the path to the European Union, which we opened and which is merit-based, but is a path where they can get to the end and be member of the European Union. And the third is what he always mentions also in the phone calls I had with him, a completely demilitarized Ukraine. But the truth is that Ukraine now has nearly 1 million soldiers under weapons, if you count all together that are relevant for the battlefield, that they are well equipped, or it could be better, but they are really equipped by Western munition, arms and all the kind. And because of this, it's absolutely clear that a post-war Ukraine would have a very strong army. But this leads me to the question, what we could get for guaranteeing that Ukraine will not face the next war with Russia some years later? And my view is the first of all is a strong army of Ukraine, which will be over their size of their economy, which they could not afford from the strength of their own economy. So there will be a responsibility in the post-war times for Europe and for the United States and for the international partners and friends of Ukraine to make this happen. And all the sort of security guarantees we give should be designed from this basis.
So the key is a strong Ukrainian army, which you help fund and support. But beyond that, there will also be a need for security guarantees. What security guarantees should there be? Do they have to be credible, need to include the US?
Yes. And this is the basis of NATO, that we do always the same things. And I will be very clear that all this must continue to be the basis for what we are deciding, that there is not a split security between the United States and the European partners, and that we are always involved. So we felt involved when there was this aggression against the United States.
Any minute now, so just stay with us.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, when we met here 3 years ago, it was the 22nd of February 2022. This conference ended, and there was still the hope that there would be no invasion by Russia of Ukraine. And President Zelensky was here pleading for the international community to stick together. We all know what happened the year after. He was here virtually. Last year he was here in person, and this year I'm very happy that President Zelensky is again speaking to us. President Zelensky over the last years has been a very courageous leader of his country. The Ukrainian people has rallied behind him. The international community has rallied behind him. And I think it's very important that the international community sticks together. But it's also important that the Ukrainian society sticks together and there is no wedge driven into the Ukrainian society. We can only beat Russia together, both here and in Ukraine. So please welcome with me the President of Ukraine, Mr. Zelensky.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you for your word. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your invitation. Dear ladies and gentlemen, at the start of conference, every country usually shares its stance, priorities, whether officially, openly, or through informal talks with journalists, with partners. And this year, a country that was not even invited still made its presence known. A country that everyone talks about here, not in a good way. The night before Munich this year, a Russian attack drone struck the sarcophagus covering the ruined fourth reactor of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. It was a modified Shahid drone, Russian drone, a technology passed on to Russia. Its warhead carried at least 50 kilograms of explosives. And we see this as a deeply symbolic move by Russia, by Putin. Just recently in Ukraine, we discussed the crucial role of nuclear energy in keeping the country running despite Russia's constant attacks on our Ukrainian energy infrastructure. And we are now preparing a project to expand our Khmelnytsky nuclear power plant. Just one day before the Munich, I was there on the plant, and with involvement from American businesses and including Westinghouse. The project will strengthen the energy security of not just Ukraine, but our entire region of Europe. And we also recently spoke with President Trump and his team about nuclear energy and Europe's largest nuclear power plant, our Zaporizhzhia plant, which is currently occupied by Russia. And Russia responded by sending a drone to hit Chernobyl's sarcophagus, which holds radioactive dust and debris. And this is not just madness. This is Russia's stance. A country that launches such attacks does not want peace. They don't want. It is not preparing for dialogue. Almost every day, Russia sends up to 100, even more, Shahid drones at us each day, and regular ballistic missile attacks, and a steady increase in aerial bomb strikes. But that's not all. This year, Moscow plans to create 15 new divisions, adding up to 150,000 soldiers. That's more than the national armies of most European countries. Russia keeps opening new army recruitment centers every week, and Putin can afford it. Oil prices are still high enough for him to ignore the world. And we have clear intel that this summer Russia plans to send troops to Belarus under the pretext of training exercises. But that's exactly how they staged forces before their full-scale invasion to Ukraine 3 years ago. Is this Russian force in Belarus meant to attack Ukraine? Maybe. Or maybe not. Or maybe it's meant for you. Let me remind you, Belarus borders 3 NATO countries. It has effectively become a foothold for Russian military operations. According to both Putin and Lukashenko, Belarus now hosts banned weapons, medium-range missiles, and even nuclear arms. Putin clearly sees Belarus as just another Russian province now. And we need to be realistic. If someone is setting up a military launch pad, we need to ask, what should we do about it? And more importantly, what can we do before the next attack, the next invasion? Remember, there have already been provocations on the Polish and Lithuanian borders with Belarus, migrant crisis staged by Russian intelligence to store up chaos in Europe. But what if next time it's not migrants? What if it's Russian troops or North Korean troops? Make no mistake, North Koreans are not weak. They are learning how to fight now, how to fight the modern war. And what about your armies? Are they ready? And if Russia launches a false flag operation or just straight up with no insignia from Belarus, like how Crimea got taken in 2014, how fast will the allies respond? And will they respond at all? Yesterday here in Munich, the US Vice President made it clear. Decades, he said, decades of the old relationship between Europe and America are ending. From now on, things will be different, and Europe needs to adjust to that. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe in Europe, and I'm sure you believe too. And I urge you to act for your own sake. And for the sake of Europe, people of Europe, your nations, your houses, your children, and our shared future. For this, Europe has to become self-sufficient, united by common strengths, Ukrainian and European. Right now, Ukraine's army, supported by global aid, thank you so much, is holding back Russia. But if not us, then who will stop them? Really? Let's be honest, now we can't rule out the possibility that America might say no to Europe on issues that threaten it. Many leaders have talked about Europe that needs its own military, an army of Europe. And And I really believe that time has come. The armed forces of Europe must be created. This is not harder than standing firm against Russian attacks, as we have already done. But this is not just about increasing defense spending as a GDP ratio. Money is needed, of course, yes, but money alone will not stop an enemy assault. People and weapons don't come for free. But again, it's not just about budgets. It's about people realizing the need to defend their own home. Without Ukraine's army, Europe's armies will not be enough to stop Russia. It's reality for today. Only our army in Europe has real modern battlefield experience. But our army alone is not enough too. And we need what you can provide: weapons, training, sanctions, financing, political pressure, and unity. 3 years of full-scale war have proven that we already have the foundation for a united European military force. And now, as we fight this war and lay the groundwork for peace and security, we must build the armed forces of Europe so that Europe's future depends only on Europeans, and decisions about Europe are made in Europe. That's why we are talking with European leaders and with the United States about military contingents that can ensure peace, and not just in Ukraine, but across Europe. And that's why we are developing joint weapons production, especially drones. Especially the Danish model, for example, of pooled investments for arms production in our country is already working well, very successful. Last year alone, thanks to Ukrainian and partners' efforts, we produced over 1.5 million drones of various types. Ukraine is now the world leader in drone warfare. This is our success, but it's also your success, of course. And everything we build for our own defense in Ukraine also strengthens your security. And the same should apply to artillery, air defense, technologies, and armored vehicles. Everything needed to protect lives in modern war should be produced in Europe fully. Europe has everything it takes. Europe just needs to come together and start acting in a way that no one can say no to Europe. Boss it round or threat it like a pushover. This isn't just about stockpiling weapons. It's about jobs, technological leadership, and economic strength for Europe. Last fall, in my victory plan, I proposed replacing part of the US military presence in Europe with Ukrainian forces, if Ukraine is in NATO, of course. If the Americans themselves decide to go that way, decreasing their presence, it's not good. Of course, it's very dangerous, but we all in Europe need to be ready. And I started discussing this even before the US elections, because I could see where American policy was heading. But America needs to see where Europe is heading. And this direction of European policy shouldn't just be promising, it should make America want to stand with a strong Europe. This is absolutely possible, I'm sure of it. And we must shape that course. Europe must decide its own future. We need confidence in our own strengths so that others have no choice but to respect Europe's power. And without a European army, that is impossible. Once again, Europe needs its own armed forces. And I know Mark Rutte, my good friend, is listening to me right now. and Mark, my friend, this isn't about replacing the alliance. This is about making Europe's contribution to our partnership equal to America's. And we need the same approach when it comes to diplomacy, working together for peace. Ukraine will never accept deals made behind our backs without our involvement. And the same rule should apply to all of Europe. No decisions about Ukraine without Ukraine, no decisions about Europe without Europe. Europe must have a seat at the table when decisions about Europe are being made. Anything else is zero. If we are left out of negotiations about our own future, then we all lose. Look at what Putin is trying to do now. This is his game. Putin wants one-on-one talks with America. Just like before the war, when they met in Switzerland and looked like to carve up the world. Next, Putin will try to get the US president standing on Red Square on May 9th this year, not as a respected leader, but as a probe in his own performance. We don't need that. We need real success. We need real peace. Some in Europe may not fully understand what's happening in Washington right now, but let's focus on understanding ourselves right here in Europe. We must give strength to Europe first. Does America need Europe as a market? Yes. But as an ally? I don't know. For the answer to be yes, Europe needs a single voice, not a dozen different ones. Even those who regularly come to Mar-a-Lago need to be a part of a strong Europe, because President Trump doesn't like weak friends. He respects strengths. Next, some in Europe may be frustrated with Brussels, but let's be clear. If not Brussels, then Moscow. It's your decision. That's geopolitics. That's history. Moscow will pull Europe apart if we, as Europeans, don't trust each other. A few days ago, President Trump told me about his conversation with Putin. Not once did he mention that America needs Europe at the table. That says a lot. The old days are over when America supported Europe just because it always had. But President Trump once said, what matters is not the family you were born into, but the one you built. We must build the closest possible relationship with America, and yes, a new relationship, but as Europeans, not just as separate nations. That's why we need a unified foreign policy, a coordinated diplomacy, the foreign policy of common Europe, and let the end of this war be our first shared success in this new reality. And we are already working to make sure that on February 24th, the 3rd anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion, we can gather together in Kyiv and online. all European leaders, all key partners who defend our security, from Spain to Finland, from Britain to Poland, from Washington to Tokyo. This meeting must deliver a clear vision for our next steps on peace, security guarantees, and the future of our collective policy. And I do not believe in security guarantees without America. Yes, it will be just weak, but America will not offer guarantees unless Europe's own guarantees are strong. And I also will not take NATO membership for Ukraine off the table. But right now, the most influential member of NATO seems to be Putin, because his whims have the power to block NATO decisions. And that's despite the fact that it was Ukraine's army that stopped Russia, not a NATO country, not NATO troops, but only our people and our army. And there are no foreign armies fighting on Ukraine's side in this war, but Putin has lost almost 250,000 soldiers in this war. Over 610,000 have been wounded. Just in the Battle of Kursk, our troops eliminated nearly 20,000 Russian soldiers. We completely destroyed the North Korean units that Putin had to bring in because his own forces were not enough to hold back our counteroffensive. For over 6 months now, Ukrainians have been holding a foothold inside Russian territory, even though it was Russia that wanted to create a buffer zone inside our land in Ukraine. And I am proud of Ukraine. I am proud of our people. But now I ask you, each of you, to honestly answer this question. If Russia came for you, could your army fight the same way? I don't want anyone to ever have to find out, God forbid. That's why we are talking about security guarantees. And that's why we believe that the core of any security guarantees for Ukraine must be NATO membership. Or if not that, then conditions that allow us to build another NATO right here in Ukraine. Because at some point there will be a border between war and peace. Where that border is drawn and how strong it is up to us. My proposal, Ukraine's eastern border, Belarus eastern border, the eastern borders of the Baltic states, Finland's eastern border, that is the strongest security line for all of us in Europe, because that is the line of international law. And do we still remember what international law is? Let's be honest, international law, these two words already sounds a bit outdated, but I believe that Europe's mission is to make sure international law still matters. And finally, one last point. What security guarantees can Putin offer? Before the war, many doubted whether Ukraine's institutions could withstand Russian and Putin's pressure, but in the end, it was Putin who faced an armed rebellion from within. He was the one who had to defend his own capital from his own warlords. That alone shows his weakness. So what happens to the million Russian troops currently fighting in Ukraine? Where they gonna fight if not in Ukraine? This is why we cannot just agree to a ceasefire without real security guarantees, without pressure on Russia, without a system to keep Russia in check, to fight us, Putin, pull troops from Syria, from Africa, from Caucasus, even from some part of Moldova. And right now, he faces a shortage of fighting forces. And if this war ends the wrong way, he will have a surplus of battle-tested soldiers who know nothing but killing and looting. And that is yet another reason why this war cannot be decided by just a few leaders, not by Trump and Putin, not by me and Putin, not by anyone here in Munich sitting down with Putin alone. We must apply pressure together to make real peace. Putin cannot offer real security guarantees, not just because he is a liar, but because Russia, in its current state, needs war to hold power together. And the world must be protected from that. So, first, the armed forces of Europe as an upgrade to NATO. Second, a common European foreign policy. Third, a level of European cooperation that Washington has to take seriously. Fourth, international law. And fifth, keeping all pressure on Russia, because that the pressure is what guarantees peace, not Putin's words, not just some papers. Putin lies. He is predictable and he is weak. We must use that now, not later. And we must act as Europe, not as a bunch of separate people. So some say that the new year comes not on January 1st, but with Munich Security Conference. This new year starts now, and let it be the year of Europe united, strong, security, and in peace. Peace for Ukraine, peace for Europe, peace for all the world, for all your families. Thank you so much. Slava Ukraini!
Mr. President, thank you. Thank you very much. That was a stem winder of a speech with a lot of challenges thrown down. I want to ask you to expand more on the American piece of this. You, after your phone call with President Trump, said that you did not hear enough detail to make this a peace plan. Can you just elaborate what you meant by that?
Can I speak Ukrainian?
No.
Okay. Don't pressure on me. Okay, so yeah, we had really a long conversation with the President of the United States. Not first one and not last, I'm sure. And I mean, really between us, I'm not sure that by phone we can manage all the plan, all security guarantees with all the details, because, you know, devil in details. Yes, and we know where is this devil, in what country now. Yes, that's why we have to stop him, to stop Putin, and it's very important for me. That's why the atmosphere of our discussion is good, but really it's always good. Yes. But we need urgent, very concrete steps. And I think we have to work on it. our teams. Well, we began, but I think that we have to start immediately to do more deep decisions.
We'll get into that in a moment, but you did also have a separate conversation with Vice President J.D. Vance last night, you and your team and his team as well. Did he provide any more details? And, you know, we have to bring up that in 2022 here, basically J.D. Vance said he didn't, and this is a quote, "I don't care what happens to Ukraine one way or another." Do you feel that he's changed, that the Trump administration and the actors you're dealing with understand what's at stake?
I'll be honest. We have to work on it. All of us, not only me. Me is not enough, really. I think we have to work because I think that, you know, we together in Europe, the war is in Europe, and America is far from the invasion. And I think that we need to share more details because, to my mind, there are a lot of different voices around new American administration, and I'm not sure that all these voices on our side. That's why we have to work with these people, even with some Europeans. As I said, if I was understandable, I don't know about Mar-a-Lago, about there, yeah.
It was clear.
It was clear, but I want to repeat it, yes. It's important for them to be clear.
Do you want to name names while we're at it?
I know names, of course. I'm not sure that it's,
Let's just get back to President Trump. At a press conference...
You said about Orban. Oh, sorry.
Do you understand?
No.
Viktor Orban is what the president was saying. Mr. President, Trump was asked whether he trusted Putin. And he sort of basically ended up saying, on this, I do. But he has also said that, and frankly, it's quite difficult to extract what all the different administration officials have been saying. On the one hand, potentially that, you know, maybe Ukraine had a responsibility for this war. Maybe Ukraine can't ever expect to get back. It's unrealistic, according to the defense secretary, its territory. Maybe Ukraine will be safe and independent. Maybe it'll be part of Russia. Do you understand what America's position is?
Yes.
Which is?
I think, to my mind, they are preparing atmosphere for their dialogue.
For their dialogue, which will be?
For the dialogue between Trump and Putin. And I think this is, it's up to them, but they can discuss everything they want, but not about Ukraine without us. And that's why, in this case, especially in this case, I think it's a little bit dangerous. That's why I said that we need to talk more with the president and to talk more with his people, with his teams. Yesterday, as you said, yes, we had good conversation, and I think that I opened some new details for Vice President. That's why I said we need. It's not waste time. It's really very important, I think, diplomatic investment for the future, just and lasting peace for Ukraine.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I thought you were going to say some more things.
Your order.
Yeah. You just sort of, I suddenly got flummoxed.
I'm sorry.
You said Putin doesn't want peace. I mean, you just said it loud and clear here.
It's true.
So what is the dialogue? And have you convinced the Americans that A, Ukraine has to be at the table, and B, I guess the Europeans have to convince them that they have to be
on all the levels, we directly, very directly, send these messages that we have to prepare security guarantees like a main part of the stopping Putin and stop this war, and very important, essential, and we say that it can't be without us, and that's why I don't know if we don't have, from my point of view, if we don't have for today common plan, it means for me that United States doesn't have. Because if they have something, it's not about us. I mean, this about something new, but we don't want this new reality. Yes. So that's why, what?
No, I was just asking you whether you have convinced them that you must be at the table.
Of course I said that I think that is good, that first of all we have to make a plan with you, I said to the president. It was the day when he had phone calls with Putin and with me, and first with him and then with us.
And how did that sit with you?
No, I said that...
But first with Putin and then with you?
Oh, I'm not happy. Yes, but I think that more dangerous if first meeting will be with Putin and then with Ukraine. And there are things I shared with the President Trump, that first of all we have to see common view. And I said also that at the table we need Europe also. It's very important for us. We are Europe, we in Europe, and we see our future only in EU, like a member. So that's why for us it's very important. And Europe helped us a lot. Because when I speak with different officials of the United States, of new administration, and we're thankful for them that they didn't frozen their military support. It's very important, and I'm very thankful, thanks again. But when we speak, I really understand what part of support did America during these 3 years and what huge support made Europe. And it's important.
Did you get a commitment from President Trump that you would meet with him first? Do you have a plan to meet with the president?
No, we have our plan, of course. It's our country, and that's why it's our plan. I think it's understandable, but we need the common view. That's why we are ready for the common plan. Yeah. And I shared it with...
I'm just asking whether, because President Trump says he'll meet Putin maybe in Saudi Arabia maybe soon, has he said he will meet you?
He said to me that we have to meet, and I said to him also we have to meet. I think that I said first that we have to meet. Yes, and but we understood each other, because I didn't say about it once.
You said it several times.
Yeah, so that's why I think we understood each other, and it's very important. Yes, because if we can repeat the words that each day we have losses, and if President of the United States or other leaders repeat these words, Ukraine has losses, we have to stop the war. I mean, that it meant that we have urgently to meet if we really want to stop. To meet with the concrete dates and days and plans.
So you talk about losses, obviously heavy losses. You mentioned Russia's heavy losses as well. Yeah. You were talking to President Trump, and you know that last year, around this time last year, it was President Trump and his allies in Congress which delayed for approximately 7 months the aid that was meant to come to Ukraine. When I spoke to General Syrskyi, your commander in Ukraine, just a few months ago, he said the delay in aid did cost lives, cost territory, and cost a lot of, strategic effort in Ukraine. Did you mention that to President Trump?
No.
I see.
We spoke about delaying and about decision of the Congress, and at least positive decision. I was thankful to him. It was in September when we had meeting during his election period. I think so, or before the election period. I don't. Before, a little bit before. Yes. So it was very important, the decision. I was thankful bipartisan support, and also Mike Johnson. He made positive decision. And also to President Trump, because if he wouldn't be supportive, they couldn't vote this decision. But really, help, which we needed very much, still is going. I mean, not everything came. Yeah. You understand? Yeah. So it's very slow, and I think General Syrskyi was right that one of the reasons why we lost. But I don't want to speak about kilometers, but I'm ready. I mean, we lost about 4,000 square kilometers, Yes, but of course, if the help could come, you know, very quickly, everybody understand that the losses was, I mean,
I understand what you're saying.
we could be in more good conditions.
And precisely because of where you would need to be to have a negotiation to end the war. That's why I ask you this. So you talked about security guarantees. What
We're still talking.
Mm-hmm. So not 500 million.
You know,
that's half
in our history, there have been a lot of different dialogues with different American administrations. Even from my first year of my term, from 2019. So I had a lot of different dialogues, and we're in process.
Finally, I want to ask you, follow up on what Ambassador said in his introduction. The political situation in Ukraine. You've been in power for a long time. There's martial law. You haven't had elections since then. Your mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko, has criticized you for that and for many other things. Putin himself calls you illegitimate. He says, I'm not going to negotiate with an illegitimate president. What is your view on when the time will be right for actual elections? During ceasefire talks, after a ceasefire, or what?
Interesting what Klitschko said about me. I really didn't...
Your opponents, I'm telling you what your opponents, and some members of civil society.
Okay. No, I'm surprised. I mean, that Klitschko is a great sportsman, but I didn't know that he is a great speaker. But I respect him. So I'm focusing on surviving of our country, and I'm doing really all my term, beginning from different dialogues, as I said to you, continuing with COVID as all of us, but half of my term was COVID, another half is the war with Putin, or against him. Yes? So this is what really very important. I'm ready, you know, to speak about elections if you want. Ukrainians don't want, totally don't want, because they're afraid, because otherwise we will lose the military law, war law, and our soldiers will come back home, and Putin will occupy all our territory. It will be, because now we're mobilized, now we are one organism, yes, so we are one country. Yeah, that's why it's very important to hold and to save it. And it doesn't matter, I mean, we need unity in country. So it's not about, you know, myself, it's about the future of our country. It's about, for today, really, the question is to survive. The question is to save Ukraine, our independence, our people, our homes. And if somebody doesn't like, they can choose another citizenship, if they want. They have real estate.
Mm-hmm. Did you
somewhere.
say, what, real estate?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think I have time for one question from the audience, maybe one or two. Somebody got a question for the President? Apparently not. What is 2025 going to be in Ukraine? Do you believe it'll be the year of peace? And more to the point, do you believe Putin has any intention of allowing an independent, sovereign Ukraine?
We really want peace, and we work on it. We will prepare security guarantees like we see. We will share it with the United States, and I hope they will share their view. As I said, common view. For me, is very important to hear all our partners in Europe who helped us, in EU plus, of course, because UK, our partners, big partners, and that's why it's very important to prepare during months all these things, to share it with the President of the United States, to find time for this, to our common meetings, to make this common plan, then to put it on the table for Putin and do everything. That things what really President Trump, he's strong, he can can do. Put sanctions or pressure in any ways, in any case, how he wants. And after that, to stop this war this year, 2025, make a peace in Ukraine. This is our plan. That's what we really want, and that's what we will try to do.
Did you tell, as was reported, President Trump, that Putin is only doing this and agreeing to talks because he's afraid of Trump? Did you tell him that?
Yes. I told Trump that Putin afraid of him. Yes, and he heard me. And now Putin knows.
I shouldn't be laughing, but you do make me smile. So,
we
Mr.
want
President,
peace.
thank you very much.
We have to live and we have to smile when we have time, of course. Thank you. Дякую. Слава Україні.
Thank you. It's very good. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we just heard from the President of Ukraine what he expects from Europe. And the next session will be about Europe and how Europe can support Ukraine. This is the hour of Europe, as I said earlier. And we are very happy that the President of the European Council, Antonio Costa, will address you, and he will explain to you how he wants to implement what President Zelensky asked, and that is to build a European army. President, you have the floor.
Dear Chairman of the Munich Security Conference, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on the 24th of February 2022, the European Union changed. On the very first day of the war in Ukraine, at 7 p.m., the European Union leaders gathered for an emergency meeting in Brussels and exchanged with President Zelensky. It was a very dramatic discussion. Russia's tanks were on their way to Kyiv. Russia's bombs were falling across Ukraine. And before we ended our meeting, President Zelensky said that those were most probably these last moments alive. And I remember very well the clear sense in the room. This was the moment when a new geopolitical European Union was born. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine shook Europe's security architecture to the core. Together with our transatlantic allies, we acted immediately to support Ukraine's sovereignty, self-determination, and territorial integrity, with humanitarian aid, with economic assistance, with the toughest ever sanctions against Russia, with unprecedented military support. And perhaps most importantly, with a clear sense of the future for Ukraine as a full member of the European Union. 3 years later, Ukraine resists heroically. Putin failed in his attempt to dominate Ukraine. And as we all saw, President Zelensky is stronger than ever. Today, my message is clear. We are not giving up. We will continue to support Ukraine as an integral part of our project for peace. Only Ukraine can define when there are conditions for a negotiation. Assuming concessions before any negotiation is a huge mistake. Therefore, we will continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine in the negotiations, providing security guarantees, in reconstruction, and as a future member of the European Union. This is the European Union position, and as you heard, it's also the Ukrainian position. Ladies and gentlemen, what does comprehensive, just, and lasting peace mean? It means that peace in Ukraine and Europe's security cannot be separated. It means that we take into account that Russia's threat goes beyond Ukraine. Russia dominates Belarus. Russia has a military presence in Moldova and in Georgia. Russia casts a shadow over the Baltic states, the European eastern border, our democratic systems, our critical infrastructures. It means that a comprehensive peace cannot be a simple ceasefire. It cannot give Russia the opportunity to attack ever again. It cannot reward the aggressor. It must guarantee that Russia will no longer be a threat to Ukraine, to Europe, to its neighbors, that Russia ceases to be a threat to international security. In building this peace, the European Union will fully assume its responsibilities. In a nutshell, there will be no credible and successful negotiation, no lasting peace without Ukraine and without the European Union. The European Union, after February 2022, is not the same as before. First, we sped up the enlargement to the Western Balkans and opened negotiations with Ukraine and Moldova. Second, we decided to strengthen our energy security by decoupling from Russia in a huge collective effort, in particular here in Germany under Olaf Scholz's leadership. Third, less than 1 month after the beginning of war in Versailles, all member states decided to effectively deliver on building the Europe of defense. Our defense spending rose by 30% since 2021. European Union countries that are in NATO now spend on average 2% for defense. Together, we have reached the target. But we will do more. The European Union is a peace project by design. But we know that peace without defense is an illusion. 2 weeks ago, I brought together the European Union leaders to provide political guidance to the European Commission and the High Representative on the capabilities we jointly need to build, on the mobilization of more public and private funding, on strengthening our partnerships, namely with the United Kingdom and NATO. The Commission and the High Representative will present proposals in the next months, and I will keep defense at the top of the European Council's agenda. This is the direction. This is our commitment. Dear friends, the European Union is a reliable and predictable partner, a strong economic and powerful trade actor, and we are firmly committed to act better, stronger and faster in building the Europe of defense. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Costa. Thank you for these truly informative and I think inspiring words that will begin also with our discussion. My name is Katarzyna Pisarska. I'm the chair of the Warsaw Security Forum, and I am delighted to invite you to the next panel discussion entitled Security Dividend, European Support for Ukraine. I would like now to ask my distinguished panel to join me here. First and foremost, President Petr Pavel, the President of the Czech Republic. Please, President Pavel. Mette Frederiksen, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Denmark. Prime Minister. We welcome the Prime Minister of Sweden. Welcome. And last but not least, Friedrich Merz, who is the chairman of the CDU here in Germany. Please join us. So, ladies and gentlemen, of course, you know the drill. We're going to start with just a few questions to the panel to kind of dig in to everything that's already been said. And I'm sure there's also later a lot of questions, and I would want to engage the public in joining me in this debate. But let me start with a very straightforward question. We have seen over the last 2 days a lot of developments that were Europeans. We have seen a phone call of President Trump with President Putin, where it seemed that not only Europe, but even Ukraine was not truly consulted before the phone call. We have, more importantly, seen, and this is today's also the words of President Zelensky, Europe a bit sidelined from the negotiations. President Zelensky said on the stage just a moment ago that when he spoke with President Trump, Europe was not even mentioned when peace negotiations on Ukraine were discussed. So my question to you here is a question that probably everyone has. What is our plan for Ukraine? What is our plan for a secure and just peace in Ukraine? President Pavel.
Well, thank you. Let me start by saying that all we heard and saw over the last couple of days can be seen from both half full and half empty glass. And as I am a half full guy, I see it as a positive development for Europe. Most of these things were cold shower or a shakedown, and which helps us to get some more self-awareness. I mean, European awareness. And we realized that we can do a lot on our own, with or without our American allies. And when it comes to Ukraine, I am a strong advocate of a common approach with the United States. But if we find that their vision of solution of war in Ukraine is different from ours and leaves us aside, we should act very actively. I think that first on our side would be to define our own European position. What are our red lines? What are our withdrawal lines? And all these will have to be discussed with Ukraine. And once we coordinate that position, we will have to coordinate it with our American allies, pointing to the fact that if we are supposed to take more responsibility for Europe, more responsibility for Ukraine, we have to be at the table. Otherwise, we would somehow echo Munich spirit that Czechoslovakia knows about pretty well. I mean, agreement on a country without a country. This time about Ukraine, but also about Europe. So I think we should stand very self-confident because we are doing a lot. We can do more. We have a tendency quite a lot to repeat that we are at a turning point. We have survived a number of turning points, but this time I truly believe that we are at a turning point where we can finally grow up, show that we are able to take responsibility and act accordingly. And some of the measures highlighted by representatives of European Union gives me hope that we are on the right track to be much more flexible and faster in our decisions that are so badly needed for Ukraine.
Thank you, President. Prime Minister Frederiksen, what can we do to be at the table, and what can we offer concretely to the table not to be on the menu?
Let me start by answering your first question. You were asking all of us in the panel, what is the plan with Ukraine? And let me jump to conclusion. It is to win the war. That's the plan.
But let's define winning.
No, because what is the alternative? If we allow Russia to take decisions on European questions in 2025, that's not the right way. But we need... I have never believed that the war in Ukraine is primarily about Ukraine. The war in Ukraine is about Russia. It's about Russia's imperial dreams. It's about their wish and their will to take decisions upon European questions. And we cannot allow them to do it. So I think we have to stick to strategy. And the strategy is to win the war. It's not easy. It's not beautiful. It's not nice. It's not all the good things in the world, but it's necessary. And if I am right, I'm not saying I am, but if I am right, that this war has never been about Ukraine, then we need to keep that in mind. I dream about peace, of course. I will do anything to support peace, but I don't believe in appeasement. It was wrong in Munich in 1938. And I think it will be wrong today. So I totally agree with Antonio Costa. You gave a very strong speech just a few minutes ago. You were saying it very directly, that it needs to be a reliable and a just peace, and it can only be a just peace, and we can only trust that peace agreement whenever and whatever it will consist, if we are sure that Russia will not come back in Ukraine or anywhere else in Europe. So that is why we need to win this war, and we cannot talk about a war going on in Ukraine as not a common war anymore. We are a part of this, and we have been a part of this for 3 years now. And at the same time, we have to be able to defend ourselves. So we have to do our homework in Europe, and we have to do it very, very fast. We have to spend much more on defense and security. And we have to grow our economy so we are able to do what is needed to defend our countries. So let's see. I mean, Zelensky is saying he's open to talk with Putin. I don't know if we can trust Putin. I have my doubts. We have to try, but we have to ensure that Ukraine and Europe win this war.
Thank you. Thank you. I think this is exactly the direction we need to go. Prime Minister, us winning means Russia losing. It means a Russian defeat. How do you see a Russian defeat? What has to happen for Russia to be defeated?
Well, first of all, not to repeat, I agree with every single word of Mette's. Sometimes we are asked, what is really your strategy? And I think it was Mette actually first coined saying, you know, actually we do have one. From 2007 onwards, we did not have one. Now we're actually fighting against them. Then you can always discuss, are we successful enough? Are we doing enough? And obviously not, but still doing the right thing. I think, before I answer your question, I think Volodymyr basically pointed to all the principal factors in this. No talks about Ukraine without Ukraine, no talks about Europe without Europe. That does not in itself guarantee a good result or the result we would like to see, but it provides a foundation for us to be part also of the long-term solution in this. I think that is important. But basically, I mean, what it needs to be to end in is, of course, a Ukraine entitled to make their own decisions. I mean, obviously, the decisions Sweden and Finland made after the full-scale invasion, to have the right to make your own security policy decisions in the long term. That is basically the needed result of that. And in that sense, every result that simply ends in a possibility for the Russians to rearm, to regroup, and to come back, and to go further than they did before, that is obviously an extremely bad solution. And I think the jury is still out. It's not obvious that we're gonna have a bad result, but it's equally not obvious that we right now are going in the right direction.
Thank you very much. Chairman. It is a panel of heads of state. It is a panel of heads of state. Of course, Chair Merz, it cannot be overstated how important for a joint European response is Germany. What is your vision? What is your vision for a peace in Europe, a peace in Ukraine, and of course, a defeat of Russia?
So first of all, many thanks for your compliment. But there are still 60 million voters between you and me, so. If you allow, I would like to set up the bigger framework we are working in, actually, and there is an elephant in the room here, and the elephant is the transatlantic relationship. And I think I should give some brief comments on what we have heard yesterday and today on our relationship. My first comment goes to the outcome of the elections. We respect the presidential elections and the congressional elections in the US, and we expect the US to do the same here. My second comment goes to our shared values and shared powers. We stick to the rules which are given by our democratic institutions. This includes our own legal approach to deal with, for example, published information and opinions. Free speech remains free speech and remains part of our open democratic society. But fake news, hate speech, and offenses remain subject to legal restraints and control by independent courts. And I think I should say that in front of the events which took place in DC yesterday, we would never kick out a news agency out of the press room of our Chancellery. And our legal framework in the European Union is and remains valid for all private persons and private companies doing business in Europe, independently from where they come from and where their headquarters are based. We look for close cooperation with the Trump administration and with the American market, and we strongly believe in free trade, open markets, and that's the reason why we would like to see tariffs brought down to zero as fast as possible. We don't believe in trade conflicts or even trade wars. And my last comment goes to the foreign security policy. We know that we have to catch up quickly our expenses on defense. And we know that this is triggered by the events we are seeing since 3 years now. But I fully agree with Mette Frederiksen and others here on the podium. By the way, I wished all the Social Democrats in the European Union were as clear as we have heard here from the podium, by the way. But this is something which is not challenging just the territory of Ukraine. This is challenging the entire political order which we had set up after 1990. So this is the reason why we are standing behind Ukraine, not just because of Ukraine, but because of our own security on our European continent. And I absolutely share the view which was mentioned here, that we have to do everything what we can to bring the country, to bring Ukraine into a position of strength. And as soon as they are starting to negotiate, they have to sit on the table at the key country, and we as the Europeans have to be strongly behind them. And it's absolutely unacceptable that Russia and the United States of America are negotiating without Ukraine and without the Europeans on the table.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you. President Pavel, but I really have to press, and I have to press the panel. What is Europe bringing to the negotiating table? What can we give today to Ukraine that we haven't given yet, that would strengthen Ukraine's position in its negotiations with not only Vladimir Putin, but it looks like also President Donald Trump?
If we look at President Putin's objectives, it was full control of Ukraine, demilitarization, removal of democratically elected government, and in fact erasing Ukraine from the map of the world. I think our best approach would be to tell him that whatever effort he put into this endeavor, it will fail. We will have to express our clear determination that if Ukraine wants to be part of European Union and eventually NATO, they are authorized to do it if they meet all the conditions, and of course if the organizations agree. I think it's a principle that we should cherish. In that sense, we are already providing Ukraine a lot of military support. We can further expand either Danish model of building their capabilities in place, also reinforce capabilities like ammunition initiative, giving them more financial resources, but we should also start in parallel with providing them with military capability, thinking of post-war reconstruction. Because that would be a clear and a sound message to Russia that we count with Ukraine, we take them on board. And I believe that coming up from the level of the EU with something like a Marshall Plan for Ukraine would be an excellent idea how to not only organize our support for reconstruction, to prevent any pressures for corruption on both sides, but also we can start preparation of Ukraine for EU accession in a very successive way, step by step. I think that would really work. That would demonstrate that whatever objectives Russians had, they failed. And as they always looked at Ukraine somehow from above, because they call them chochols based on history, we can show them that these people they were laughing at will have much better living conditions that Russians have in their own country. They would have a freedom to travel, freedom to work, and I think that will be the best demonstration of Russian failure in Ukraine.
Thank you very much, President. Going on, Prime Minister, what can we put on the table? Would you, for example, support giving frozen assets to Ukraine? Do you imagine such an agreement in Europe in the next 6 months happening around that? And are there other things that we can provide if we agree that this is so incredibly timely from every single side? Yes, yes, yes. I'm sorry. There's two Prime Ministers. Yes.
Of course, the frozen assets is one way forward. I don't have any restrictions on that. I have said repeatedly for a couple of years now, please get rid of the red lines for Ukraine, because it's only giving them a lot of difficulties, no matter if we're talking about economy or weapons and so on. The best thing to give Ukraine, let's be honest, I know some allies are against this, is NATO membership. If they were a member of NATO, we would never have had the war in Ukraine. It's the cheapest, it's the easiest way forward to protect countries transatlantic. It is to be in NATO. I know it's a difficult path because some good, big allies are not in favor of this, but then at least these good, big allies have to discuss with the rest of us what kind of security guarantees can we then offer Ukraine that are as good as NATO membership. And I'm just going to repeat, it's the cheapest, it's the easiest way, that's NATO membership. So of course economy is one way forward, security guarantees is number two. Thirdly, and you know, for 3 years we are repeating ourselves, they still need a lot of stuff and measures on the battlefield. I mean, they are fighting a war. And if you are fighting a war, you need weapons. And even though we have donated a lot, all of us, we are still not providing them with what is needed. We promised in Washington last year to give them at least 6 or 7 air defense systems. Have they received 6 or 7 air defense systems? The answer is no. And you cannot protect a country without air defense systems. So, I mean, frozen assets, yes. Security guarantees, yes. Give them the strength before negotiations, yes. But on the battlefield, there's only one thing that counts. Do you have the weapons? Do you have what is needed? And sorry, guys, there is no excuse for this. We have the weapons, but talking about that, we have to ramp up production. And the Czech initiative, we have been working extremely closely together, has been very effective on ammunition, artillery ammunition, good. We found out a year ago that it was, I mean, the stocks were out, so we started this new initiative. It's now 1 year old, to support production directly in Ukraine. And let me tell you one thing. I mean, they are able to produce much faster and cheaper than the rest of us, and they are in a war. I mean, it's almost, no. We have a problem, friends. If a country at war can produce faster than the rest of us, yeah, we don't want to be in war, but can we take the other part of this sentence? And ramp up production, and we need to do that transatlantic. So I really, really believe, and I would strongly encourage all of us to ramp up production. I'm not saying we are at wartime, but we cannot say we are at peacetime anymore. So we need to change our mindset. We need to have a sense of urgency. I think we need a kind of an emergency brake inside the European Union, get rid of all the legislation and all the bureaucracy, produce what is necessary, do it transatlantic to ensure that Ukraine will get what they need, but also to ensure that we are able to protect ourselves. Because some of us are willing to spend much more on defense and security, but we cannot buy what is needed. So industry and production lines are also extremely important.
Absolutely, and on that actually I would like to ask Chairman Merz. I think everyone right now in the room agrees we have to spend more on European defense, and 2% is the floor. There's no doubt about it. In closed rooms here, everybody says we understand it, we get it, we got the memo, now we're realizing it. But we have to know also where we get the money from. And you have seen a lot of ideas floating around, including relaxing EU fiscal rules and the Stability and Growth Pact rules, which would allow us to actually borrow on markets for defense bonds for the European Union. Would you support, as Chancellor, such an idea?
Well, the first answer is that we have passed through Parliament in Germany a special asset, we call it Sondervermögen, of 100 billion euro to do all the work and to purchase all the equipment we need for our army, and we are doing so. And this is enough to formally fulfill the 2% requirement until 2027. From then on, we have to spend much more money from the regular budget, from our federal budget, and the question is open where this money comes from. I'm open to have any debate on resources, but I'm not willing to accept that we are speaking only about money. There are two preconditions in my view. The one is we have to come to a unanimous vote of all the NATO states, and the next opportunity is The Hague by end of June. And this is not a question that one is moving ahead with numbers. This is something which we have to agree on jointly. And this makes no sense to bring numbers into the public debate, 3 or 4 or 5, before we are having a consensus within NATO. My second point is, beyond money, we need simplification of our systems, we strongly need standardization of our systems, and we strongly need scale, economies of scale. I'm not willing to accept, I give you an example in number, I'm not willing to accept that we are producing more than 150 different military systems within the European Union and spending more money on our different systems. Standardization, simplification, economies of scale is at least as important as new money and new goals in terms of part of our GDP. So if this is a combination of all, I could agree. But if not, I'm not willing to accept that, only to spend more money and leave all the other things like we did in the past. This is now really a change of an era, Zeitenwende. This weekend here is much clearer than any time before. And if we are not hearing the wake-up call now, it might be too late for the entire European Union.
Thank you very much. And actually, we're going to do a round backwards. And one very short question as I have you, Chairman. I wanted to ask you all about security guarantees for Ukraine. The Prime Minister said very clearly, NATO membership is what I'm going to support and fight for. Is the new government going to support NATO membership for Ukraine? Because the previous government, the current government, has been very, very cautious.
Well, from the last NATO summit, there is an agreement within NATO that Ukraine gets the perspective of becoming a member. And if this to be changed, NATO has to do it jointly. And I don't agree with anybody who is putting NATO membership off the table before the negotiations with Russia have begun. So there is a status, there is an agreement, there is something NATO has already decided, and to change it might be an option. But this is not something which one NATO member alone has to decide on.
Thank you very much. Prime Minister, Sweden has been, not only Sweden, of course, but Baltic countries, Nordic countries have been dealing with a number of direct attacks on our infrastructure, underwater infrastructure in the Baltic Sea. Could you tell me what is the plan to respond to this? And, how are we also putting this into a larger strategy when it comes to the war that Russia has waged against Ukraine and against the European continent?
Just allow me to add on Friedrich's remark that if NATO 1 year concludes that Ukraine has an irreversible path to NATO, and the year after that decides we were not really telling the truth, that is an enormous kind of, it really questions the character of decision-making in the NATO. Baltic Sea is obviously under threat. We normally, I think Mette put it in a good way, saying that we are obviously not at war, but obviously not at peace either regarding the Baltic Sea. And we are quite careful. We don't easily single out or attribute countries for doing hostile things against our cables or electricity cables or things like that. But equally, we don't just believe in random things suddenly happening quite often, I fully understand that there might be such a thing as a seriously bad seamanship, but they normally don't occur that often. And on that scale, so there is something pretty odd in that. So we take it extremely seriously. Finland has caught basically, even though it was formally voluntarily, and we did the same with different vessels, and they are thoroughly being examined, and we, at least we attribute the countries that behind them, even though it's, and the character of hybrid threats is, it is supposed to be hard to detect whether there are intentional damages or not. So that's almost proves it basically. So what we're doing now, we are well, the NATO Operations Center is one part of that. We are collaborating extremely closely between all the Baltic countries right now in the air. I was myself looking at these vessels the other day from air. and we do it also on the surface. So I think we have pretty good possibilities to detect them and to deter them, but obviously we need to do even more to stop them totally. There is a good connection also to the Ukrainian war in that, because the Russian shadow fleet is heavily present on the Baltic Sea, and a lot of oil money is basically coming that way. So there are different good reasons to stop it, and I think we are taking that much more seriously now than we did previously.
Before I turn to the public for the last 15 minutes, and I see already a lot of good hands, very quickly, Prime Minister and President, our strength was our unity, especially on sanctions. Do you think that unity is threatened within the next half a year or a year? Do you imagine a situation in which one or more countries decide not to prolong EU sanctions? And what happens then? Prime Minister, please.
That risk is, of course, there is a risk, but I think until now we have managed to stay tuned and acting much more collectively and united than maybe even ever before within the European Union. And I mean, you can hear, when you're listening to me, I'm not very optimistic on behalf of the world at the moment, because I don't think the challenges are going to disappear. I believe in the opposite, unfortunately. But I'm very optimistic about Europe and the European Union, and I'm also optimistic about NATO. I mean, NATO and the European Union are stronger today than we were before the war. So until now we have managed. But I think at the same time there is a risk, of course, that some countries at a certain point will say, well, we cannot support Ukraine anymore, but then the rest of us has to continue. So for me, what is necessary to do has to be done. And maybe at one stage it will not be with unity. I don't know about that. I will work very hard to ensure that. We had, as Antonio Costa said before, a very good discussion only a few weeks ago. I have never heard all 27 countries in the European Union being so much aligned on defense and security before. I've never heard it. I mean, all of us are now saying the same. We have to spend much more. We have to ramp up production. I totally agree with you that standardization and so on is an important thing. But you know, when we are talking about how much we have to spend, we have to look at reality. If I look at our eastern flank, the Baltic Sea, high north Arctic region, terrorism, the Sahel region, Middle East, fragile countries just outside the European Union, Moldova, Georgia, the West Balkans, and so on, 2% is not enough. Indo-Pacific, 2% is not nearly enough. So I think we have to start from that corner. What are the realities? Our most important task as political leaders are to protect our people, our values, our countries, and our continent, and our alliance with the US and Canada and other good friends. And if we are to protect everything we believe in, 2% is not enough. That's the conclusion, I think.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. And last, President, on this unity question, many here worry if European unity will not crumble if under pressure of the Americans. And I think for the first time we need to have a clear scenario, a way forward, if the United States decides on something that's clearly against European interest, or will be pushing for a scenario in Ukraine which we cannot accept, will you worry then about European unity?
With all the differences in assessing of different problems, and we face that in NATO very frequently, I am a strong believer in the value of the alliance. and the EU. We have developed a culture of coming up to a common position, to an agreement, despite all the differences. And that's why I strongly believe that both the United States and Europe have a common interest of working transatlantic bond. It serves both sides without any doubt. And being allies actually gives us an opportunity to be very open, blunt if necessary, but always open to listening, understanding each other, and coming up to a position. I think we have to find the strength to speak up. Not everyone has it, especially when we get under pressure of a view presented in an authoritative way. But I think we have to speak up, we have to be self-confident. If we are sure about our arguments, we have to tell them in a very open way and push on coming up to a common position. And always put forward that we are the allies, not the competitors, not the opponents.
Thank you very much. And let's open, I saw people who already rose their hands, Titi, Agnes, and then Alexander. Let's take 3 questions together, and then if we manage, we take a second round of questions.
Thank you, Katarzyna. I'm Titi Tuppurainen from Finland. And I think one of the most important questions over European destiny is the question of Ukrainian military resources. Who gets to benefit from Ukrainian military resources? Battle-hardened armed forces, world-class arms industry. Who gets them? Is it Russia who would get them after some kind of a deal, if it tried to colonize Ukraine in order to get its outstanding world-class military resources? Or is it Europe, hopefully together with the US, but if necessary, alone? Europe would get most powerful ally of Ukraine because of its outstanding military resources. Do we realize that? What is at stake when it comes to Ukrainian military resources, and how could we better unite with Ukraine?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Agnes, please.
Thank you very much for this very important discussion, and thank you very much especially for you, the Danish Minister President, for your very clear words. So I have a question to Mr. Merz. Thank you, Mr. Merz, also for your very clear message that Germany will be close to Ukraine also in the future. So a simple question. When you are the new Chancellor of the Republic of Germany, are you ready and give you green light to support Ukraine and deliver the Taurus?
Thank you very much. Alexander?
Thank you very much. Great questions from my colleagues already.
Alexander, you have to be brief, please.
I am
this
super
time
brief. No, that is a moment, because if Russians will kill people like me, then they will take our sons to kill you. That is so easy. That is at stake, and you should remember this. And my question really, I want to hear from Mr. Merz. Is Germany ready to lead? We need a leadership in Europe, and yesterday's speech of Mr. Vance showed it to everybody, even to blind, I think. So that's the question to you. Leadership, Tauruses, German equipment. Thank you.
Thank you. And then maybe next we'll take a question. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. Tandesi MP and Chair of the House of Commons Defence Committee. I think we would all agree that Vladimir Putin has made a huge strategic blunder which has led to colossal death and destruction. But it is incredible to have now the membership of both Sweden and Finland within NATO with their amazing capabilities. But with the potential absence of US leadership within Europe, do you think that other European nations have what it takes to show solidarity and leadership? Do you think that the UK should be showing leadership and stepping forward to take that leadership role? And what would your message be to those nations who aren't even meeting the 2% target?
Thank you very much. Okay, we go back to the panel. I'm sorry, Chairman Merz, it seems that you're on the spotlight. So 2 questions. What about the Taurus? And most importantly, what will be your vision for a peaceful Europe?
Well, my personal position and the position of my parliamentary group has always been clear on these cruise missiles. And I would like to repeat again what I'm saying during the election campaign now, that we should be willing to deliver, but only if we are having an agreement within the European partners. And there are at least two who are delivering missiles, cruise missiles, that is the UK and France. And we should come to a common position how to do that and how to coordinate our efforts. And yes, we are having a majority in Parliament on that, as far as I see. Still in the existing Parliament, and most likely in the upcoming Parliament, there will be a majority, but this will be an executive decision, not a parliamentary decision. And my personal view and my willing is still and remains to deliver within a European coordinated framework of delivering more weapons to Ukraine. I'm hearing very often during the meetings and the one-on-ones we had here on this conference that there is obviously a lack of German leadership within the European Union. And I fully agree with all those who are demanding more leadership from Germany. And frankly, I'm willing to do that because I'm seeing that Germany is in a strategic position in the center of Europe, that so many things in Europe depends on Germany, that we are having to take a new role, which is traditionally the role Germany had taken in the past with Adenauer beginning and Helmut Kohl and others who were willing to take joint leadership within the European Union. And I think this is more important than ever because we are seeing now these fundamental changes, especially in our transatlantic relationship. And we didn't hear what the Trump 1 administration told us. Now we have to listen and we have to learn a little bit more painfully than we had the chance to do 8 years before. UK, I would like to see the United Kingdom very close to the European Union, very close to our strategic efforts. I'm still regretting that they left the European Union, but this happened.
You're welcome back.
Yeah, I still regret that. It wasn't necessary, and we all know why it happened. This is now the past. This has happened, but we have to do anything what we can do to bring the UK closer to the European Union, within NATO at least, and beyond.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Thanks. Yeah. Prime Minister, to add to this group of questions, I'm surprised nobody asked about the question of troops on the ground in Ukraine. Troops on the ground, so Europeans actually sending troops, and this is something that President Trump has alluded to. This is what the administration, as I understand, has taken upon, discussed. Of course, there's probably more questions than really answers about this, but what would be Sweden's approach? Do you think Europeans should be on the ground, and at what role?
Well, two quite obvious comments. One is, of course, that before you put troops on the ground, you really have to think through what should happen if those troops are being attacked. I mean, that's the trivial to say that.
Do you think that the Trump administration has an answer to that?
That leads to my second conclusion. If we are to take responsibility from the European Union side, from European Union countries, for all the solutions after an agreement, we obviously need to be part of the agreement. There is no possibility just to leave the consequences for an agreement to European Union countries. But of course I don't exclude the possibility for an agreement that needs to be protected also by European Union countries. But I have a very hard time to see that that could be made without very, very credible guarantees on what is happening if they are being attacked. Basically from absolute. I think that's, I mean, it's obvious to say that, but it's so easy to just say boots on the ground without thinking through that. But that's also why we are so needed in all these talks that that ends up in an agreement.
Is this also the position of Denmark and the Czech Republic, please?
I totally agree with Ulf on this point, but let me say, when you are to form a political strategy, and it doesn't really matter if it's a national or a European, you cannot have a lot of question marks You have to be willing to write the conclusion. So instead of saying, can we spend more than 2%, we have to say, okay, we have to defend ourselves, maybe more on our own than we want to. What is the need then? That would be much more than 2%. How are we going to reach it? Instead of, you're putting the questions the other way around. Can we do more for Ukraine? Stop putting that question on the table. We have to put it the other way around. So if we don't want Russia to win the war, then the question should be, okay, if Ukraine has to win this war, what should we do then to ensure that? If we want to protect ourselves, we want to protect our, there's nothing more important than protecting your own citizens, your societies, our common values, our continent, the transatlantic alliance. If we are to protect ourselves, what is needed to do that? So we have to put the questions, it has to be, yeah, exactly, thank you. Thank you. Can you come with me the rest of the day?
Natalia is fantastic. Yeah. Thank you so much, Prime Minister. We have 30 seconds, actually. President, following on what the Prime Minister said, when we meet here next year at this time, what would you like for us to be the answer? So where will we be on Ukraine?
It's great to have 20 seconds and crystal ball. I think all of us would like to see to have a peace agreement that would be as just as possible for Ukraine. Measures that would ensure, at least for a foreseeable future, before Ukraine becomes a member of NATO and the EU, that it is capable to repel any possible attack against its territory, and all the measures ready for Ukraine to successfully become a member of both the institutions. I think that would be the outcome that I would love to see.
Excellent. And with this optimistic message, let's give a huge round of applause to our panel. Thank you very much.
We have an important session to continue now. Senator Shaheen, Senator Graham, Mark Rutte. Please do take your seats and let's get the door closed. I'll give you 30 more seconds. Sit down. All right. Well, dear friends of the Munich Security Conference, NATO and the transatlantic relationship have been at the core of this event, even in the times of, especially in the times of the Cold War, when it was still called Wehrkunde. But the issues of how can NATO help protect us, what is the role of the United States, has been the core element, the backbone really of decades of the Munich Security Conference. I am extremely happy to have on the stage for a relatively brief panel discussion the new, in this capacity, first time NATO Secretary General. He's been here many times as the previous Prime Minister of the Netherlands, Mark Rutte. A warm welcome to you. Let's give him a hand. And we have two longtime friends of the Munich Security Conference from the US Senate, Senator Jan Shaheen from New Hampshire, and of course Lindsey Graham, without whom no Munich Security Conference is thinkable. So we have a good half hour, so I would want to ask my panelists to try to be brief so that we can get as much information into this and maybe take as many questions as may be asked by this expert audience. And let me start by addressing a question to the Secretary General. What happened over the last 72 hours or so, President Trump's announcements, the Brussels meeting, Vice President Vance's speech yesterday, has of course raised many continuing questions about where is NATO headed. We have a NATO summit coming up later this spring or early summer. Can you just sketch out, hopefully in just a couple of minutes, what your expectations are, how you want to take NATO forward as we try to meet really historic challenges? This is not, and I think everybody in this audience understands this is not an easy moment for all of us. And it is a particularly tough moment for our Ukrainian friends. President Zelensky spoke here just less than an hour ago, and he got what I thought was appropriate standing applause. So without further ado, Secretary General, you have the floor first.
Well, thank you for that question. Let me say that I'm really honored to be on the panel with two distinguished senators who have been staunch supporters of the transatlantic relationship, really. Both of you, thank you for your leadership. And to your question, I'm rather optimistic. And I'm optimistic because when you look at the undercurrent messages, what is clearly coming through in my meetings with the Vice President and many other senior American officials, but also coming through at the podium and at other occasions, is one, that we are one family. There is an absolute commitment of the US, including this administration, to NATO, but also an expectation that on the European side we have to step up, we have to spend more. And they are right. We are not spending enough. So we have to do that. And that will be a key theme in The Hague, to come to a new number, a new figure based on real content of what is driving us in terms of the gaps. Where are we now, where we should be, if in 4 or 5 years' time we still want to be able to defend ourselves. Secondly, on Ukraine, there's a clear common understanding and commitment that we have to make sure that Ukraine is in the best possible place during the peace talks. That means continuing the training in Ukraine, continuing all the weapon supplies into Ukraine, but also that the outcome of peace talks has to be that Ukraine is a country which will never again be challenged by the Russians, by Vladimir Putin. It has to be an enduring, a lasting peace. There is absolute, Americans and Europeans, we are absolutely in agreement on this. And to my European friends, I would say, get into the debate, not by complaining that you might yes or not be at the table, but by coming up with concrete proposals, ideas, ramp up the spending, make sure that the training and the weapon supplies continue, but also come up with concrete ideas what, for example, security guarantees could look like, and what Europe could. And I must say, since one day of complaining, what I've now been seeing on the European side of NATO is indeed that people are now getting into the concrete planning phase of what could that be. What can we contribute to that? And finally, of course, the third issue also in The Hague will be about this huge problem that we are not producing nearly enough, both in the US and on the European side of NATO in terms of our defense industrial base. Russia is now producing in 3 months in ammunition what the whole of NATO, 20 times bigger than Russia in its overall size of the economy, is producing in ammunition in a year. So we are not keeping up. Russia is on a war footing, Russia is on a war economy. We are not. We have to do this. We have to cut the red tape. And by the way, to our American friends, it is also good business because the European allies spend 4 times more in the US than the US is spending in Europe. So ramping up defense industry production will also deliver a lot of dollars for the American economy. So these will be the 3 main themes coming to The Hague.
Great, thank you very much. May I say ladies first when I turn to the US Senate? Senator Shaheen. One of the issues mentioned by the Secretary General was the famous, financial contribution to the defense budget throughout NATO. 11 years ago, at a summit in Wales, NATO members agreed the 2% goal. Of course, your predecessor and you are now saying, well, we've made a lot of progress. More than 2/3 or so of the NATO members have reached the 2% goal. But let me put a bit of water into the wine. It took for many of us, of the member countries, it took considerable time to reach that goal. In the case of my own country, we can now proudly say that this year we reached finally the 2%. What is your view where we should end up? What is a realistic, achievable goal looking forward? And when, if you establish a new goal, say I think you mentioned 3.5%, when do we think that that can actually be accomplished? Surely not this year, surely not next year. In what kind of, we're talking about what kind of time frame, and I am aware of the fact that this is an urgent question. And before you take the floor, let me add one comment as a European member of NATO. When we talk about the 2% or the 3.5%, the single most important thing in my mind is that we present this to our publics not as something that we do to make President Trump happy. We do it for our own security here in Europe. That's what makes this hopefully acceptable and supportable by our publics. Senator, you have the floor.
Well, absolutely. And for those of us who are in elective office, we understand that we're not going to be in elective office very long if our public doesn't support what we're doing. So there are already some NATO members who are over the 3.5%, and that's great news. But I think NATO has to sit down and, as a consensus organization, which it is, decide what's the appropriate number and how fast to get there. But you mentioned the important and critical point, and that is for the defense of Europe, for the defense of the free world, it is important that we ramp up this number, because what we know is that our adversaries, whether it's Vladimir Putin or President Xi in China or North Korea or Iran, they are looking at what we do, and they are going to calibrate what they do in response to how strong they think we are in the West and in the free world. And so this is a critical discussion, and make no mistake, one of the issues in Ukraine, and this is a conversation we're having in the United States, is that it's not just about Ukraine and what happens there. It's about what kind of message do we send to our allies, and what kind of message do we send to our adversaries if we walk away from the brave Ukrainians in this courageous fight.
Great, thank you very much. Senator Graham has participated in these NATO debates for decades. I've tried to research when you came here for the first time. Must have been the last century, because we don't have any records of that. But
It's only 12.
But it was a long time ago. So thanks again for being here once again. You have the floor.
I think it was 1998, I can't remember, but I came here with John McCain and Joe Lieberman, and I missed them both. So NATO in Latin means stability. Roger Wicker's here, he's the chairman of the Armed Services Committee. When I talk about NATO at home, I talk, what do we get? Stability is good, don't you think? Being able to travel. Let's see if this is Trump. He would have gladly talked, I'm sure. Okay, so NATO is good because it creates stability. It's better to have partners than it is to go it alone. So when I'm at home, why does it matter what happens in the Mideast? I believe there are people who want to kill us all and change our way of life because they're religious fanatics. You can stop fighting them, but they're not going to stop fighting you. I'd rather keep the fight over there than come to America. I'd rather have partners than go it alone. There are forces in the world that I'd rather have friends help me contain than do it by myself. I want stability. I don't want war. So NATO has stood the test of time. Not one NATO nation has ever been invaded by a nation state. It works. So we're expanding. That's a good thing. We're in good hands with Mark. He's a worthy successor. Mark spoke yesterday. You were excellent. I am so glad you have this job. You've got a real sense of where we need to go. Frustrating for American politicians goes back to Sam Nunn. Sam Nunn, remember Sam Nunn? I would say he's not Donald Trump, but he threatened to withdraw 30,000 troops a year unless NATO hit their target. This goes long and deep in America, on both sides of the aisle. We feel like we've done more and you've done less, and everybody's under pressure at home. So it's not 2%, it's not 3.5% to me, it's what do we want to achieve? The spending needs to be based on the threat. I think there are a lot of threats that would justify 3.5%. Finally, the American Senate is firmly in NATO's camp. There's an isolationist movement in the Republican Party, and our liberal friends, Bernie Sanders, wanted to cut the military budget yet again. We've dealt with that since the founding of NATO. But NATO, we need it now more than ever. And let me tell you why. Putin would not invade a NATO nation, in my view, because he understands the consequences would be too severe. Do you agree with that? We got to make him believe he's right. Ukraine. 2014, we got it wrong. Everybody who's worried about who Trump's talking to and how he's doing it, what did you do in 2014? 3 things we failed to do in 2014. We should have integrated our economies with Ukraine to give them hope and have a tripwire so it wouldn't happen again. But we didn't do that because we didn't want to provoke Putin. We should have built up the Ukrainian military so it'd been harder to invade. We didn't do that because we didn't want to provoke Putin. And we never told him what happens if you do it again because we didn't want to deal with provoking Putin. Lessons learned. Don't worry about provoking Putin. Worry about stopping Putin. So, 3 things, real quickly. This minerals agreement between the United States and Ukraine is a game changer because President Trump can go to the American people and say Ukraine's not a burden, it's a benefit. They're sitting on top of $1 trillion worth of minerals that all of us can benefit from by aligning with the West. I told President Trump, it may be the old Soviet Union, it may be the Russian Empire, but I do know he's going after the money. Don't let him steal what Ukraine has to enrich himself, because that's like defunding the police. So if this minerals agreement happens, it's a nightmare for Putin because we have something to defend that we didn't have before. So you better be pulling for this minerals agreement. Number 2, if we don't arm Ukraine to the fullest extent possible, shame on all of us. They need more F-16s, not less, and we make them in South Carolina. And all of us are going to help them buy this stuff because they don't have enough money themselves to have a like 1.3 million person army. But we'd be stupid in the next decade not to create the most lethal Ukrainian army possible as a form of deterrence. And finally, NATO. I'm all for Ukraine being in NATO, but it's up to the members of NATO. I don't want to take off their potential of getting into NATO, but I'm not so sure the market will bear they go into NATO right now. I'm just being honest with you. But here's what I think we could sell. If you ever do this again, Putin, if you ever have a military incursion into Ukraine again, that will trigger automatic admission into NATO by Ukraine. We should have done that in 2014. How many of you believe if that had been in place in 2014, Putin wouldn't have invaded? I don't think he would have if he knows that would put him in NATO. So thanks for having me.
Great. Can I go back once again to Senator Shaheen? One of the questions that's just been addressed, or at least indirectly addressed, is the question of security guarantees. If, as Senator Graham has just pointed out, it looks relatively unlikely, not only because what Secretary of Defense Hegseth publicly said a couple of days ago in Brussels, but we all know that that is not likely to happen right now. So what's your thinking about security guarantees? My own view as a longtime diplomat is that paper is usually not much worth than paper. So what about hardware solutions? And I was impressed by what Senator Graham just said about, arming Ukraine. Somebody wrote about this and said this is the porcupine option. In other words, making of Ukraine in terms of military strength a kind of a porcupine that even a tiger would hate to attack because it's going to be very painful. So if we can, what's your view about that? Strengthening the Ukrainian army and strengthening Ukrainian society to the point where they are going to be probably by far the technologically best equipped, most experienced, strongest, most capable armed forces anywhere in Europe, which would create in and of itself a major kind of deterrent to anyone, including, of course, in particular, the Russian side. How do you think about that?
Well, I think a number of things. First of all, I like Lindsay's idea about, if Russia invades again, then NATO, Ukraine is automatically a member of NATO. But I also think we shouldn't take NATO membership off the table in negotiations. From my perspective, you never start a negotiation from a point of weakness. So you never take your leverage off the table. I think Secretary Hegseth misspoke. And we saw the Vice President try and walk that back in his interview with the Wall Street Journal, where he said, from our perspective in the United States, everything should be on the table, including the potential for troops on the ground. So I think we need to think about what kind of equipment we can provide and support to the Ukrainians to put them in the strongest position possible. How strong sanctions can we put on Vladimir Putin? And then for the long term, there are a number of ways to do a security guarantee. A part of it needs to be, as you point out so well, making sure that the Ukrainian army continues to have what they need to defend their country. But I think we need more than that as we're thinking about how do we prevent Vladimir Putin from doing this again. We need to make it very clear that somebody is going to defend Ukraine other than Ukraine. And whether that's NATO membership, whether it's some sort of a multilateral force as we have in Korea to defend the demilitarized zone, I think there are a number of ways to do it. But the important thing is that Ukraine is comfortable and that Russia and Vladimir Putin know that this is not going to be tolerated again.
One quick thought. If I were nominating somebody to be the NATO Man of the Year, it'd be Putin. He's done more to help NATO than we have. We have 2 new members. We're talking about spending more, not less. So he's made a serious miscalculation. I do believe that if he understood you do this again, your worst nightmare of Ukraine being in NATO is a certainty, would be a deterrent.
Thank you. Let me turn back to the Secretary General. Now that the question has come up about the possible, assuming a ceasefire is arranged, the possibility of foreign, maybe European and other troops being deployed to secure a contact line or to secure a ceasefire. Let the audience know how you think about that. And before you answer, let me just share one German view. We have often, since the 1990s, Lindsay will remember this, we have often said, because Germany was always hesitant for historical reasons, in terms of deploying troops to foreign countries, we kept saying to ourselves, to our publics, in together, out together. If the US decides to go into Bosnia or Kosovo, we will be going with them. We said the same in the case of Afghanistan. But the out together was also important. In other words, if they leave, we leave. So if what I understand is that there is a desire by the Trump administration not even to consider the deployment of troops, okay, but would that not create, if we had European troops in some shape or form in Ukraine, would that not create a kind of a rather risky possibility, potential division, which maybe Putin could try to exploit?
One abstract level higher, what I think we all agree on, including the current US administration and the European side of NATO, is that whatever comes out of these peace negotiations has to be lasting. And that means that it has to be credible. And then, of course, the senator is right that there are many ways to organize that. But why is it so crucial that it is lasting? Because if it is only Ukrainians taking care of Ukraine post the peace deal, I don't think that is strong enough. And don't forget that one Xi Jinping, the first secretary of the Communist Party of China, is listening into these talks. And whenever President Trump and Zelensky and Putin and others would start these talks, there is one empty chair which is very much filled with this same one Xi Jinping, the first secretary of the Communist Party of China. And he will be watching. And if the outcome of these talks is a weak deal for the West, given the fact that North Korea, China and Iran are all involved in this, it will have a huge impact. I'm getting more phone calls these days from senior leaders in Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand, and from many allies in Europe. And by the way, I don't need more phone calls from allies in Europe. But just to sketch to you that they understand that the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific are connected. So we have to make sure that it is enduring, that it is lasting. And yeah, my problem is we are democracies. We discuss this all out in the open, but somewhere in Moscow with a small cigar in his hand is Vladimir Putin, listening probably now to this fantastic panel and thinking, okay, what can I learn from this? And what are they thinking in terms of how these security guarantees should look like? So I'm a bit hesitant to debate that all out in the open. But clearly what I said to the European colleagues yesterday, make sure that you come up with concrete proposals and get into the debate. That's important.
Great. We have something like 10 minutes left. Can I look around and invite people to, if you could be kind enough to identify yourselves. I know most of the audience, but not everybody by their names. So we'll look at the lady here. I think I know her name. Please, the microphone is coming.
Natalie Tocci. Question to the two senators. I'm just wondering if you could help us interpret a little bit what we heard yesterday. So up until yesterday, and I think the gist also of this panel was very much based on, and I think the Secretary General of NATO was reflecting that, on the one hand, Europe is attacked, starting from Ukraine, but not ending with Ukraine, so Russia, we get that. And the United States is, let's say, less interested in European security and certainly expecting Europeans to do more. We get that too. Now, what we heard yesterday was, I think, something different, which is actually this US administration is very interested in Europe, but it's interested in dividing Europe, in weakening Europe. So can you perhaps persuade us that that is a wrong interpretation? Thank you.
Okay.
Lindsay, you get to do this one.
Can we maybe take one or two more and then go back to the panel? There was one way back, lady back in the back, yeah. I think that's Svetlana, yeah, right.
Yes, Svetlana Zelishuk, Ukrainian politician. First of all, dear speakers, thank you so much for your leadership in supporting Ukraine. We very appreciate it. I have a question to Senator Graham. You suggested that Ukraine should be taken to NATO automatically if Putin will attack it again. But in my mind, it's a perfect reason for Putin not to stop the current war. So my question is, can you please give us like 3 very concrete points of what President Trump is ready to do now to stop the current war? Thank you.
Okay, and we'll take one more here from the first row, lady.
Thank you very much. I'm Sylvia Maru with CNBC. I have a question for Secretary General Mark Rutte. Good to see you again. I just would like to understand, where do you think we're going to land in terms of the next ceiling for defense spending? Because yes, we're talking about this, but let's not forget the fiscal position for many European countries is very weak at this stage, including for France. Thank you.
All right. Senator Shaheen, would you want to start?
Look, I can't speak to why the Vice President gave the speech that he gave, and I'm in the opposite party, so I don't necessarily have these conversations with the Trump administration. But I will say this. I think it is not a good strategy to attack our allies. One of the things that is a foundation of our security in the United States, and I think of the transatlantic alliance, is that we are allies and partners, and that it's one of the strengths of NATO, as we've all talked about. And so I think to attack our allies is not a good strategy, especially when we are under attack potentially by Russia and Vladimir Putin, when we are in this competition with China, both economic and military, and when we have nations like Iran that are inciting terrorists around the world that would attack us in the West, and with North Korea, which is developing a missile that will soon be able to reach the United States and all over the world. So I think our strength lies in working together, in doing everything we can to support democratic ideals, and I don't understand a strategy that says we should divide our allies and partners.
Thank you. What I like most is that Europe never criticizes Trump. You need to get Fox. So the point he's trying to make is that if you were at this conference this weekend, you thought it was Trump's fault that Ukraine got invaded. No. When he was president, they didn't get invaded because Putin's scared of Trump. That's a good thing. I think what JD is trying to tell folks here is that you need to understand Germany's going to have an election. There's going to be a pushback in Germany about out-of-control migration. The AfD, you know, making them go away is not the answer. Dealing with their underlying problem is probably the answer. Brexit. How did that happen? Too much. People feel like too much. You know, our society's changing too fast in all the wrong ways. I think that's something you need to hear from America. And I'm glad he said it. Now, as to Ukraine, the most important decision we will make as a group is how this war ends. Do you agree with that? If we don't get this right, there goes Taiwan. Question, should Japan be in NATO? Should South Korea be in NATO? Think about it. If we don't get it right, there goes Taiwan. If we get it right, we can reset and make the world a more stable place. Trump's the best person I know of to get it right because Putin's afraid of it. In 2008, Georgia, 2014, Ukraine, 4 years of Trump, nothing to Trump. You didn't start this war, but you got to end it. And you better end it well because it will be your legacy. And here's how to end it well. Not to humiliate Putin, but to make sure it never happens again. Integrate our economies. I urge you to do a mineral agreement with Ukraine so we'll have something of value and defend so the American people understand why Ukraine's important beyond just an idea. I'd urge you, Mr. President, in the next decade, sell them all the weapons they need, made in America, good for us, good for them, to make them so strong nobody in their right mind would do this again. I would urge you, Mr. President, if we can't reach consensus on NATO now, that we put on the table, Putin, if you don't want Ukraine in NATO, don't invade them. Because if you invade them, they're going into NATO. And if President Trump said that, it would be earth-shattering. So we got a chance here to end this war in a fashion to deter future aggression, because Xi will get away with as much as he can, as long as he can. And NATO needs to be thinking about what role should we play in Asia, if any. You've opened up an office. But I am worried that if we don't get Ukraine right, there goes Taiwan. I think if we get Ukraine right, that's the biggest thing we could do to help Taiwan of anything else. If we spend more now on the mutual defense of NATO nations, that will be seen by Xi as a warning sign that we're not going to take it anymore. I'm tired of worrying about being provocative to bad guys. I want them to fear us. If you don't fear Donald Trump, you're a little bit crazy.
Thank you. I agree. He is watching. And if we don't play this well, he might try something in the Pacific, which would destabilize the whole region. You're totally right. And we have to get this right. It has to be a good deal. To your question, yes, Trump, when he came on board, President Trump in his first term, he has very much been pushing for the Western Europeans to pay more. And he was successful. Because after 2014, the Welsh pledge, not a lot happened. It only started to take up after he became president. And there was a second impetus to doing more when Ukraine was invaded by Russia. So he is right that we have to do more, because it is simply not fair if Europeans, NATO countries are paying less for their collective defense than the US is paying for that. Because the US would also like to lower its taxes or to spend more on education or whatever you want to spend it on. And if the argument cannot be that we are so poor here, we are the richest part of the world, the money is there. That cannot be the problem. It is, of course, difficult decisions you have to take. But you are right that, of course, you have to do it not only because President Trump thinks it's fair, but because we have to realize that we have to defend ourselves. And we cannot defend ourselves in 4 or 5 years. We would stick to the 2%. What we now have in NATO is a process in place by which we come to joint conclusions on what the gaps are in terms of long-range missiles, in terms of our armies, in terms of our air and missile defense, in terms of our military mobility, and that will lead you to a number which is much, much more than 2%. The decision we will take as soon as we have agreed on those targets, but we are getting there. I assume we will do that in April, May, but it will be a number much more than 2%, and I have needed sometimes personal protection inside the room, if I made that point with some of my European colleagues, but luckily now 2 months onwards, I'm getting more and more support that is needed, that people see this, and of course they are still worried about how to find the money. And by the way, not only a new number, but also a credible path. Not just saying we will do it and then nothing happening after Wales. No, we need a credible path. And then to the defense industry production again, we have to ramp that up, including getting the latest innovations, etc., in the marketplace. And to the defense companies, I would say, I know you want 10-year contracts. That is absolutely impossible in the US system and in many other systems. But there is so much money floating around. Get in your extra production lines, get in your extra shifts. And to all of you, I would say, if you have a bank account, or if you have a pension, go to your bank, go to your pension fund and tell them there is a small difference between, on the one hand, illicit drugs and pornography, and on the other hand, investments in defense. But you still have to tell them that. So please help me there.
Great. I know you, Secretary General, have to go in like 1 minute, but let me push you on the path that you just mentioned. Are you prepared to offer to the audience your own thought on what kind of time frame you're looking at? Let's assume in 2025 we decide on 3.5, whatever %. By when?
We have to do it fast. You have a certain issue of absorption because you have to get the production up and you have to find the people. So probably you can take steps of 0.2, maybe 0.3% a year, but it means that you can get there fast. And it has to be credible and it will be tracked and traced. And I will be on the phone, and if you don't listen to me, I'm sure there will be somebody in Washington, a very nice man, calling you if you are not delivering on your commitment.
Great. Let's give a round of applause to a great panel. Thank you, Senator Shaheen. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I've got to run now.
You have to run. You have to.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Yes, that was great.
That was brief but good.
Yeah, I think
And to the point.
we got our, we made our.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Pleasure to be here in Munich and in this conference room. I suggest that I will start to deliver for 3-4 minutes the remark I have prepared, but obviously after that we will go into the Q&A session. So no doubt today I'm relieved that the ceasefire continued to hold in Gaza and that more hostages held in Gaza have been released earlier today. And I call once again for the release of all the hostages held in Gaza and for all the parties to fulfill their obligation, hoping that after the first stage of the ceasefire we will be able to go into the second and then to the third stage of the ceasefire. Now I will share with you an update on where the agency is operationally. As you know, our team continued to stay and deliver amid exceptional challenges in Gaza, in the occupied West Bank, including in Jerusalem. Our work in Gaza has contributed so far to the success of the ceasefire. We have, since January 19, reached 1.5 million people with food aid, and we have expanded healthcare, including the reopening of a health center, and we have increased the number of health points across the Gaza Strip. In fact, on a daily basis, we provide about 18,000 consultations a day. In the occupied West Bank, our staff remain on the ground. We are providing education for 50,000 girls and boys in our school, and our health center also remain open and they are running. Now, regarding the attack on the agency, including disinformation and misinformation, an issue I have raised more than one, there are concerted, as you know, there are concerted efforts ongoing with the aim to dismantle the agency, and among this effort there is a lot of disinformation. In fact, I believe that the agency is a casualty of this war. Now, I think you are journalists, in fact, checking facts and reporting through first-hand official sources is the basic premises of independent reporting, and this is particularly critical given the prolonged ban on independent international media in Gaza. And I really wish that you can do more to get into Gaza, to cover the untold stories and to verify information you receive. As you know, the agency has also been target of billboards and ads, commercial ads, accusing UNRWA of terrorism, and this billboard appeared in major cities, both in New York but also in Europe and in Australia. And this billboard were paid by the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You might also have noticed that there are Google ad campaigns would redirect those seeking information about the agency to websites replete with misinformation. I have to say that this is putting the life of the UNRWA staff at risk, especially in the West Bank, but also in Gaza, where 273 UNRWA staff have already been killed. As we know, I said it many times, the objective of these attacks on the agency is to strip the Palestinians of the refugee status. The right of Palestinian refugees to protection and assistance are, however, not derived from the UNRWA mandate. They exist independently of the agency. So what does it mean? If UNRWA ceases to provide services and assistance to Palestinian refugees, their right and their status of refugee will remain. But if that happen, there will be much greater emphasis on durable solutions like return or resettlement, which UNRWA is not mandated to deliver. So bottom line, dismantling the agency would only deepen the suffering of Palestinian refugees, but it will not cancel the refugee statute. So let me briefly go back to the situation on the ground. Since the ceasefire began nearly 1 month ago, significant progress has been made in the delivery of humanitarian aid. On average, and this is part of the agreement, there have been 500 to 600 trucks a day. This is 10 times more than before, and it really shows that where there is a will, a political will, there is a way to deliver. It is still not enough, obviously, to meet the immensity of the need of the population on the ground. The good news is that the UN and the wider humanitarian community have reduced the risk of famine and alleviated hunger. In the West Bank, violence is surging. It is underreported, with significant forced displacement and civilian suffering. At least 40,000 people were forced to flee refugee camps in the northern area, like Jenin, Tulkarem, and Nablus. We are recording an increase in the use of airstrikes, armored bulldozer, controlled detonation, and advanced weaponry by the Israeli forces. Attack and misuse of UNRWA facilities continues. Just last week, Israeli forces used the UNRWA Arub Camp Health Center just near Bethlehem as a temporary detention site during a search and arrest operation. This incident follows a pattern of forcible entries into UNRWA installation in the West Bank since October 23, over 190 of this incident by both Palestinian armed forces but also Israeli security forces. Palestinian armed groups are also increasingly active in the North and West Bank, deploying improvised explosive devices inside refugee camps, including near UNRWA facilities and civilian infrastructure. Now, going to the Knesset bill. The Knesset bill, which came into effect at the end of last January, covered two areas. One that bans UNRWA from working in Israeli territory, and according to the Israeli authority, that also include East Jerusalem. And the second law enforces a no-contact policy between UNRWA representative and Israeli authorities. The latter primarily impact our operation in the West Bank and Gaza, but it does not prevent our activities. Now, let me conclude by telling you basically what I'm telling to the participant of the Munich conference, which is also very much related to the situation in which the agency is. As you know, the agency financial situation is more precarious than ever. We operate from hand to mouth, and there is obviously very little visibility or clarity for the future. So we are, as an agency, at a key turning point, and I keep telling now member states, our partners, that we have a choice which lies ahead of us. We can allow UNRWA to implode because of the Knesset legislation and the suspension of funding by key donors. I believe if this would be the case, it would create a vacuum and potentially sow the seed for more despair and more extremism in the future. Or we can allow the agency to progressively conclude its mandate within a political framework and play a key role in the transitional process, including through handing over the agency public-like services to empower Palestinian institutions. And as you know, there are currently efforts led by a group of Arab countries supported by European countries to find such a political pathway, and within this framework, UNRWA will be considered as an asset to make such a transition a success. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner General. We are opening the floor for any questions. Our friend here, Corinne, will take your questions. So if you can please introduce yourself and which media outlet you work for, please.
Thank you for your remarks. Markus Bickel from Table Media in Berlin. Could you comment on what the plans for Gaza by US President Trump have an effect on your work and on the work of UN organizations in Palestine and Israel as such?
Well, it's difficult to comment on what the impact would be, because for the time being, it's an intent which is being shared. The plan is not implemented, but obviously, if such a plan would be implemented, I don't see any role for any UN agency in the context of Gaza. Now, you have heard our reaction about the plan, because the plan talks also about forcible displacement of Gazan from their homeland, which would be totally contrary to international laws. And this is clearly the position of the United Nations. There is other discussion taking place in the region, which is more related to a reconstruction of Gaza, which would be part of a broader political process promoting stability and peace in the region by addressing, in fact, the Palestinian question, by building up a Palestinian institution which would lay down the ground for a two-state solution.
Any other questions? Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Liz Palmer from CBS. A couple of things. Are you making plans to hand off a lot of your work to other agencies in the event that the Israeli government really lowers the boom and stops you from working? And if so, which ones? How are you preparing for it? And the second thing is, can you tell us a little more about the Palestinian organizations who may help in fulfilling those humanitarian duties, and how close are they to being able to operate? Because a real political solution that would, include naming a Palestinian authority in Gaza seems a very long way off.
On your first question, I think we have to understand what the agency is all about. It's primarily a human development organization which is tasked to provide public-like services in the absence of a functioning state for the Palestinian refugees. So our core activities are government-like activities. So ultimately, the substitute of the agency is and would be functioning public institution. And that's the reason why before I was referring to, building up the capacity of a future prepared and empowered Palestinian institution. There is absolutely no other UN agency which is geared to provide in the duration at this scope public-like services. The other UN agencies, when it comes to development, are either expert and advisor of a government or service provider with NGOs at a time of an acute humanitarian emergency. So when it comes to the acute humanitarian emergency, We are partnering with a broader UN family, with the other UN agencies. When it comes to food, we partner with the World Food Programme. They have also increased their supply chain. When it comes to medicine, we work very closely with the WHO or UNICEF, and so on. But none of these agencies are geared to provide these public-like services. Our staff, in reality, are like public civil servants. And I think here it's also important to understand that we have primarily teacher, nurses, engineers, and that the salary scale of our employees are aligned to the one of the Palestinian Authority and are absolutely not aligned to the national staff of any other UN agencies. So the short answer is increased partnership when it's for the acute humanitarian response, but when it comes to the core activities, the public-like services, the end goal is to have empowered public institutions. And that's how the agency can be replaced. Now, regarding Palestinian organization, Palestinian society, yes, this is part of a bigger plan when we talk about a genuine commitment to a political process, a genuine commitment to reform the Palestinian Authority, genuine commitment to build, empower all these capacities. An agency like ours can contribute when it comes to our core activities. We can help a Ministry of Education, we can help a Ministry of Health, we can help a Ministry of Social Affairs, for example.
Thanks. And just to clarify, Liz, that when it comes to salaries, we mean much less in comparison to other agencies.
That's what I think you understood, but thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, anyone else? Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm Gregor Meyer from the Landesspiegel Liechtenstein from Vaduz. What can the European states do, and what does the agency expect from the European states to support the agency's work?
Thank you. I think the EU member states can help to make sure that an agency like ours be part of a broader political framework, a political process which per nature would be transitional, and that would help the agency, in fact, to recover its temporary nature, but also to have an end goal. We should never ever forget that we are per nature normally a temporary organization which has lasted for 75 years. It has lasted for 75 years because of the absence of a political solution. Maybe, after what happened in the region, this should be a wake-up call to finally promote a political solution. And an agency like ours can be a valuable asset to make such a process a success. And I expect, and this was part of my discussion with the member states here, that both the European country, but also the Arab countries, make sure that the mandate of our agency, its mandate and its task be clearly delineated within such a process.
Yes, please.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Caitlin. I'm writing for the New York Review of Books. And you mentioned 273 staff have been killed. And I was wondering if you could speak about whether you think any of the efforts to hold the people responsible who signed off on those killings will be successful, and also if you're hearing discussions at the MSC around international humanitarian law and any countries that are showing particular leadership in trying to maintain some semblance of this, which has obviously been so decimated since the conflict began.
Thank you. I had a discussion with one of my colleagues recently, and we were trying to describe where we stand when it comes to, the international rule-based order. We have seen in this conflict, but we see it also elsewhere, the blatant disregard for any of the international norm. Red line are being pushed to the extent that international humanitarian law, the Geneva Convention, seem to become irrelevant, and there is a real danger. I think there is a danger that we enter a kind of a post-law without moral compass era. And what does it mean? That means that basically everything is possible. Now, I'm personally deeply concerned because what we have, the legacy of the Second World War, when it comes to the rule-based order, is at stake today. So, more broadly, and you feel it in the corridor of the Munich conference, there is a deep concern about what that means going ahead.
Okay, 2 questions. We start with the gentleman with the scarf. Yes. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. Hugo Dixon at Reuters. I wanted to ask you whether you're concerned that the ceasefire process will break down at some point, either now or at the next stage or at some other stage, and that we will be back to war in Gaza, and that if we go back to war in Gaza, that Israel may actually move to a more perhaps back to the first strategy they had at the beginning of the war, which was a total siege of Gaza, and whether you would be able to operate at all in such circumstances.
I think we are all very concerned about the future of the ceasefire. 3 stages have been agreed. It's time to focus now on the second stage. I think even a few days ago we did not know if it would hold until today. The good news is that it has, and the good news is that hostages have been released, detainees have been released, and we can go to the next phase. But the concern is definitely here. It's a ceasefire which has been described as being highly fragile. And let's go to the scenario that you are describing, a return to an all-at-war situation with a total sealing of the Gaza Strip would be an absolute disaster for the population there, and obviously operating would become absolutely impossible. Now, sealing Gaza means also weaponizing the humanitarian assistance to population in danger. I really hope that this is not the path that the event will take in the coming days and weeks, and that instead all the attention be put to consolidate the ceasefire, its second phase, its third phase, and that we can also focus properly on the political process. But the risk is here.
Yes, please.
Hi, that's Marmar Turel, writing for Responsible Statecraft. I have a question in terms of somehow like building on my colleague's question about European countries' stance on the issue. We obviously don't have time to follow all the conversations here, but it seems obvious that on the main stage, at least, Gaza has been far less of a topic this year. Yeah, and then also, I mean, we know that without funds coming from the US for UNRWA, but also for whole humanitarian aid effort, other countries should step up. Countries like Spain that may have supported UNRWA do not have the financial muscle to do that. In terms of like Germany, we don't know what to expect also from the next government. Friedrich Merz has said that they would not be arresting Netanyahu if he came here, and he has actually opened the doors for him to come. So I don't know if that's a statement out of UNRWA, but one could say there's some clues there. So what do you expect, regarding European countries and funding for humanitarian aid in Gaza? Thank you.
I expect that the European Commission, the European countries remain committed to the mandate that they are conferred to the agency through the UN General Assembly, mandate which has been, support which has been reconfirmed in November last year. So it is true, and you're right, that there is a lot of concern about the United States posture, not just with UNRWA, but more globally about their contribution and support to humanitarian aid. It is true also that a number of European countries are going through austerity budget, which is also impacting their overseas budget. So there is, I would say, a deep anxiety within the broader humanitarian and development community about the impact of the situation on the project, because at the end we are really talking about the well-being or the life-saving of millions of people across the world.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes. Okay. So last question, please.
Thank you. Wenzel Wiedenker from the publisher house Herde, Freiburg, Germany. I have a theoretical question. You mentioned your mandate is not to provide a political solution to the conflict, but only to uphold infrastructure where there is none. Would this, on the other hand, mean that UNRWA would support any political solution to the conflict, including a one-state solution, given the fact that most of the homes of the former Palestinians before 1948 now lie on Israeli soil, not on the soil of the West Bank?
It's a theoretical question, so theoretical answer. Indeed, UNRWA is not an instrument put in place by the international community to promote a political solution. We have been set up to provide critical services to one of the most destitute communities across the region, being the Palestinian refugees, until the day there is a lasting and fair political solution. It does not say two-state, three-state, one state. It's a lasting and fair political solution. So basically, if the outcome of a political process is the one you are describing, obviously there would be no raison d'être for an agency like ours.
Okay, thank you very much for coming.
Thank
Nice
you.
to see all of you, and we'll see you again soon.
Thank you.
conference, anchor of CNBC, Sylvia Amaro.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to see so many people joining me here today, and I am delighted to introduce the next discussion where we're going to be assessing, really, Europe's place in the world. In order to do that, I'm delighted to welcome on stage the German Minister for Foreign Affairs, Annalena Baerbock. Please. The UK's Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, as well. Radosław Sikorski, the Minister for Foreign Affairs from Poland. And last but not least, Jean-Noël Barrot, the Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs from France. Right, I would like to start today's conversation with one comment, and you will understand in just a second why I am bringing this up. Right now, it's not clear whether Europe will even have a seat at the table when the war against our country ends. Will President Trump listen to Europe, or will he negotiate with Russia and China without Europe? Ladies and gentlemen, these words were of President Zelensky just a couple of weeks ago at the World Economic Forum. And here we are today, a 90-minute phone call later, and after a fiery speech by the Vice President of the United States on this stage. So I would like to start the conversation, perhaps getting your thoughts, Minister Baerbock, on how are you feeling about this? So many moving pieces. Do you think the Europe as a continent is facing an existential crisis?
Good afternoon, everybody. Pleasure being here, and thank you all for coming to Munich. Well, this is an existential moment, and it's a moment where Europe has to stand up. And we have showed 3 years ago where everybody underestimated Europe as well, especially the Russian president, thinking that he would just invade Ukraine and everybody would keep it silent, that we didn't repeat the mistake from 2014 before. But we said, now is our answer, that Europe has to be strong and bold, and that we, besides all the differences we have, we stand united. And now, 3 years later, we are at exactly the same moment again. Our answer to others, my nation first, is Europe united. A generation, and my responsibility as a politician is that it's not a shed peace, but it's a peace that lasts also for our children, that the war of aggression will never come back to Europe, and this is what we are fighting for, this is what we are standing for, and this is why we formed a security package which has been unseen in the past. Commissioner von der Leyen mentioned that yesterday, financially also continuing with defense capabilities, and we will stay with Ukraine as long as it needs, because we stand for European peace forever. Thank you.
You can applaud. I just would like to clarify, when you think about how Europe at this stage is not around the table in terms of peace negotiations for Ukraine, what is your strategy? How can you put the continent at the table and make the United States president listen to what you want from these peace negotiations?
Well, we are here, and we will not leave our own continent. And I can only repeat, there won't be any lasting peace if it's not a European agreed peace. And yes, we have heard here a speech on this stage yesterday. And I want to be crystal clear. This is a moment of truth. Everybody in the world has to decide whether you stand on the side of the free world or you stand on the side of those who fight against the free world. And we are standing here on the side of the free world. And speaking for my own country, yeah, we are so lucky, my generation, that our allies, the US, but also our Polish partners, France and UK, they have brought democracy to my country. And we call it wehrhafte Demokratie, resilient democracy, meaning if you're resilient, you fight against the enemies of your democracy. And our biggest enemy, and this is where I might disagree with the speech from yesterday, our biggest enemy at the moment is Putin's Russia, because he has declared war on our European peace and on our European democracy. And this is why my oath I swore as a politician in a democracy of Europe is to defend this democracy against the enemies from outside, but also to defend it against the enemies from inside. This is also called wehrhafte Demokratie, resilient democracy. If radical extreme right or Islamistic structures are calling on a fight against our democracy, Europe is strong enough to defend it from inside. And this is again the moment where you have to pick a side for the free and liberal world, the world of democracy. And this is what Europe is all about.
Minister Sikorski, I'll come to you then, because obviously the words from the Vice President was very much the threat is from within, but the Minister is highlighting that it's actually an external pressure. How do you assess this? Where is actually the threat?
In Poland, we have no doubt that the threat to Europe, to liberal democracy, to decency comes from Putin's Russia. Numerous war crimes have been committed. Vladimir Putin is an indicted war criminal, and he's also made Russia more authoritarian than the late Soviet Union. There are now more political prisoners in Russia than under Brezhnev. Coming back to your earlier question, I'm not too worried about Europe not having been consulted before the core. I think the core was a mistake. I argued against an early summit because it vindicates President Putin and lowers morale in Ukraine. But when President Trump says that as part of a deal there will have to be European troops, well, we'll have to be asked to supply them. So sooner or later we'll have to be involved. But in a broader sense, this is a crisis and a result of Europe having consumed peace dividend for too long. In Poland, we've had a super law guaranteeing the defense ministry 2% of GDP for 20 years. We are now at 4.7 because we are scared enough. And lastly, President Trump has a method of operating which the Russians called razvedka bojem. Reconnaissance through battle. You push and you see what happens, and then you change your position. Legitimate tactics. And we need to respond. And I'm very glad that President Macron has called our leaders to Paris tomorrow, and I expect them to relate to this in a very serious fashion.
One of the comments from President Macron actually has been that we can't just buy we can't just buy external defense. He has a very strong opinion towards buying more European defense. But how can you, Minister Barrot, actually ask your European colleagues to buy more European defense? Because some of them believe that the way to convince Donald Trump is actually to have further deals.
Well, let me first try to fight against some form of Euro-bashing or Euro-pessimism. We here on stage, and many of us, are proud to say that we believe that Europe is a superpower. Europe is the place where COVID-19 has been fought against the most effectively. Europe is the continent that has pushed back against a full-scale invasion by Russia that was supposed to be the greatest military power of the world, and that has failed to achieve its goals. And as far as technology is concerned, where Europe has been seen for a long time as lagging behind, I cannot help but notice that last week, this week in Paris, on Monday, 300 billion actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris, on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris, on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris, on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris, on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris, on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris, on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris, on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris, on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris, on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris, on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris, on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris, on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris, on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris, on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris, on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity. This week in Paris on Monday, $300 billion, actually north of $300 billion, were committed by investors from all around the world into Europe to develop massive computing power capacity.
Guarantees we have to mean it.
Minister Baerbock, you also want to comment on this.
Yes, and maybe connect again with your first question, because you said, as if it is already written in stone, yeah, who's at the table and who's not at the table. The talks here at the Munich Security Conference, and this is why we are all here, speaking in times of crisis is most importantly, we have heard, especially as Europeans, and you asked David about EU. I mean, we are sitting here as Europeans, EU plus UK, and there's no differentiation between us here. We made that clear in Paris 2 days ago in a common statement. And what we have heard here as Europeans altogether is that there are different thoughts from the American side. We read many things in the newspaper, heard here also in our discussions that this was not meant or is not true or whatsoever what has been written in newspapers, but kind of it doesn't matter because reality is on the ground. And this is why the moment for us Europeans is so important, what we have said for 3 years' time. We have elements for peace on the table. It's not that we haven't spoken about peace. The most easy way out is that Putin understands this was a big mistake, bringing thousands of deaths to its own country. I withdraw my troops. If this element is not possible at the moment, we have to look at other elements. But the most important one is not to withdraw some elements right now and say they are not on the table anymore, because then your options are very limited. And also think about what would peace mean, not only for Ukraine, but for Moldova, for the Baltic states, for whole Europe. What would a peace mean if the peace is not a peace for NATO? I mean, Putin has made very clear this is not only a war on Ukraine, this is most of all a war on NATO, on the Europeans, on the Americans and the free world. So a peace would mean that at the end NATO is not being destroyed, but like now NATO is stronger than ever before. And we celebrated 75 years of NATO altogether and remembered the quotations in Washington with Truman citing, this alliance is there, that politicians can focus on the real things of life, that people can go to school, that they have a decent life, that they can have a life where they care for the families. And if this is the idea also for the new US administration, the best thing would be to remember Truman, that the alliance has to be strong. And this is why also you asked now at the end, in Washington, D.C., we all together declared the pathway for Ukraine lies into the way into NATO, and nobody from us has taken it off the table. And therefore, it's, for me, very important to say right now, it would be even the cheapest way if there is this NATO option on the table, because as has been said, if we employ thousands of soldiers, this costs a lot of money. If we are saying we have to increase the military support for Ukraine so much, it costs even more money. So if we are talking business, and if we are talking money and deals, the question, what would be the best, and therefore also the best win for us all, has more dimension than just a deal which lasts 3 weeks long, and then it's nothing worse anymore.
Minister Baerbock, I also would like to ask you to comment on the earlier comments from Minister Barrot regarding spending on European defense. He made the comment that it's important to tell European voters, I should say, that there's jobs that will be created, that we're spending more on defense, but there's a reason also for the Europeans to do so. What are your thoughts on that?
That we have done a lot. But, and this is nothing new within the last 72 hours, we have said, like 2 years ago, last year here at the Security Conference, I was on stage, I was saying, Europe has to pay way more for its own peace. We have to increase the European pillar within NATO. We did that. We are in total together the biggest donor. David has the exact numbers, 65% of the whole support from European Union, because it's not only military, it's the support of all the Ukrainian refugees in our countries. It's the support with reconstruction of schools, from electricity sites, from hospitals on the ground. So altogether we are already the biggest donor. Is it enough? No, because obviously people are suffering still in Ukraine. So this is why we said here again at this Munich Security Conference, Europe has to do more and Europe will do more because it's about our peace. But the peace is more acceptable to come if there is this big unity with the United States, but not only with them. I greeted some colleagues and friends here from the Arab world in the first row. We met yesterday also and in Paris before at a big conference with Arab partners, with Gulf partners. I mean, Putin has also lost on this front. There are more than 140 states overall in the world who all say, if we have to pick a side, we are not picking the side of the aggressor, but of peace, because they know that peace also for the Middle East is interrelated to peace in Europe. Russia has fled Syria. So the question, what is the role in Europe, has big consequences also in the Arab world. So also the Gulf countries are very keen on this message. So we have to use this power now all together, and do not forget, and I would like to quote Zelensky here, I think it was very important, if you're not standing with Brussels, you are standing with Moscow. And if you're standing with Moscow, obviously also in another capital, in Beijing, people are also very happy. So in an interconnected world, the peace is interconnected all over.
Foreign Secretary, I would like to also perhaps elaborate on this and tell us, where do you think about how to forge new relationships going forward, given all of the pressures that the continent is facing? How do you deal, for instance, vis-à-vis with China?
Well, before I come to China, let me just say on this panel what you've got. You've got Germany undertaking a Zeitenwende, transforming their military capability, and I'm sure you'll see increased capability over this next decade and this next period. You've got Poland with one of the largest armed forces here in Europe. And obviously with France and the UK, you've got Europe's 2 nuclear powers, and you've got 50% of Europe's military capability combined. So that Europe can do this, of course we can. And let us be clear, because all of us as foreign ministers have, how can I put it, detailed conversations with our treasury departments. And one of the messages that we're deadly serious about is, if Ukraine were to fail, the costs would be considerably more. We were spending on average 77% of our GDP on defense in the Cold War and upwards. So don't think that actually not meeting the challenge now somehow saves us money down the line. So we're absolutely clear about that. But of course, in this new era, this new challenging geopolitical era, with challenges in the Middle East, we've been at other forums discussing what are the security guarantees that go forward in Gaza, for example. We've been on forums discussing the huge challenges in Sudan, the huge concerns we've got about this emerging crisis between the DRC and Rwanda. And then, of course, the meeting I had just before coming to the Munich Security Conference was with the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Li, raising real issues about why it is that there are Chinese companies providing dual-use technology that's assisting Russia to kill people on the European continent. And these are very serious questions. So we recognize that there's a pacing concern also in the Indo-Pacific and rising tensions in the China Seas particularly. All of that requires capability. All of that requires the Transatlantic Alliance. All of that requires new formulas, actually, as we forge new alliances with countries like Japan, South Korea, and Australia, and others. And so all of that is a demand that we have to meet combined and together.
Minister Pahu, I would like to also get a thought from you in terms of the new relationships that you could forge. And I would like to bring up to the table the question of Mercosur. Is this a time where you should actually be negotiating further trade deals with other parts of the world to make sure that you have other allies, stronger allies, given that maybe you can't rely so much on the United States?
Great question. But before that, what I would like to share, as I was listening to my colleagues with whom I agree 100%, is that perhaps one of the the largest challenge for Europe in building up this independence in terms of security is to bringing on board our public opinion. You see, the discussions that we've had throughout this conference, they're conversations between people that are fully aware about the level of the threat. But when I go back to my country, whether it's in cities or in the countryside, the level of awareness of our co-citizens is much, much, much lower. I would even suggest that the Munich Security Conference tours the schools in order to raise this awareness, because we will need to get our people who have lived during this era of peace dividends without caring about security, to shift their perspective on how we even build our national budget to make the sacrifices and efforts that will be requested in order to build our autonomy in terms of security. Because we mentioned innovative funding for defense, but debt will be needed, but will not solve all. Will not be a substitute for the efforts that we will need to make if we want to meet the challenges ahead of us. Now, talking about trade, I think for a starter that no one around the globe should consider entering into a trade war with Europe and with the EU, because there is so much to lose. In fact, the US themselves, last time they started a trade war, mostly against China, but we got our share of this trade war. They basically lost. They got hurt more than they hurt the people that they were targeting with that trade war. So everyone should think twice before waging a trade war with the EU and, in fact, with the rest of the world. If the EU is the subject of the trade war, wherever it may come from, the EU will retaliate. We've done it in the past, we'll do it again. We'll defend our interests. In fact, we've built up some very powerful instruments that should deter anyone from waging a trade war, and if this deterrence is not enough, then we will retaliate if our interests are at stake. But of course, it's not enough to deter and to retaliate. We need to diversify our relationships, and there is the whole world that awaits for the EU to build stronger trade relationships. In fact, the European Commission, the entire Commission, will be traveling to India at the end of the month to see how we can step up our cooperation in terms of trade. You mentioned Latin America, and indeed, we need to build a stronger relationship with these countries. And I'm thinking also the Indo-Pacific region, where many countries want to establish with European countries, both at the bilateral level, but also at the European, at the sort of collective level, stronger partnerships and relationships that will make us thrive and that will not drag us into a war that we don't want to wage, a war between the US and China. So this diversification is something we support. We're working at it at the bilateral level, and we'll support it at the European level as well.
I want to open up the floor for questions. So please raise your hands if you would like to ask a question to our panelists. We have one question here, a second there, and the third there.
Hi, hello. Katarzyna Pisarska, I'm the chair of the Warsaw Security Forum from Poland. First of all, thank you really for showing huge unity. I think it's really heartwarming to see how much energy and time you have, all four of you, but not only spent to support Ukraine, especially in the last few days. But I do want to challenge you a bit. I want you to imagine that you have Donald Trump sitting here. And I want to hear, what would you tell him? What is the leverage of Europe on these peace negotiations? What will we bring to the table in a positive manner? But also, as you, Minister Barrot, talked about trade wars, you were very decisive. We will respond if this is not goes the way we want. How could we say this to Americans on the Ukrainian issue? What type of leverage can we get to Ukraine for it to be able to negotiate with Putin and with Trump if that is the necessity? Thank you.
Right, we'll take a second question, perhaps shorter one, so we make sure that we get to hear from all of our panelists. Yeah, lady over there, please. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Federica Onori, member of the Italian Parliament. Thank you very much for your interventions. A small provocative question for Minister Baerbock, if I can. Minister Baerbock, in light of what is happening right now, so the attitude of new administration of Donald Trump and how things look like are going to develop, do you think it was a mistake not to send Taurus missile to Ukraine? Thank you.
We'll start with this for now, given we have too much time left. What would you say to Donald Trump, Minister Sikorski? we have more chairs. We have more chairs.
I would tell him three things. Number one, Joe Biden was your successor and predecessor, but he planted the flag of the United States in downtown Kiev and declared on behalf of the United States that the US will be with Ukraine for as long as it takes until Ukraine secures its independence. Therefore, the credibility of the United States depends on how this war ends. Not just the Trump administration, the United States itself. I would secondly tell him that if you allow Putin to vassalize Ukraine, that'll send a message to China that you can recover what you regard as a renegade province. And that would have direct consequences for US grand strategy, for the US system of alliances, and possibly for the future of Taiwan. And I would thirdly tell him that we Europeans control the Nobel Peace Prize. If you want to earn it, the peace has to be fair.
Very clear. Foreign Secretary, perhaps, what would you tell President Trump if he was sitting right there?
Look, I hesitate to answer that question directly because I've already had dinner with President Trump and we had a good discussion, and I think there are meetings ahead of us. I will say to Trump what I said to the Ukrainians. The UK has just signed a 100-year partnership with Ukraine. And I would encourage Donald Trump and the Ukrainians to look very carefully at a deepening partnership over the next generations. Why? Because the best deal and the best security guarantee is binding US industry, business, defense capability into their future. That is what will make Putin sit up and pay attention, and that is what is attractive to a US president who knows how to get a good deal.
Minister Baho.
So I would tell him to make America great again. And America has never been so great than when it participated and contributed decisively to the international order. And it has never been as great as when it fought for freedom. And in fact, Europe and France have never been as great as when they fought for freedom, including in the US. And that's the story of Lafayette, and that's the story of the American fighters that liberated France and Europe, and that we celebrated this year on the 80th anniversary of the liberation of France. And we will be standing by the US when they exercise this greatness and when they contribute to the peace and freedom throughout the world. I think these are the moments in history when they were really and truly and genuinely great.
And Minister Baerbock, what would you say to President Trump, and also to address the question on why Germany didn't send specific support to Ukraine?
Because Europe is 100% united, I would not add something new from Germany. I would say keep on going to dinners with David Lamy. Maybe next time you play golf as well. This would be my recommendation for David. Remember what Jean-Noël Barrot has said to you about make the US great again. and always listen to Poland and don't repeat the German mistakes that we didn't listen carefully enough when they warned us about Nord Stream 2. So remember what Poland has told them. It's Europe deciding about the peace prize, and it's Europe deciding about our peace on our continent. And if this doesn't help, I would underline that maybe the strongest guy is not the one who needs to kidnap children from another territory, but strength is to build the future for your own children and for your own country. And due to that, this comes to the question of Taurus. I've made clear all over this last 3 years that we need European unity, and this is why I also argued in Germany that I think it was a very good decision of our other European friends and partners that when we all have been to Ukraine, we all saw, and I saw it with my own eyes and felt it with my own eyes in Kharkiv, when they told me security answer is you just count until 45, and when you have reached 50, you're still alive and everything is fine, because also all the Patriot systems, all the IRIS-T Germany has delivered will not bring down these rockets if they are coming directly from Russia, and Kharkiv is just next to it. And this is why I agreed with my European partners that it's very important that the supply chain has to be also attacked, and that they don't have to wait until the rocket flies and hits a children's hospital, but that defense means that you can also shoot it down before it hits your citizens. And I'm very hopeful that at this crucial time we are in here right now, where we have heard also from German opposition leader running for chancellor and from the current chancellor that they both said we have to do more financially supporting Ukraine, that also afterwards that there is an agreement, we have to be 100% aligned on all the defense issues we're doing together as Europeans.
We don't have much time left, so I just would like to get one quick final thought from all of you. I think it's fair to say that you have a lot of work ahead. But what is going to be your first priority, Foreign Secretary, when you arrive back in London after the conversations you had at the Munich Security Conference? What is the one thing you want to focus on?
Well, I know that we will be meeting to discuss further, alongside our American friends, the issue of security guarantees. There's great depth that we've got to reach, and that is an issue that we've discussed here, and we'll be working very hard to ensure that Ukraine is in the strongest possible position if and when those negotiations begin.
Minister Barrot.
So, of course, we'll do the follow-up of all the discussions we've had throughout this great conference, thanks to the organizers. And then we'll head to G20, which will this year be a G19, actually, and see how it goes.
Speaking of Gs, do you think that Russia should be allowed back at the G7?
That's a question for Annalena.
It's a question for France, too.
Women decide all here on this panel.
I think she should be admitted as soon as she withdraws from Ukraine.
Original. And Minister Baerbock, on a final thought, what is your priority after you leave Munich?
Well, answering it, again, I'm following Poland. I mean, there was a reason why it's not G8 anymore, but G7, because Putin's Russia, and I underline Putin's Russia. It's not about the citizens of Russia, and I just saw our friend Navalny here sitting here. Yeah, there are people in Russia praying every day again that peace will come back and also liberty for all of them. So we made crystal clear, when this Russia under Putin attacks all the other sevens in the group, they cannot sit at the table. If they are ready to stop attacking us, the free world, obviously there is a chair which is free again. So it is in the hands of the aggressor, and this is why for us it's so clear that at this moment, obviously, the chair is not there. With regard to what do I do when I go back? Well, I'm already in my country, so I go back to election campaigning, obviously. But I'm a diplomat here on the panel, but I would like to underline this as well. This is a hybrid warfare. This is a hybrid warfare where Russia is not only attacking Ukraine. We have seen this in all the European elections in our continent. We have seen it also again in the German elections, that there is interference and that a support of an extreme right party in Germany is no coincidence, but it's part of this hybrid war strategy. He has said that publicly. So what is the thing I'm doing next? Doing everything I can that we form with all the democratic parties together in Germany a government which is standing up for our peace and having a strong Brandmauer against those fighting peace and freedom and democracy in Europe.
Minister Barrot, she has answered. France is also a member, so should Russia be allowed back at the G7?
Well, you know, this is European unity, so I'm not going to give a different answer. And it's true that we're not at war against the Russian people. We're pushing back against a regime that sees itself as a new empire, that considers borders as a variable of adjustments, and this is everything we lose because we've contributed alongside the US in building a rule-based international world order that rests on the ability and the freedom of people to decide of their own future and in the territorial integrity and the respect of borders. And so as long as the Russia in the future goes back to these principles, there is no reason to exclude Russia from the international community and the various formats in which we work to uphold the values of this international community.
Very clear. I'm afraid we have to leave the conversation there, but thank you to all of you, Minister Baerbock from Germany, Mr. Shiroski, Minister Barrot, and of course the Foreign Secretary David Lammy. Thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program in the main conference hall will continue at 4:30 p.m. with a panel discussion, Trade, War and Peace, Safeguarding Economic Ties. Ladies and gentlemen, the program in the main conference hall will continue at 4:30 p.m. with a panel discussion, Trade, War and Peace, Safeguarding Economic Ties and its rising competition. Ladies and gentlemen, will continue at 4:30.
Good afternoon. If you would like to welcome today's panelists for this panel on trade war, if you could join me in welcoming to the stage Robert Habeck, the Vice-Chancellor of Germany and Federal Minister for the Economy and Climate Action. We have Minister Mélanie Joly, the Canadian Foreign Affairs Minister. We have Commissioner Maros Sefcovic from the European Commission, Executive Vice President. We have Ambassador John Huntsman, former governor. And we have Senator Andy Kim from the United States. Fantastic. Look, tariffs are very much suddenly in the news. In the last 26 days, I think we've seen the word tariff used more on the front pages of newspapers than almost ever before. It's 26 days since the inauguration of the new president in the United States. And in those 25 days, we've seen the announcement of a 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico and China. We've seen 10% tariffs applied to China. We've seen a 25% tariff on steel and aluminum, or aluminium, where I come from, with no exemptions. We've seen a plan launched for reciprocal tariffs from the United States, tariffs on automobiles from the 2nd of April, and reviews into whether further tariffs should occur to countries unfairly taxing US companies. That's a lot of talk about tariffs. Now, we all know that for the new president in the United States, tariffs are both an expression of the injustice that he feels the United States suffers as other countries take advantage of its more open economy, as he sees it, as well as, in his words, a great lever to get a better deal from other countries. And he's not entirely wrong on both of those. If you take the case of India, with average trade-weighted tariffs of 12%, while the US has 2.2%, it does look unfair to some in the US. And the announcement of his tariffs has led to a rapid negotiation where India has agreed to slash duties on everything from Harley-Davidson motorcycles onwards, and also agreed to start importing more US oil and gas. The European Union, and we'll hear more about it, is thinking about reducing car tariffs and also about the supply of oil and gas to Europe from the United States. So what I'd like us to look at today with this brilliant panel is how serious is this, and how is it that other countries should respond to it? And I'd like to start with you, Robert, Vice-Chancellor of Germany, Federal Minister for Economic Affairs and Climate Action. You've got a big portfolio. You've got an election coming up very soon. I'm sure we're all wishing you luck with the election. But you're sitting in a Munich security conference where, frankly, we're all staggering from one existential deep dive crisis to the next. Whether it's the existential crisis of AI becoming within 2 or 3 years out of human control, whether it's China, whether it's US unilateral action, whether it's Russia, war and conflict, it does feel dizzying, and it feels as though climate and the acceleration towards the tipping point is now lost in all of that. Could you put it in context for us and tell us, does the tariff war matter?
I understand your question, but it actually does not make me feel dizzy, because from my reading, there's a story behind all the different stories that you mentioned, and that could explain the real struggle of our time. And you're right, this is kind of like a dark Munich security conference, similar to, we discussed it briefly when we were behind the scenes, similar to the 2022 conference that was just a week or so before Russia's aggression on Ukraine. And like that, everyone at least get a sense of urgency that it could happen, and now, in a way, it's happening also now here on this Munich Security Conference. My reading of all the different aspects is that we are living in times where autocracies are trying to push liberal democracies, individual rights, and the freedom back again. See, what is climate action all about? It's not about climate. It's about protection of freedom of the coming generations, and I would say due to the extreme weather outcomes now in our time. What is the war in Ukraine about? It's not about only territory in Donbass. It's about not giving the Ukrainians the right for free choice of their own fate, becoming part of the European Union. What is the aggressive market action really about? It's about not having rules-based order. So you see, the story behind all the different problems, including climate action, is that unlimited power stands against a rules-based system, a freedom order, peace order in Europe, a democratic order in liberal democracies, and that the powerful has not unlimited access to power. That is what democracies are really about, and therefore I have to say that the speech of Vance yesterday has made one big mistake, and that was, I quote from my mind, that the will of the people decides in democracy. But the liberal democracies that we built, and actually the Americans built in the past decades, is that rules-based order, that constitutional system is limiting power. And that is under attack. From climate action to the war in Ukraine to what we are seeing now and the rise of right-wing populistic parties in our liberal democracies. They all have one sense, one common sense. They want to have unlimited power. And that is the story behind all the different problems we are facing from my point of view. And therefore, this security conference is really at the heart of the debate.
Thank you so much, Vice-Chancellor. So for you, the essence is unilateral action by the United States, and the tariffs are just one instance of that.
That is what they're saying, and as a European and a German politician, I have to say the wrong answer would be that we would answer from America first, with Germany first, or Canada first, or France first. We need to unite. So it's Europe united. That is the right answer to these national nations first. And then, of course, we have to cooperate as the liberal democracies to defend a system where conflicts are solved by dialogue, by consensus, but this is under attack, and of course this means that we have to strengthen our back and not lay back, and especially as Europeans we have to focus on our own strength, and focus means not saying the 10th time, oh no, this is the wake-up call. I mean, the wake-up call was 3 years ago, and it was actually 10 years ago, and Donald Trump first was there. We don't need any wake-up calls. We need now action in all kinds that are in all fields that are necessary to prove that liberal democracies are capable of solving their own problems and increasing economic growth and having their own techniques and not relying on Elon Musk all the time.
Brilliant. So hang together, not separately. Minister Mélanie Joly, you were nodding vigorously as Robert Habeck said that. As Canadian Foreign Minister, you have been right at the front line, the first to be challenged with 25% tariffs. How are you is Canada getting the support from other countries to give life to this vision that Vice-Chancellor Habeck is telling us, like hold together, be collective, or not?
Well, I think that everybody is shocked that Canada is going through that right now. But at the same time, I think that, just to give a bit of context to everyone here, we're the closest friend and the best ally of the United States, period. The best neighbor they could ever have, 5,000 kilometers of undefended border, a very secure and strong border. And we are the biggest client of the United States. We buy from the US more than China, Japan, France, and the UK combined. There are millions of jobs in the US and, of course, in Canada that are linked. We are extremely integrated in terms of our own economy. And we provide a lot of energy to the US. Oil and gas, fertilizers, so potash, uranium for their nuclear sites, hydroelectricity, and of course, everything linked to uranium. So I've said uranium, potash, and hydroelectricity and oil and gas. So ultimately, there is an interdependency between the US and Canada. But when we hear 25% tariffs, it's an existential threat, because this would account on hundreds of thousands of jobs in Canada being lost and higher unemployment rate coming from our best friend and best ally. So we have experience dealing with President Trump. We went through the renegotiation of NAFTA, which is called the USMCA. What we know is when President Trump talks, you have to listen, and you have to make sure that you are abiding by what he's saying, in the sense that you have to take him seriously. But what President Trump respects is strength. So from the moment that we were imposed 25% tariffs based on the fact that there was a fentanyl crisis in the US coming from Canada, let's go back on facts, 1% of fentanyl in the US comes from Canada, 1% of illegal migrants in the US come from Canada. So we had a very strong border plan. We made sure to engage with the Trump administration. We presented how we would make sure that the border would be secure. We had many allies in the Republican Party, many allies, of course, with the Democrats. And ultimately, what made a big, big change is when we said, you know what? $155 billion worth of tariffs against the US. And you saw the US markets tanking, and you saw also potentially the price of gas going up. So my point to all of you is we're the canary in the coal mine. If the US administration is doing that to Canada, you're next. And we need to work together on this. And what I saw when it comes to, you were talking about the rise of populism, and I think our people in Canada reacted so strongly to the fact that we were so strong. My party used to be 25% back in the polls. Within a week, we're nearly at par with the opposition. Because Canadians are afraid, are anxious, and love the fact that we're standing strong. So,
and Minister, could I ask you,
yes.
is your assumption that in 30 days the issue will have disappeared, or do you think in 30 days there'll be another demand with the same threat? After all, it is just a sort of stay of execution at the moment.
So we're dealing with 3 executive orders. You mentioned the first one being linked to fentanyl and the border, and it's us and Mexico. You've mentioned also the one on aluminum and steel. And this is about great American steelworkers. This is about great Canadian steelworkers. We're linked. We're integrated. If they put tariffs on them, on our exports, basically, they're affecting jobs in the U.S. Mm-hmm. And we have Chinese, tariffs on China. We don't accept any form of dumping from China neither. So I think that so that's the second executive order. And the third one is the April 1st delay on the executive order that was signed on Inauguration Day, which is about studying the entire trade relationship the U.S. has with every single trade partner. There are 500 public servants in Washington working on this right now.
And what do you need other countries to do? You're sitting in the heart of Europe today.
Yeah.
What is it that you need the EU to do?
We need to coordinate.
Okay.
We presented already a first list of $30 billion worth of tariffs. We need to make sure that we work together, because ultimately none of us will change the perception of President Trump. The only people in the world that will make sure that tariffs are not imposed are American people themselves. And when they understand that this is affecting the gas, at the pump, or when they understand that it's ultimately much more costly at the grocery store, they'll say enough. So that's why we need to work together to make sure ultimately that I think our arguments prevail.
Thank you so much, Minister. And we're going to get that US perspective in just a moment. But first, I would like to come to Maros Sefcovic, the first Vice President of the European Commission. This morning, Mario Draghi wrote in the FT that this is a wake-up call. Yes, I'm sorry, Vice-Chancellor. He did use the words wake-up call to Europe. His point was that the internal barriers within the European Union, the IMF calculates, are equivalent to a 45% tariff within the European Union. So in a way, his message is, we've got to, as Europeans, we've got to get out of our own way before we blame the US for tariffs. Is he right, or is he missing something? And what's going to make the difference now? What's your most optimistic scenario for Europe in this period of huge Euro pessimism?
Thank you very much for that question. I think that it's very interesting from the academic perspective, but I think whatever our discussion on the single market in the European Union is, there is, I would say, absolutely no reason whatsoever to go after us with 25% tariffs on the steel and aluminium, to put into the danger what is the most massive, biggest trade relationship on this planet, 1.6 trillion euros of trade turnover every year, 4 billion of goods and services flying over the Atlantic every single day. The fact that Europeans from their pension funds and saving accounts are sponsoring scaled-up startups, NASDAQ companies to the tune of 300 billion in the United States. And to kind of put it under the question mark because of trade deficit, which we calculate goods and services is somewhere in the realm of 50 billion, 3% of our turnover. And our trade relationship is so massive that if we start to tinker with it, it would have clearly negative impact on the whole world. It will bring the negative consequences, I would say, for the whole planet. And as also our president said yesterday, I mean, the tariffs are taxes on Americans. They are making, I would say, their life worse off. It costs more to get the goods into the supermarket. It has negative impact on the inflation. And I think that even President Trump acknowledged that the tariffs might be painful, I think he said at the beginning. So I am asking my American partners, why do we have to go through this pain? If there are other issues on the table, let's sit together, let's resolve it. If the 50 billion is a problem, if the cars are the problem, if the soybeans are the problem, if the LNG is the problem, anything you want to discuss, we are ready to discuss it, because we believe that as the closest allies, and I agree with our Canadian minister that Canadians and Europeans are the best allies Americans have, and I think it's very important in this fragmented world which we are discussing yesterday, today, and I'm sure tomorrow. So why to go through this I would say very, very complex process which would lead to the increased tension? And coming to the Mario Draghi, as you know, he presented rather dense report about the flaws, shortcomings, and where we should put the European focus on, and we are absolutely on it. So, I mean, you would, and I believe that Robert would agree with me, the word competitiveness was never more often used in any of the European documents and conclusions than it is right now. And I was presenting on Tuesday the work program of the Commission for the next year, where I would say the even bigger part than what we want to do was about what we want to simplify, how we want to cut the red tape, how we want to make sure that we will not bring such administrative burden on our farmers, on our industrialists. And you are right that if it comes to the barriers on the internal market, we had very difficult choices to make over the last 5 years. We had a COVID. We had the war, and we still have a war in Ukraine, and we had energy crisis. And we had to be almost in permanent emergency mode. And we wanted our member states to do a lot. But we didn't want to combine this emergency and urgency mode with running after them with infringements, with pushing them into the very difficult situation because it was tough for everyone. But we realized that we need to reinvigorate our single market. Indeed, there are still a lot of barriers which we can and we should get rid of. We still, with Robert, we had many discussions about the bottlenecks on interconnectors if it comes to the electricity, which is kind of preventing us for better sharing of the renewable energy. We still have, of course, a lot of bottlenecks on our gas networks and so on and so forth. So it's really a lot of things to work on. But we know about that. We work on it. And I don't think that any threat on the external tariffs against Europe would help us to start or accelerate our internal reforms, which we know we have to do.
So what will? If the robust unilateralism from across the Atlantic isn't helping you as first executive vice president move on that, what do you think will? Because normal times don't seem to be working.
I think that we clearly got the message, I mean, from our businesses and from our citizens than the last year. We see that we are lagging behind the United States if it comes to the productivity, to the efficiency. We are spending almost the same amount of money if it comes to the basic research, but we are very poor in startups, in scale-ups, and sometimes, you know, also our competition policy was kind of oriented to the situation which was there 5 to 10 years ago. So we have to really look at some of, I would say, the fundamental rules in the European Union to adjust it to the new reality, and we are absolutely conscious of that. And Robert would be the best witness here, because every single discussion of the economic ministers or the finance ministers is about competitiveness. We are getting a lot of pressure from our member states, from our economic stakeholders to reform, reduce administrative burden, be more flexible. And I know all the abbreviation, all these most cumbersome rules and regulations we put into our books by heart, and we recognize that we need to deliver on dramatically simplifying the way how we do business in the European Union.
Thank you so much, Executive Vice President. Senator Andy Kim, another Oxford graduate. There's 3 on this stage, I'm not being, you know, Oxford-centered or anything. Senator Kim, the steel and aluminium tariffs last time caused several American businesses to go out of business. I remember reading the story of a Missouri nail maker who had to lay off, and it's what Minister Joly was saying about the steel and aluminium tariffs affecting America. What are you saying to your voters about this economic period and this approach to trying to wrangle better relationships with other countries?
Yeah, I think that's a great way to frame it, and I'm very happy to be on this panel led by my former teacher at Oxford. But what I will say here is that this is something that is both a political and a policy challenge before us. And I think you're right to frame the question that you are, just in terms of where the American people are at, because I think that this is a place where Trump is trying to make it seem like a strength, but actually it's perhaps his biggest vulnerability here. It's very much a potential Achilles heel. Remember, he sold this to the American people saying that he will have the tariffs paid for by other people, not the American people. And that's the promise. It's very much kind of this, you know, we'll make Mexico pay for the border wall, right? And so the challenge that he faces is a political and a policy problem. In his administration, there certainly are people that believe that this is the right policy, that this is the right approach for the United States to take a more protectionist, isolationist approach going forward. But there isn't consensus. I don't want you to think that there's consensus within the Trump administration about that. Most importantly, at the very top with the president and the vice president, whether it is these policies on tariffs or whether it's a speech here on the stage, they are not talking to you. That is, you are not the audience. They are talking to their base. They are talking to the Make America Great Again MAGA base. And they're trying to show this as a source of strength. The reason why is because 73% of Republicans or Republican-leaning Americans believe that Americans lose more than they gain when it comes to international trade. Now, there's a challenge, though, is because from this political standpoint, there's that, as I said, a vulnerability here. So, for instance, right now, as Americans see what Trump is doing, you know, right now his approval rating is actually higher than it's ever been for him. But when it comes to the question of, is Trump doing enough on inflation and high costs, 66% of Americans right now are saying he is not doing enough. And when asked directly about tariffs, will tariffs raise prices or lower prices, 64% of Americans believe that it will raise prices on them. Only 14% believe it will lower prices. When asked about tariffs upon European nations, 60% of Americans disapprove of that. So I just raise that as saying this is a particular moment where it's important to understand the distinction between politics and policy. And as this moves forward, I urge you all to think about this. First and foremost, ensure that you do not think about this as a Washington consensus or a Trump administration consensus. Number two, as that April 1st deadline rises and gets closer, and I think that's very important for you all remember that April 1st deadline for the reports to come back to Trump. To understand that your position, I think I advise you as you're thinking about this is something we think about, is do not try to embrace the status quo and protect the status quo. There should be an understanding that, look, some reforms or some changes are very much something to be considered. But then the third point is really try to articulate the harms that it will do, not just to your people, but to the American people, especially when it comes to manufacturing and supply chains. Understand the vulnerabilities that are out there and understand that the person who will ultimately make the decision about this, he's not ideological about this. He's not thinking about it from a policy standpoint, though some in his administration are. He's thinking about a political stance. And that political stance is deeply unpopular amongst the American people, and it is perhaps an extraordinary vulnerability on his part.
That's super useful. Thank you for that. So pointing to the cracks within the United States that other countries need to think about as they frame their reaction. So let me come now to Ambassador John Huntsman, I think the only ever American ambassador that served both in Russia and in China, not at the same time, by the way. But you've also been governor of Utah. What's your advice, picking up on what Senator Kim was just saying about how the other countries that are represented in this room should play this administration? It looks very unconventional to us, this administration. Do you agree with that? And how should other countries deal with it?
Well, thank you. Far be it for me to decipher the indecipherable, but I will try. We should have had this hearing next door in the bar because this lends itself very well to heavy drinking. I will just submit that at the outset. It's great to be with Senator Kim, our newly elected outstanding senator from New Jersey. Let's just remember that a lot of the discontent around globalization has been lingering for a long time. I felt as governor in my state. And trade really starts at the most fundamental of local and grassroots levels. We're all kind of looking at the top line trade policy, Washington style, but the United States is made up of 50 individual sovereign entities, all with their own constitutions, legislatures, and way of doing business. And many of them are going to keep trading as they've always traded. And I suspect we're going to be here 4 years from now and we'll sit down with the great foreign minister of Canada. And they'll still be a great ally, friend, and trading partner, is my guess. So let's take away the performative and hyperbolic aspects of politics. And let's look at the policy side. So who is Trump? Trump is a real estate developer tycoon from New York City, whose modus operandi is typically shouting out a deal, audacious though it might be, and looking for people to make a counteroffer. So the old conventions of making trade policy speeches at the Brookings Institution or the Munich Security Conference, those days are gone. And here are the days where on Air Force One you utter your trade policy, which is the simplest and most confounding trade policy I've ever heard in my life. If you charge us, we will charge you. It doesn't take 100 pages to write that, but there you have it. So I think the broader question is, will participants here representing some of the great countries of the world, and I really am honored to be here with you, kind of look at the reality, which is, in many cases, there are long-standing, solid trading relationships. In some cases, there are imbalances. And what Trump is looking at is a very kind of simple view of imbalances being a result of unfair trade practices. So the key here, I think, and listen, don't take my words to the bank. I'm just giving you a gut response to all of this, which is put an offer on the table. Do a deal, negotiate something. That's kind of his style, and chances are you're going to find something that makes sense for the time being. But trade policy right now is not going to be driven by the U.S. Trade Representative's office, because the whole organization has been changed such that it now reports up through the Commerce Department, which traditionally has never done trade policy. It does trade promotion. So where is trade policy going to come from? I suspect it's going to come from Trump himself, who likes to engage in person-to-person relationship and diplomacy. And he will cut deals one-off in that fashion. The broader issue that I'm concerned about is, so what happens to the rules of the road more broadly? What happens, I represent MasterCard. We have 3.5 billion customers in 210 countries of the world. We are absolutely reliant on interconnectivity and trade flows. What we have not seen, and what needs to happen, is some updated version of digital trade, the protection of intellectual property, storage of data, on and on and on. So what's going to happen in this void of trade policy making? I suspect we're going to see regions of the world begin to take the lead. I'm talking about ASEAN. I mean, even now, the 10 nation states of ASEAN are working on a data facilitation agreement. That could set a standard for the world. They're working on things in the GCC. India's working on a connective route to the Middle East. There are all kinds of innovative things that are taking place in the world today. So my guess is, in this interregnum, this void of trade policy and kind of one-off deal-making, we're going to see a lot of regionalization. And out of regionalization will likely come some interesting thinking that will lead probably to some future solutions on broader trade policy issues.
That's brilliant. So a vision of a world that will continue to cooperate, but actually work around the United States instead of through it all the time. Robert Habeck, I know you have to go in a moment, but I'd love to hear... Oh, then I was misinformed.
I don't have to go.
Okay. Then,
do I?
Then
well, they say I have to go.
Oh,
I don't
you
know.
do? Well, then...
Funny things are happening in my life.
Audience...
Should I stay or should I...
Please decide your questions.
Rock the cash bar.
I'm going to come straight to you for questions, but I'm not sure that you know whether you have to come or go. But just in case you do have to go and you're about to be dragged off stage, just picking up on what Ambassador Huntsman said, what's the deal you would put on the table for President Trump? Because going on your first comments, it sounded like you stay out of our politics and we'll stay out of yours. Is that the deal you'd put?
Well, that is obvious, necessary. I would say the imperative is, as to us, the Germans, the Europeans, stop whining, start acting. And acting means acting, not discussing. Let me give you some examples, listening to what the governor just said. Of course, we have to do trade with other partners, as we can't rely on what's happening now with China. So let's do it. And that means not taking 20 years' time for free trade agreements, but focusing on the things that are easy to solve. For example, Maros, we discussed it with India. I mean, the problem is always in free trade agreements agriculture. Even CETA was the most important thing was fishery. But then let's start with industries and then work together with industries and maybe digitalization. And we will never come to a European agreement with India when we talk about the mood of holding chickens. This is impossible, but skip that and be pragmatic and do that. The second thing, Ursula von der Leyen yesterday solved, I would say, the fiscal structure plan, the European fiscal structure plan, is too tight, lose it. It's done now. That is very pragmatic. The third thing, maybe listening to the debate in the conference, of course, Europe has to do more for its military capacities. How should we do that? The normal way would be either the nations would use their agencies built up in decades now and Jens Stoltenberg sitting there, they are not the most effective agencies I've ever seen, or we are building a European agency, which takes also ages maybe. There is the European Contact Group, and that is an efficient group. These are smart guys, and they have proven in the last 3 years that they can make decisions very, very fast. Use this group and not building an agency. Then, what should I say? When it comes to military questions, or maybe our own capacities, you know that we have in Europe divided civilian research and military research very, very thoroughly. That's not of any sense. I mean, how could we ask for more defense and ammunition for Ukraine and say, but this is the dark side of industries? That does not make any sense. So use it and bring full force into innovation, and then we hopefully in the next 3 years we create our own satellite system, rocket system, but also security systems. And
fantastic. Now,
you see what I mean?
I do. So there's a deal to the US.
Not writing a legislative act, but making it happen in reality.
Fantastic. So it's a deal to the US that says we'll get our act together on these different things. We've got with 4 minutes and 43 seconds to go. I'm going to take 3 questions, then I'm going to come to each panelist for a one-line answer to all the problems of the world, or to your questions. So your questions. There were a couple of hands. Yes, the lady in red jacket. Yep. Just very quick questions.
I'll leave you alone.
A question to Senator Kim and Governor Huntsman. We've seen the president use emergency provisions to push his trade policy, at least on the Canadian and Mexican piece, which gave the Canadians and Mexicans some leeway. Now, in the reciprocal trade piece, it's going to go back to regular trade policy. So in this sort of ricocheting effect of what's permanent and what's not permanent, what would your advice be to the Europeans that are listening here? Are we going to see more of this emergency strong muscling, or are we going to see a return to regular Section 232, 301 type U.S. trade policy that could make things arguably more predictable? And I see the Canadian Foreign Minister shaking her head.
Fantastic. Another question over here.
Thank you. Tobias Elwood, former Foreign Minister of the United Kingdom. A dark mood was mentioned here. I've been coming here to this security conference, I thought many of us, for many, many years, never knowing an atmosphere like this ever before. Would the panel agree that there is a developing and real void between America's thinking and European thinking when it comes to European security? And if that is not addressed, it'll only go to help our adversaries.
Thank you, Tobias. And one more question. Yes, here. This gentleman right here.
Thank you very much. The session is also very much about breaking down barriers in Europe. But let's not forget, we've also already had a backlash against free trade in Europe. We had take back control in the UK. What is your agenda to address that backlash? I think that's vital. Also because for citizens, we live in an age of enormous insecurity. Inflation, flexibilization, globalization adds to that. So I think if you want to have an agenda to break down barriers, you also need an agenda to create security and create income security. So what is your agenda if you want to have a free trade agenda to address that backlash in Europe as well?
Great. So we've got which kinds of tariffs is Europe likely to face? Is this the darkest moment in bilateral relations with the US? And how do we sell tariffs internally? I'm going to come to each of you panelists just for a final statement. Minister Joly.
Yes. So, Ambassador, when it comes to how to deal with President Trump, what I would say is you don't start by presenting what you want in a deal. I think that you have to present your stance, and then it will end up to a deal. And President Trump is the only one who will cut that deal. Nobody else in his administration. But why I say that is I see a lot of my European colleagues that are thinking that, you know, they come up with their proposal, or sometimes they divide each other. That's not how it works, guys. This is about strength and courage. And then, once he respects you, then you're able to cut a deal. That's how I see it, and that's our own experience. And yes, you can get to a place where actually it's a win-win. And yes, you can get to a place of respect. But President Trump right now is governing through executive orders. He will continue. He will use a lot of different opportunities to do that. And it will be linked to a lot of national security and the fact of ultimately being able to have the power to impose tariffs. Because when you think about it, technically trade is under the legislative branch, not the executive powers. But he will continue to use national emergency issues as a way to make sure that he can continue to put tariffs on different countries.
Thank you very much. Maros Sefcovic.
Yeah. I will just address the free trade agreements agenda. I have to say that the energy being radiated from US, this strong aim to erect new barriers, to increase the tariffs on all partners around the globe, like created, I would say, new momentum in the global trade. I can tell you that since November last year, there is enormous interest in striking the deals with the European Union. We concluded our negotiations with Mercosur. We managed to find a solution with our friends from Switzerland after quite some time. The whole Christmas and the New Year, we've been negotiating with Mexico. And over the last 2 weeks, we are working weekends, all the holidays, because there is enormous demand of accelerating our negotiations. So in few days, the whole college is flying to India because we want to advance our negotiations in that regard. We relaunch and reinvigorated our negotiations with Malaysia. We want to close the deal with Indonesia before summer. We are working very intensively with Philippines, and practically all GCC countries approaches that they want to accelerate the talks. So I think that everyone feels that what you need in this fragmented world is a stability, predictability, serious partner, and that Europe is all of that. Because we respect the deals, we are rule of law-based society, and we treasure and value our partners. And my argument to the members of the European Parliament or members of the national parliament when we discuss the free trade agreement is, show me one which led to the decrease of the trade or to some problems on any of the sides of the partnership we are striking through the trade deals. There is not one single agreement which would point into that direction. We had a huge discussion, and Minister knows, about CETA. Just look at the numbers. It's a roaring success for the both sides, and therefore we want to project also in the future. We are free and fair traders. We want to dismantle the barriers, and we want to have the fair relationship with our partners.
Thank you so much, Maros Sefcovic. Andy Kim.
Yeah, I'll be brief here, but to the first question about tariffs, I guess what I'd just like to remind everyone is, there's no doubt going to be challenges and chaos over the next 4 years, but we are meeting less than a month into this administration. This is a particular phase of any presidency. These are the set plays that we're seeing. These are the plays that they had, written in Project 2025. We knew that they were coming. At some point, this administration is going to have to work with Congress in terms of government funding and any number of other issues. And that's another phase in the life cycle of a presidency, and things will be exceedingly more difficult. It's the narrowest margin in the House of Representatives since the Great Depression. They can only afford one vote loss right now, and we've seen how they've been challenged.
Welcome, everyone. I suspect that many of you are here because you are so relieved that at last, at the Munich Security Conference, there is a session entitled A New Dawn. So away from some of the darkness that seems to have defined a lot of these sessions. And not just a new dawn for Damascus. The prospects for a Syrian transition. And I don't think any of us here in this hall would have expected that by the Munich Security Conference of this year, we would be discussing a transition in Syria. The sudden end of more than 50-year dictatorship in Syria. Syria now led by a caretaker government. And in the midst of the great joy and relief the new authorities are contending with, I'm sure many of you know, enormous challenges at home, in the region, and far beyond. But I have to say that I don't think we've seen such a procession of senior people from around the world beating a path to Syria's door. Maybe a few more went to Mar-a-Lago, I'm not sure, nobody's counting, but everyone seems to believe that Syria cannot be allowed to fail. We are very privileged today to have with us I have to say, the Interim Minister of Foreign Affairs and Expatriates, Asad Hassan al-Shabaini. Thank you very much for joining us. And also from Turkey, Hakan Fidan. Thank you very much for joining us. Hind Khabawat. Big smile on Hind Khabawat's face. She has now been made a member of the Preparatory Committee for the Syrian National Dialogue. Many of us, most of all Syrians, are waiting for that to happen. Hind is also an adjunct professor and also director for Center, and I think you pretty well cover it, Hind, World Religions, Diplomacy, and Conflict Resolution at George Mason University. We hope to be joined by Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud of Saudi Arabia, but we will get started. We have some very well-known Saudi faces in our audience, and perhaps they will join in if Prince Faisal's in. Transition. Everyone's asking about the transition, Minister. You have announced that on March the 1st, Syria will get a new government. And, excuse me, sorry. Sorry, Tom. And you have said that you have hoped, let me just quote you, it will represent the Syrian people as much as possible and take its diversity into account. Is there still obstacles to making it as inclusive as possible?
First of all, thank you for this opportunity, and also thank all the participants and the Excellency that they are now watching us. We are here, we can say that, announced the freedom of Syria after 60 years of oppression and most authoritarian criminal regime in the world. And of course, when we have some problems in the perception towards Syria, all the who are talking about us and talking with us, and they don't understand the nature of Syria, and they don't understand Syria in a realistic way. In Syria, we don't have a psychology complex regarding our diversity. We believe in all the Syrian people, and we are Syrian people. And what I mean by this inclusive government, our challenge is that the Syrian people should feel that they are represented in this Syrian government. And Syrian government will be built on the competence, on the serving the people, on the Syrian identity. We will not divide our government into a sects group, and we will not give the appointment regarding on the background of the person. It will be on the competence and also on the national interest of the Syrian identity.
But the fact that you use as much as possible, does that mean you will not meet what have been the demands from across Syrian society for a representation of all the many segments of society, that it's still too early?
Yes.
Because right now, it's completely dominated by the Islamists who once ruled in Idlib. And many Syrians are asking, well, when are you going to start putting in new faces?
As you know, we are now in Damascus for just less than 3 months. And this is the first time we bring the diversity, and we say that the diversity in Syria is a powerful tool. And we believe that for the first time in Syria now, the Syrian people, they arrive to the authority. We are not putting the authority just in one hand. We believe that this authority is the right for all the Syrian people. And in the next steps, you will be surprised, and all the world will be surprised by the Syrian willingness to represent themselves regarding on the national identity.
Okay, I'm sure there'll be questions from the audience. I want to bring you in, Hind Khabat, because this would be very much your demand. You've been involved with the Syrian opposition for a very long time. Now, of course, your all eyes are on Damascus. Do you have any particular concerns about this transition and representation?
First, thank you so much for having me. And I'm pleased that we're talking about the dawn and the future of Syria, and we're including at the panel women and civil society, because this is the way and this is the future of Syria, to include everybody. Yes, I agree with my minister that Syria is a diversity, and and we need inclusivity. So far, what we see, that from now on there is no minority and majority, because Bashar al-Assad was so much into protection of the minorities, and this is wrong. Now we are equal. We are going to be together, and unity is the key.
Do you think it's going in the right direction?
Very much indeed, because if you see the list of the what we're discussing, yes, we're including everybody from north to south, west to east, all religion, sect, ethnic groups. This is Syria. We cannot eliminate or exclude anybody, and we might. It's been 14 years, the regime tried to divide us, but this is the moment, and it is the moment, historical moment, to be together and start the culture of dialogue which we missed for years.
Let me bring you in here. I mentioned before I remember the first comments you made in December when the Assad regime collapsed, and you said that Turkey had been trying to send some message, because of course Turkey has had long-standing, very close relations with the Syrian opposition, and you said you were trying to be a messenger, really, to convey the messages coming from East and West. Syria needs to know that it has the support of powers in the region and beyond. Are the messages the same, or is Syria now getting conflicting messages?
Well, thank you very much, first of all, for hosting us here. It's an important question. You know, when the Assad regime fell, we came together with the regional countries, and we discussed about what we are expecting from the new administration in Damascus before taking any positive or negative steps. So because for more than a decade, Syria has become a source of instability in the region. Now we have a real opportunity for the first time after a decade to sort out the things. So that time, I think many countries, they agreed on the same principle. Those are, you know, we don't want to see any more threat to the neighboring countries. We don't want to see terrorism is flourishing or finding a ground for itself. We don't want to see the mistreatment of the minorities, and we want to see the territorial integrity and political sovereignty of the Syria is provided, and an inclusive governing. So when we communicated all these requests of the international and regional community with the new administration in Syria, they responded quite well. I think since then they've been responding quite good. And when I speak to my international colleagues, fellow foreign ministers and other officials, I haven't heard any major complaints. But they are all aware of the difficulties of challenges that Syria is facing now. I think it is time to really start real and hard work to address those challenges.
But it's not an easy balancing act. Much, of course, has been made of the roots of the new, now interim president, Ahmed al-Sharaa, roots based in al-Qaeda and Islamic State, but we have seen his evolution, and many are now asking where his real loyalties lies and his aspirations for Syria. There will be expectations of the Islamists in his ranks, which include also foreign Islamists. You have also the democratic forces, Hind is nodding. You have the Syrians who are coming home, wanting to do everything they can to strengthen civil society, to be part of the new Syria. Do you see that there's going to be a tussle in Syria, and of course, which is an issue of stability?
Well, of course, one of the issues is how to provide the stability, especially how to unite the armed groups. I think the government, new administration, has started off with a view to address this issue in a very comprehensive way, because I had long meetings with my colleagues and other officials of the new administration. Our understanding is that now they are taking the right steps in uniting the armed groups, because in our view, there has to be only one legal armed force in any given country. So they will have their own armed forces, but they will have their own law enforcement agencies, but it has to be run and commissioned by the government. So we cannot tolerate armed militia, whatever they are in form, because for a long time we've seen this experience bringing only chaos and instability into the region. So in order to provide the order and safety and security of the people, I think to address the issue of militia, bringing them under one national army, I think is on the way. This is one of the important subjects that we really monitor.
Minister Shaban, do you want to comment on that? Because not only is Syria under pressure to form this inclusive government, it's also about bringing, as Minister Fakan said, to bring all the armed groups under one authority. And you know there's been resistance from some groups, including in the Kurdish areas. Are your regional partners helping you with this quite a delicate process? No one likes giving up their guns.
Yes, I think that if you ask you about give me an example that you have seen in Syria last 2 months, you will not find in the recent words this successful step that to see a revolution turned into a state in this fast way, and also the reconciliation and also the agreements of all the armed groups to be under a national army and to be the weapons to be ruled by the law, not ruled by the chaos. And maybe this successful example will be studied in the universities to have to this big change after 50 years of authoritarian system to be in this peaceful way. And also we should understand the reality in Syria that with the complex and with the problems, and also to understand the situation there. If we stay all the time from abroad and give them lessons and recommendations about what they will do, Syrian people were waiting the international community for 14 years and for 50 years, and they didn't make anything for them. Now the willingness of the Syrian people, it's national, Syrian, and all the actors in Syria, they are very keen to the national interest. And also, of course, we have friends in the region, we have close friends in the region, and we have allies, and we all our neighborhood, they are supporting us in these correct steps that we are taking now. And I think that what we need just to give us the chance to represent ourselves, and also to give the chance for the Syrian people to give the whole world this successful example.
It's unfair, of course, to Syrians that they should be compared to other countries in the region, each of whom has their own history, their own balance of forces. But I don't need to tell you that the initial concern was that the kind of rivalries we've seen in Libya, in Yemen, in Iraq would also come to be a major issue for Syria, that different countries would have different interests, they would back different armed forces. Do you have a message for your regional allies? Is there some meddling going on in which you see some dangers ahead?
The big achievement that happened in Syria, and we are very happy about this issue, the victory has been done by the Syrian hands and by on the hand of the Syrian, without any international intervention in our country. And this big change has happened without lifting destroyed cities and destroyed state, and also without millions of refugees go out of the country. I think that the example of Syria is different from Iraq, from Libya, and from different states in the world. The Syrian people, they got the lesson from these experiences, and also we learn from our mistakes, and we learned of what happened in the region. And for this, we all the time we are keen to bring the whole Syrian society with us, and to prevent any actions that will break this stability and these achievements.
Can I just get a sense of what the audience brings here to this discussion? If just by a show of hands, how many came here optimistic about Syria's prospects for a successful transition? How many of you came with that? You're in the middle. And how many of you came with real anxieties, real worries? Smaller show of hands, smaller. We'll come to your questions. We have sitting in the front row, Geir Pedersen, the special envoy for Syria, over many years now, has been urging Syria to try to move towards a more representative and democratic government. And I remember, because we were both together in Doha when President Assad, when it collapsed, and you, right from the get-go, urged, in fact, you wanted the next week to be a meeting in Geneva. That hasn't happened. You've just addressed the UN Security Council with a message to say this need for an inclusive government is urgent, and it has to be credible. What you've heard what it says. Is it going in the right direction, and is it going quickly enough?
Maybe just I want to add something.
Yes.
If you want to know the situation, if you want to know the situation in Syria is optimistic or pessimistic, just this is the first time for me I see Mr. Geir Pedersen is smiling. And this is a good signal. Yes.
That's because what you said makes him think his job will become easier.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Where to begin? As you rightly said, Liz, I mean, we were all taken by surprise, and as the minister said himself, it's not even 3 months since they took over Damascus. I think so far our new friends in Damascus are saying all the right things. Really, the messaging is very good, and it is what you have heard here today. Eh? And what I'm hearing from Syrians across the board is that, yes, finally, we need this to succeed. We can't afford another failure. This is the opportunity we will get in our lifetime, in my grandchildren's lifetime. And it needs to be grasped by both hands. First and foremost by the Syrians. And that's why it's we know are approaching the 1st of March. There will be some very important decisions made in Damascus on this. Those decisions needs to be right. There is no room for mistake here. And I've heard it from Mr. Shara himself. I've heard it from Mr. Shabani. You heard it. And he must be tired of seeing me, and because he's repeating the same message all the time. And it's the right message. But we need to see on the 1st of March that it is a really inclusive government and that the process will continue to be inclusive. So transition is priority number 1. Then, of course, security. There are plenty of security challenges. One, of course, is still there is an issue about Daesh. There are still different factions around the country. And then, of course, we have the northeast, the Kurdish issue. That needs to be sorted out. And we have the Israeli occupation of new Syrian land that needs to be sorted out. These are all big issues. And then, of course, is the security situation across the country, in Homs, in area in particular, along the coast, that are linked to the transition question, but it is also linked to the next question, and that is the economy. And we will not be able to have a successful transformation of Syria if the economy can't be fixed. And the economy cannot be fixed if we are not lifting sanctions. I can't emphasize this strongly enough. Syria today is a humanitarian disaster. It is really a humanitarian disaster. The challenges that the government is now facing is enormous. And as you know this, there are now close to 17 million people in need of humanitarian assistance. We have refugees returning. We are internally displaced returning. They need to see that there is a future in Syria, and they need to see it quickly. We have seen now that there is a general license from the Americans. The European Union are doing the best they can, but we need immediately to fix the energy sector. We need to see that financial investments is possible. The central bank should no longer be sanctions. We need to see health. We need to see education, just to begin with. It will take time before the Americans are capable of addressing the question of sanctions in the broader sense. But while we are waiting for that to happen, we need to fix these other things. And for that to happen, we need more support to Syria, more economic and humanitarian support. And it's crunch time. This can't wait.
Thank you for mentioning that. I'm sure some of the questions will end. I'm going to pick up Minister Fidan because Geir Pedersen mentioned it as part of his array of issues that he's concerned about. You'll remember in those early days after the collapse of the regime, you had Israeli warplanes bombing. You also had Turkey involved in the north. And I think many asked, well, is this the right time to be engaging militarily in Syria at a time when it was trying to take back its sovereignty? And I know Turkey has said it has specific concerns about the Kurdish groups, but is it being unhelpful that you are so still engaged militarily along your border?
Well, as we have seen, the transition period is going on. Of course, we are recalculating every step that we are taking in Syria. Our primary objective and occupation at the moment regarding Syria is how to help them in reconstruction and how to get the economy back again, and then rebuilding the government institutions. Those are very important issues that we are trying to do our best with international and regional community. In terms of our military engagement, as you know, we've been engaging with our army just to protect the population who were living under opposition control. We were talking about 5 million people that time. So that was a result of Astana process, and I think today all the people that we were there to protect, now, thanks God, they are ruling the country altogether. Hopefully, a bright future is waiting for them. Then there is only one remaining issue for us in terms of security. I think we are also expecting our friends in Damascus to address this issue, not to leave us, is to get rid of PKK-YPG. Because PKK-YPG is a big threat, like Daesh, to Syria and the entire region, because the international terrorist fighters from Turkey, from Iraq, from Iran, now they are packed and fueled in northern Syria, and they are disguising themselves under the pretext of fighting against ISIS. There is no fight against ISIS. There is a prison services to provide to the American military, because there is no other place to put the Daesh prisoners in prison. So this has been chosen a place to put the prison. But you cannot allow these people to occupy 1/3 of the country and to sit on the oil and gas fields, to rob the country, not to allow the central government and millions of the other Syrians not to benefit from the oil and gas. So this
should end. This is not only a national security threat to us, but also a big problem for our region.
Yes. And it is a question that you have to resolve not just with the Syrian authorities, but with the American authorities who are backing the YPG. And we don't want to spend this to dominate our discussions, but are you working with the Trump administration, President Trump's administration, on resolving that conundrum, which is at the expense, I think, of Syria?
Well, we have started talking with the Trump administration. We actually had detailed discussions with the previous administration towards the end of their term. But now Trump administration is just settling down, and I had my first, in-person meeting with Secretary Rubio yesterday, and my other colleagues are meeting with their counterparts. So hopefully we'll come to terms.
Okay. Before I go to just one comment from you, Hind. I mean, the United Nations is very keen to get involved. How much outside support, and in particular the UN, does Syria need in helping in this transition? Or can Syrians do it on their own?
Thank you for the question, but I need to comment something about the Kurds, because this is the ongoing questions about the Kurds. Kurds are part of the Syrian people, and we are consider them Syrian citizens and proud of this. But to have their own army, to have their own place, this is against our unity. And reality is, if every single group will keep their militia and keep their army, we're going to end up like the scenario of Iraq. And for us, the last thing we want to have the scenario of Iraq. So we need one army who respect the humanitarian law and not to kill their own people like what Assad regime did. So their duty is to protect us in one humanitarian law. This is number one. Number two, as your question about outside, this is a Syrian-led. We needed to be Syrian-led. We needed to be a process of Syrian. First of all, we do respect the EU, what they did for us over the last 14 years. They stand by us. They've been supporting us. Turkey, they did so much for us, sometimes over all of them, and we appreciate our Saudi Arabia brothers and sisters. They are amazing. They are supporting us. But we have also our sovereignty, and we need to have our process alone. They are part of the security, part of our partners, and I like now what they did in the new government. We have this open door diplomacy. We have ministers and other countries are visiting, and there is a dialogue. So this is very good. But as for the dialogue as itself, the first time now in Syria, I did see a real open dialogue. There is so many lectures, many round tables, many discussing, and even in a cafe, we're discussing politics. This is the first time. For us, this is like a historical time we can discuss. And last time we did a lectures, and the only thing I say, did we get a mukhabarat permission? They say, no, we don't need. So congratulations. This is a very good positive step for us as Syrians. So we might consult, we might get advice. This is how the global thing's done. But in the end, we need it as a Syrian-led.
Good, good. I think, Now, I think our distinguished Foreign Minister of Iraq is here, and he's already heard two mentions of Iraq. So, sir, if you would like to comment at some point, of course, you can put your hand up. We also have Adel Al-Jubeir, who's the Minister of State for Saudi Arabia, and again, if you would also like to comment. And I see a hand of Abdulaziz from Saudi Arabia. There's going to be many hands. Abdulaziz, would you like to raise a question from, introduce yourself, because not everyone may know you.
My name is Abdulaziz Sagir from Saudi Arabia. I'm the chairman of the Gulf Research Center, and I had the pleasure of moderating the Syrian opposition meeting 2015 and 2017, so I'm quite familiar with that. I have two questions, one for Minister Haqqan Faydan, whom I have a high respect for. In the region, we understand and we appreciate a lot what Syria have done for the Syrian refugee. And we understand your national security interest, that you do not wish to see Kurdistan in Syria, another Kurdistan in Syria that will represent a threat and launch any attack against the Turkish territory. But at the same time, what we are watching is three things. One, You bombarded.
That's not a question. That's a PhD thesis now.
Well,
okay.
Okay. No. Well, it's because it has a certain issues. Anyhow, so it's
to your point. Yeah.
The key point is you have dumped a lot of goods in the Syrian market, having the advantage of the custom free. The question is, we understand your interest as an economic interest, but we do not wish to lose Syria toward Turkey as we have lost Iraq toward Iran. We do not wish to see surrendering Syrian political decision toward Turkey. Now, for Minister Shibani, I have a question. Israel have benefited from what happened in 4 areas. One, they extended their territory in Golan. They demilitarized Syria completely. And they stopped the supply line for Hezbollah and Hamas and get rid of the Iranian out of Syria. How are you going to deal with all this Israeli agenda in Syria? Thank you, ma'am.
Now, if Prince Faisal had been on this panel, he would have pointed out that Ahmed al-Sharaa, not only did he make his first visit to Saudi Arabia, he also said that he wants the kingdom to play a very big role. So maybe the Turks will say, well, what's Saudi Arabia going to do? You want to, then I'll take more questions.
Shortly, I can say that the fact that we've supported the Syrian opposition for 14 years, right from the beginning, doesn't mean that we will have a say over their sovereignty. You know, this is something that we are specifically avoiding. We don't want even the impression of that. As a matter of fact, what you have just pointed out, dear brother, is a big problem in our region, which is the culture of domination. Because for a long time in our region, there has been this fear and concern who is going to dominate the region, the Turks, the Iranians, or the Arabs. I think we have to leave this behind. We have to introduce the culture of cooperation, respect, and solidarity, and committing each other's sovereignty. I think it is new dawn now. And I think we can do this. And within this spirit, we are establishing our cooperation with our brothers in Syria. I mean, even they were opposition movement and brothers and sisters. She's right. She's right. She's right. You know, you can ask them, even when they were opposition, you know, we didn't have such an attitude. Because we have drawn important lessons from what had happened in our region.
Okay, good. We like this kind of dialogue. Minister Shibani. We're worried about Israel and what's happening with they're moving into the buffer zone in the Golan Heights.
As you know, that the Israeli issue at the southern of Syria now, they are destabilizing the situation there, and also after the overthrowing the threats of Syria was regarding militias and Assad regime and all of this issue, we were surprised by these actions. And for that issue, we talked with the international community, and we talked also with the Ndov that we are ready to go with the agreements of 1974 to guarantee the security of UN forces there to keep peace. And we all the time say that Syrian people, they are tired of the war and from the problems, and we need from all the world and from all the region that to give the chance for the Syrian people to live in peace and in stability.
Now, there's a lot of hands, so I'm going to try to be as democratic as possible. So I'm going to take, so the gentleman here had his hand, and then the woman, they will take one from the middle, and then up, and then, okay, sorry. Okay, let's, okay. To the point, please. Discipline's part of democracy.
Thank you. Barak Ravid from Axios in the US. 2 questions to you, Minister Shibani. First question, you know, a lot of people here are obviously very happy with Assad the murderer gone and with Iran gone, and that's all great. But they also look at Syria and see that the Syrian government at the moment looks like copy-paste of Idlib. And they see that Mr. al-Sharaa appointed himself as president. and said that elections will happen only in 4 years. And it's starting to feel as if there's another dictatorship growing in Syria. So if you can address that. And second question, follow up on the Israel question, because there's no Saudi representative here, so I'll ask you, do you expect Saudi Arabia not to normalize relations with Israel as long as Israel still keeps controlling Syrian territory in the buffer zone?
Okay, thank you. And this lady here, yep. We'll come back to you, yep.
Thank you. My name is Hannah Neumann. I'm a member of the European Parliament, and I actually have been to Syria 2 weeks ago, so thank you for hosting me and making this possible. I have one very quick question, because everybody says it needs to be a Syrian-led process. Given the track record the EU or the US has on imposing solutions, you're absolutely right. The question then is, what do the Syrians want? We are still trying to figure that out. So you have a very strong transatlantic audience here. If you can make 2 or 3 wishes, what would help you right now in the next 2 or 3 months the most in terms of support? Please send them, because I guess a lot of people are very willing to help.
Good, okay. And this lady here, and then I'm going to go to the other side. I think now in Syria you don't have wishes, you have plans, right? Just take one, this lady here, and then...
So it will be the last nice comment. Farah Al-Atasi, I'm Syrian-American political activist. Very quickly, all the issues that Mr. Pedersen raised about Syria, we inherited from the previous regime. It's not the fault of the new leadership that they inherited all of these concerns, from the economic problem to security to all the other issues. Bashar al-Assad left Syria broken and broke. With no money, he stole all the money from the central bank, and he literally destructed the country. So what our minister is saying, give us time. We are asking as Syrian people, give us time. We're not like President Trump, we're come to reverse the other administration with executive order. We don't have the magic stick to fix all these issues. So what my colleagues are asking, give the Syrian times. Okay. And that will lead to the other question. It's not what the international community is asking from us. It's what we are asking from the international community. What you can do for us. What you can do for us. Just a few days ago, we were at the Friends of Syria summit in Paris, and some other 2 countries like Greece and I think Cyprus refused to sign for the last memorandum, because they think the misconception that Turkey, our friends, are the one who has saying in our internal affairs, and they refused to sign the, right? They refused to sign the the last communique. So what we are asking as Syrian, what you as an international community can do for us, give us time to fix our own internal issues. We are all behind, like Mr. Pedersen said, 1 second, we are all determined to make this transitional period a success, and we will succeed.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, I gave you the floor because I knew you'd speak up for Syria. Minister Bani, are you a new dictatorship in the making? It can be yes or no answer.
Now, when we talk now about Syria, all the world was saying in the past was saying the dictatorship of Assad regime, and nobody make any action against this plurality and also the criminality of the Assad regime during 60 years. And finally, as I said, that the Syrian people free themselves by themselves and by their sons and women and daughters. And we are very happy to have this freedom without international intervention. But of course, now we are victims of exclusion, and also we are victims of this dictatorship authority and system. And of course, we are now putting the steps and putting the principles to have a system that represents the Syrian people, to be Syrian-led, Syrian-owned. And of
so
course,
March the 1st, the new government will be the end of the dictatorship. Will be the end. The face will be different.
No, now we are starting our road to the freedom and dignity of the Syrian people. And who experienced the dictatorship will not repeat it again.
Okay. And the question about your demands?
regarding Saudi normalization?
Yes, Saudi normalization. Do you
he can ask Saudi Arabia.
Yes,
about this.
but would you actually also insist that about the Golan?
But Golan is the rights of the Syrian territories. We don't have this right to say any word about this issue. It's the right of Syrian people, and Syrian new government next month will decide about this issue.
Okay, now we've got from the European Member of Parliament wants your 3 wishes. I'm going to turn it around. In the interest of democracy, I'm going to give you 1 wish, and I'm going to give Hind 2 wishes. Very to the point. What would? Two for Hind. 2 for Hind and 1 for, yes, okay. Very to the point. They want some guidance about what they can do, back to our point, about what the international community can do to help you. What do you need now? Just bullet points, really.
Yes, first of all, I'm very surprised when I see that we are in the field and all the Syrian people in the field with these huge challenges. And you see that the Syrian people are very optimistic. And I am very surprised when I see the international community, they are pessimistic. Why are pessimistic? Now we are the Syrian people in this... Now, we are the Syrian people in these troubles and in these problems, and we are smiling at the end of the day, yes? And we are we need from the international community, if they can't help the Syrian people in action, we need their help in words.
Yes, but like say, for example, something about, I would imagine you would say, the sanctions lifted.
Sanctions, yes. Removing sanctions is like the Mr. Pedersen said that, and we say it every day. The sanctions imposed on the Syrian people now, they are tackling the hands of the Syrian people, and also they turn the sanctions from the Assad regime toward the Syrian people. And these economic sanctions, we say that it's illegal. We can't agree and be satisfied with the exceptions that we received it from USA or from the European Union, because if you put someone in the prison and you give him breakfast and you say that this is breakfast for you, no, just free the person, and we don't want these exceptions. Just remove the sanctions and open the road for the Syrian people, and it will be the assurance for the stability and security of the Syria.
Okay. Hind, very quickly, because we'd like to take more questions.
Yeah, I want to have my solidarity with my minister. I have to tell you, the majority of the Syrian people are poor, and we have a devastated country and destroyed. The women in the IDP camp, they want to go back to their home. Where is their home? It's destroyed completely. If you walk around Jobar and Hasaki and Harasta, it's like Hiroshima. I'm sorry to say this. We need reconstructions to the country. And if we want to do this, it's not for the women. If you are saying that you're supporting women, you're supporting civil society, this is our demand. Lifting the sanction, because we need to get back to our normal life. We want our sisters from the camp to come back to their homes. This is what we need. So this is number 1. I have another one. Yeah. Second, it is important to support, please, health and education. Every time we talk about we need health and education, he destroyed hospitals, he destroyed schools. So we need to reconstruct first school and education and hospitals, because this is our priority as women.
Thank you. Okay, let's now, I'm sorry, I have to be democratic to go to this side. I saw some hands here. Was the yes, the lady in blue? Yes, the lady in brown. Okay, 2 ladies. Okay.
My question is to Mr. Shibani. I'm Maysoon Melhem from DW Arabia. The interim government presented a roadmap for a political process, but there is another issue in Syria which is as concerning and as urgent as the political one. It's the economic issue. People are on the verge of hunger, as Hind said. Do you have a roadmap for enhancing the economy, and what could help? Do you have any vision for this?
Thank you, thank you. And yes, this. We just pass the microphone 2 rows up. Yep, it's there. Yep.
Thank you. Hi, Liz. This is Amal Modelleli. I'm the former Lebanese ambassador at the United Nations. I have 2 questions, and they're related. The first one is to Mr. Shibani. Have you started engaging the American administration on your relationship with them, on the future relationship with them, especially also on the issue of the Golan Heights, taking into consideration that the 1974 agreement, this engagement agreement, is an American agreement was negotiated with Mr. Kissinger and with American guarantees. So are you talking to them about that? What do you hear from them? The second question is about Russia. What is the status of your relationship with Russia and the status of the Russian bases in Syria? And are they going to have a future in Syria? Thank you.
Okay, so two questions. One is, yes, just a minute, please. Oh, yes. We have 6 minutes left. Economic path and also your relations with the US and Russia. I mean, Ahmed al-Sharaa has made it clear that Russia is a long-term strategic partner of Syria.
It's a couple of easy questions. Yes, regarding the economy, yes, in Syria we inherited from the Assad regime a destroyed economy. There is no economy system. The economy in Syria and the income of the ordinary citizens are very low. And Assad regime all the time, they will rob our state, but we will not give it up, and we will start it from working on the ground and to stabilize the currency, to make fixes in the finance ministry and other ministry from our own hand on the field. But the main issue, if we couldn't find a solution for the economic sanctions and we couldn't reconnect our central bank with the SWIFT and with all the world, and we need a huge support for the Syria. We are talking about the hundreds of billions to reconstruct Syria and also to rebuild the health and education sectors and also to enable the Syrian to come back to the life again. If we Also, we have the humanitarian crisis now. We have around 2 million in the tents and in the camps. And the overthrow of the Assad regime, just the start of the road, not the end of the road. And we need all the international community to support us in this approach, because we will not be able to have a good life for the Syrian people inside Syria, or to convince our Syrian citizens who was now in the abroad to come back to Syria. And of course, the economic sector is destroyed, and we need huge steps with the international community support.
So have you engaged with the U.S. administration in detail yet?
The engagement of the new administration is still some conversative step till now. But we think that the Syria and USA, that they have a shared interest and common interest between us and them, and we have a lot of things that we can agree on it, because the stability and security of Syria is interest for USA and for all the world, and we are looking forward to have a good relation with the US, and also we look also in positive way to the new administration.
And I'm assuming then that the question of the Golan will be part of that. We don't have time to go into it, but
Russia.
No, and then Russia, yeah, the basis, yeah.
No, Russia.
Yes, right, a quick comment on Russia.
Yes, you know that Russia was the main actor that shared in the suffering of the Syrian people. The reshaping the relation with Russia, it will be the decision of the Syrian people. And if we have the green light from our people, we will take actions after that.
Now, we don't have time, but we have a question down here. We'll just take it very quickly. And I promise this woman here with the nice glasses, and then here, and then I'm afraid, otherwise I'll never be allowed to come back to Munich. Okay.
Thank you,
very
Liz.
quick. We've got less than 4 minutes.
Thank you. Volker Pertes from Berlin. I've been working on Syria for a long time. So aside from all the other challenges which have been mentioned, and no reason to repeat them, 60 years of dictatorship has been 60 years of crimes. Have you thought about a process to get accountability and to get justice to the victims? And since I heard you're critical of UN involvement, or you want to keep them at some bay, which I, well, dislike in a way, have you thought about getting support from countries who have gone through such an accountability and transitional justice process like South Africa or Colombia?
Okay, thank you. Right here, microphone, in the middle, just here. Quick and to the point.
Thank you, Lise. Rimumtaz from Carnegie. A lot of European jihadist terrorists are being held in the prisons in northeast Syria. Are you asking the European countries to take them back and have them face justice in their own countries? And just a follow-up on Russia, are you saying that you're going to ask in a referendum to the Syrian people whether they want to continue having a relationship with Russia? I mean, can you just explain how that's going to happen? Thanks.
Welcome to Peace Through Strength, a plan for Ukraine. This is a special edition of Deutsche Welle's Conflict Zone here at the Munich Security Conference. And we have the great pleasure of being joined by the Foreign Minister of Ukraine, Andrei Sybiha, General Keith Kellogg, U.S. Special Envoy for Ukraine and Russia, Radek Sikorski, Polish Foreign Minister, welcome to you, David Lammy, UK Foreign Secretary, and Dovile Sakaliene, the Defense Minister of Lithuania. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us. I'd like to get right to it. We have a lot to discuss. Foreign Minister of Ukraine, after all of these days, after everything that you've heard, first, this phone call that Trump initiated with Putin, later informing Zelensky, then your NATO aspirations, the full territorial restoration being called unrealistic by the U.S. Defense Secretary, and the subsequent talks that Zelensky has had with Trump, and later with Vance, where I know you were also present as well. I'd like to ask you, how confident do you feel at this point that the U.S. will have your back in any ceasefire or peace talks?
Thanks a lot for this opportunity to start our discussion. So, our delegation arrived to Munich with another mood. Now we have much more better mood and more confidence. We are not alone. I remember very well when we arrived with the president directly from Mariupol 3 years ago to attend Munich conference. At that period, all Ukrainian warnings had been ignored. This time, my point of view, we have hope. We have hope, and we do really could talk about European moment and decisive moment for Ukraine. There is no doubt that the only way to achieve long-lasting, just peace for Ukraine is the concept peace through strength. And Ukraine has a recipe how to achieve this peace. It is important not manipulate with the term deal, peace. We are talking about just comprehensive, long-lasting peace, not the absence of war. We should not repeat the mistakes of Munich, which happened 87 years ago. And we will never accept this. No decisions without Ukraine. Nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. And also nothing about Europe without Europe. It seems to me it's also a time for Europe to demonstrate strength.
I have to say, you sound a bit more confident, actually, than what I heard from Zelensky this morning, who did not seem all that confident that it would indeed be.
So many developments, so many news, but as I mentioned, we are in a much more better mood. Okay. We are returning back.
I'd like to turn to General Kellogg now. You have just said in the past couple of hours that Europe won't even be at the table in any peace talks.
Well, you define at the table.
How should it work? How should it work? How should it work if they're not there? Because Trump has said Europe needs to own this.
Well, I think when you say Europe needs to own it and at the table, what I've defined as, when I say what my definition of at the table, when you're actually sitting down there, you don't. To me, that doesn't mean the interests are not taken part of. They're not considered. They're not used. They're not developed. That means at the table. You have an ability have input. But when you've got those three, really two engaged partners with, you got Russia and you got Ukraine fighting right now, and President Trump coming in is differently to basically be, for lack of a better term, however you want to use it in the English language, like an interlocutor or mediator. But he's going to think that he's going to do this alone is wrong. We've never said that. It's all a definition of terms. When you say and I think this is where I would challenge anybody out there. When you look at it, we've always said, when we talk about America first, we say America first has never been America alone. We've never said that. We've never said we're an isolationist or it's an isolationist policy. When you look at what Donald Trump has done, and I challenge people, I said, this war's been going on for 3 years. 3 years. Okay? Just 11 years, but we're talking 3 years with the Russian engagement, when they engaged. When you look at that, this is what happened when you had a president of the United States said a minimal intervention may be okay. Now, the definition of minimal intervention is considerably different than mine. But tell me here in this audience, since you shouted it out, what did Russia do when President Trump was president of the United States? He did nothing. Nothing. He did it under President Bush. He did it under President Obama. He did it under President Biden. He didn't do anything under President Trump. And we've always worked that way because he leveled the playing field to do that. And I think that's where you look back and you say to people, well, how is America going to do this? How is it going to work? When we say peace through strength, that is originally an American term. And he's looked at it the same way. And so we have had the model, President Trump's had the model, that once we come up with a peace arrangement, a peace deal, then we were going to work and making sure that that's enforceable. It's a good deal. It's a fair deal. Go back to what President Trump said in his UN General Assembly. And I'm going back on history because, remember what the famous poet said, George Santana said, if you forget a history, be prepared to repeat it. Well, we basically go back to the first UN General Assembly speech. President Trump talked about America first. That's all people remember. The second half of that speech was about national sovereignty. And he talked about the sovereignty of nations. And he said quite clearly in that, if a nation fights for its sovereignty, we will be with you. And he's done that. So this is where I said the challenge is, when you say things like that, you put it on the negative, and I put it on the positive. That's there. The last 3 years, or 2 years, the previous administration, the concern that President Trump has, when you look at what happened in Ukraine, he says, well, I want to, we stop the killing. And the level of killing, and we all know this, you're at World War II level of death. When you look at the destruction, let's use a city, somebody made a comment of Mariupol. When you came out of there, that's a city the size of Denver, Colorado. It's the size of Atlanta, Georgia. It's destroyed. When you look at the amount of death and destruction within Ukraine, so which is massive, the level of destruction in Ukraine it's 3 times the amount of death for the Ukrainians alone that Americans suffered in the Korean War and the Vietnam War combined over 11 years. So my take on this is if you think you can kill your way out of this war, you can't. Okay, it's not just killing alone. It's quite. You're going to have to have a comprehensive plan, a plan that has worked with the allies, working together, but it's going to be a comprehensive plan. I know I went over my time, and I got you on that one.
It's okay. I'd like to get the response from the Polish foreign minister. We heard this morning the NATO Secretary General basically say to Europe, stop complaining, make a plan. We understand that there will be a summit on Monday. Perhaps you can confirm that. What leverage do you have to get back in the game? What's your plan?
Well, to convince President Putin to become more reasonable, we have to convince him that the price that he would have to pay would be unacceptable. This is a classic colonial war. They usually take a decade. Look at Vietnam, look at Algeria, look at Angola, Afghanistan. Shorter than that is a bonus. Russian economy is starting to suffer. If we convince him that we are not eager to go back to business as usual, that we can sustain it for longer than he, then he'll make a deal. So our plan should be to stay the course, to continue supporting Ukraine and to support Ukraine in its defense for as long as Ukraine is willing to defend itself.
Stay the course without the Americans, or?
We made that clear in our announcement.
Because they don't seem as if they're in it for the long haul. Perhaps I'm misunderstanding the general, but.
Well, I agree with the general that if it could be ended quickly, of course, everybody wants peace. Putin wants peace, but on his terms. The question is, how do you get to a deal that everybody can live with? And if it can be done faster, great. But in my mind, to get to it faster, you should prepare for the medium term.
The first time I will disagree with Radek. Putin doesn't want peace. He wants war, because for him, war also is an instrument to control his society, to control his country and regions. If we are speaking about true reasons why he wants war.
But if you capitulated, he would have peace, right? So he would prefer not to pay the price.
I'd like to turn to the UK Foreign Secretary. I mean, the UK always likes to say that you have this special relationship with the United States. And through that lens, I'd like to ask you what your plan is right now. Follow Trump, try and build a bridge between the US and the EU, present your own plan.
Let's step back for a moment. It was the US and the UK that 3 years ago presented the global community, because of our shared intelligence capability, with a fact that many in Europe said couldn't happen, wouldn't happen, that Putin was about to invade Ukraine. And I was in Ukraine the month before that invasion, and I remember looking at all the faces of those young men and women in Kyiv who had lost their lives, because this story begins back in 2014. Since then, combined as a transatlantic alliance, we have supplied Ukraine with the military capability, with the humanitarian capability and the economic capability to fend off this war. And the bravery, the courage, the innovation in Ukraine, which often doesn't get talked about, the innovation in drone capability has been phenomenal, given that people said this would be over within a week. So that's what we've achieved. Today, there has been a conversation that our American friends have begun. It's talk about talks. There is no negotiated settlement. We know, our assessment is certainly, that Putin has showed no desire to negotiate other than to see a capitulation from our Ukrainian friend, which is something we cannot tolerate. And neither can our American friends tolerate that, because it would send a message to others, let's say Maduro, that, yeah, invade Venezuela, to China, have your imperial ambitions. And so we have to stand up to Putin. We know that. The truth is, in that negotiation, the question is on what terms, one, and two, what are the security guarantees that ensure that Putin does not come back for more, so that we have an enduring peace? And what we know, and it's a bitter pill, was that Minsk didn't work. He breached the OSCE monitoring exercise 20 times. It didn't work. So something's got to be in its place this time that works, and that's why we believe an irreversible pathway to NATO is important to keep on the table.
Minister Sakaliene, how do you see the first steps to providing Ukraine the security guarantees that it needs, and that would also make you feel comfortable? I mean, Lithuania, everybody talks about how you are also in Putin's eyes quite closely.
Well, first
Are we talking about a European army going forward? What would you like to see in the short term, the medium term, the long term? Because Zelensky mentioned a European force this morning.
I think that we are not starting from the most important moment. It's military muscle of Europe. You cannot guarantee security to anyone if you are not strong enough. And therefore, we have all been shaken a bit, I'd say, over the course of past 4 days. I came from Brussels to Munich, and in Brussels I saw a very interesting change in the room full of my colleagues in the course of 24 hours, when from this illusion that the United States are going to defend Europe, we came to a realization that we are going to defend ourselves with the help of the United States. And that's a bit different formula. And therefore, yes, we need to be in the room where negotiations will be, because we are going to bear the consequences as well, and we are going to be a part of it. But talks are just empty words if there is no money on the table. And we will have to put that money on the table now. We have debt of over 7 decades to United States all over Europe. Okay, our region probably 3 decades because we were occupied before that. But nevertheless, United States paid for European security. This debt with interest came to our door right now, and we will have to deal with it if we want to help Ukraine. So security guarantees means that we have to have a capability to guarantee anything. Also to invest in Ukraine. Ukrainian defense industry and European defense industry and United States defense industry is a critical element of guarantee that Mr. Putin, after 2 to 3 years, or however long he will need, but let's not have illusion that it's going to be long, to finalize reform of his army, to continue the production of defense industry, well, in his case, aggression industry in his country, which is fast already. And if we want for ourselves to be strong and for Ukraine to be strong, that means Ukrainians who have technology, engineers, motivation, and we have twice as large capacity for defense production than we have money for it. That means also investing in Ukraine. And that also means that first step is financial instruments for all Europe to borrow as much as we can right now, to make acquisitions as fast as we can right now, to build defense factories as fast as we can now, and also involving defense industry and asking them to change the rules as well. The usual sustainable, careful business building rules no longer apply. We do not probably believe anyone in this room that there can be any sustainable agreement with Mr. Putin which can last long. I agree that Mr. Trump has had and hopefully will have an effect on Mr. Putin. But he is a person who is building his empire, and also I agree completely with Ukrainian colleague. Having a war on his soil is helping him as a dictator to thrive. But also China and Russia are going to combine their actions, and therefore our ability to have a military muscle will be needed when we will have both Europe and United States to stand against both Russia and China in the next stage, which will come soon.
I think that a lot of the shock that has happened at this conference over the past couple of days is the manner in which the United States has chosen to engage with Putin. And General Kaulag, I'd like to address this to you, because the impression is that the U.S. has already given up leverage to Putin before talks have even started. The EU foreign policy chief actually used the word appeasement. She said it never works. You have previously suggested, and this is also before you were part of the administration and part of this effort, that both sides of the conflict will have to make concessions. What concessions will Putin have to make?
Well, to me, there's going to have to be things like territorial concessions as well. Okay, some of it is unrealistic to expect where you'd want to go to, but it's territorial. It's subterritorial. It could be the engagement of refusing to use force, renouncement of the use of force into the future. From a political side, he's not going to downsize his military forces. Hopefully get rid of what we're going to try to do is basically force him into actions. What you want to do is force him to actions maybe he's uncomfortable with. What I mean by that, as an example, right now is what we're going to do is try to break this alliance that he currently has. He's got an alliance around with North Korea that wasn't there before. He's got an alliance with Iran that wasn't there before. He's got an alliance with China that wasn't there before, meaning 4 years ago before. But let me just pivot real quickly before this, because what is really interesting to me is because now, which I think is very, very important, is how the Atlantic Alliance is coming together. Well, my response to the Atlantic Alliance, well, about time, glad you showed up. Because we said over 4 years ago, we said it quite clearly, the NATO alliance made a clear declaration in 2014 in Wales that by 2024, that they would have 2% of their GDP in defense, of which 20% was modernization. We still have 8 members of NATO who are not there. It took a long time for these nations to get there. Congratulations to the Poles, who are now leading the pack, with their well over 4%, getting to 5% on the defense. But that's a question you want to make, and I understand it.
How? I mean, you said that you're going to force Putin to do things. How exactly are you going to do that? And will it be, because, I mean, Zelensky said this morning, he was very clear, he wants sanctions on the front end, not on the back end. He wants them now. More sanctions,
and the challenge
is that on the table?
Well, when you say concessions, of course they're concessions, because both sides are going to have to give. I mean, you cannot say...
No, he wants sanctions. He wants more sanctions against Russia.
Let's use sanctions as an example. I think it's a great example. And it's a great example to use it. And right now, most of the nation that's here have sanctions, and we're going to stay on sanctions just for a minute, but one of the sanctions they talked about is what is driving Russia. It's really a petro state. 70% of the money they are getting to fund this war comes out of petro, oil and gas. Most of that is going through the shadow fleet. Most of that shadow fleet, 70% of that fleet, goes through the Baltics. Mm-hmm. We've intercepted 1 or 2 of those vessels. We, the United States, have sanctioned their fleet by name. The USS Kellogg, the USS Sikorsky, whatever out there. And now you come up with a plan when you talk about sanctions. If you rate them on a level of 1 to 10, 1 being low, 10 being high, we're probably at a 6. But enforcement is about a level 3. So what you say, what does he have to give up? Well, maybe he gives up his oil revenue and we'll force him to do it. Because what you do is you start employing sanctions that break the economic back. We've done this before. We've seen this before. Trump has seen this before. We did it against the Iranians. We nearly broke the Iranians back with economic sanctions and oil sanctions. We turned around and we gave it back to them. So this is a point where you say, what do you do? These are the kind of things you do. If you think, to me, this is just me, if you think you're going to kill your way out of this, you're wrong, because you have a lousy review of history. Because what I mean by that, this is a nation, we're talking about the Russians, that were willing to lose 700,000 in 6 months in the Battle of Stalingrad. They're willing to sacrifice hundreds of thousands of their soldiers in a fight, in a great fight by the Ukrainians. So much so they're bringing in North Koreans. They're not bringing in North Koreans because they think it's a good idea. It's a tell. The tell they're saying is they've got a problem with manning. They've got a problem with soldiers. So you make them pay the price for that. So it's not just one thing. It's just not the metric of saying it's kinetic, military. You've got to balance it all. It's across the board. Too many times what we devolve into, we're saying, well, it's a manning issue. It's a killing issue. It's an aircraft issue with fighter bombers, artillery. It's much more than that. And what we're trying to say is it's got to be a comprehensive plan that ensures that he knows that we're going to snap back things, that there's going to be pressures on him that run across the entire gamut to put him on pressure. Military pressure alone won't do that, because he'll just mobilize. He's pulled tanks out of mothballs. He's pulled tanks out of museums. He can use to bring in North Korean troops. So what do? You attack things other than just kinetic. You don't dismiss that. Right. But you attack other places as well.
Minister Sikorsky, I'd like to ask for your response to that, and also if you can give us a little bit more of a sense of what's happening on the EU level and the conversations that are happening right now that you're taking part in. Because, Zelensky saying that in addition to security guarantees from the United States, at least 200,000 European peacekeepers would be needed to prevent a new Russian attack after any ceasefire. You're the driving force, of course, behind EU discussions on joint financing of defense. You also hold the rotating EU presidency until June. Do you have the feeling right now, because, there's always been this conversation about a common EU defense. Is this the moment right now for the EU? Is this the moment where that's happened? Is the will there from your partners, especially Germany and France?
We've been talking about European defense for decades. There was even a treaty in the 1950s. There were announcements made at the time of the Yugoslav war. Then there were the battle groups. We are now organizing a rapid reaction force, a brigade-size force. We've appointed a EU commissioner for defense and space. But defense is very expensive. It's follow the money is a rule. If we don't devote real resources, it will not be serious. And the resources have to come from somewhere. And the list of sources is limited, either from higher contributions by member states, or from unspent funds from the COVID bonds, or new defense bonds, or perhaps a rearmament bank modeled on the EBRD, but devoted specifically to nurturing a European defense revival. Whether we do this depends on whether people are scared enough. You've noticed that people spend more on defense the closer we are to Russia. But you know, if we recognize that Putin is a threat to all of Europe, that it is not, then it is not fair for us, border countries of Europe, to be landed with the entire cost of defending more comfortable countries and richer countries to our west from this common threat, which is why it makes sense to share the burden through the European budget. We have a defense budget. It is called the European Peace Facility, where we contribute in proportion to GDP. Unfortunately, disbursements from it are being blocked by one European country, Hungary, and I hope General Keller can help us to persuade Hungary to stop blocking these disbursements, because times have become really dire. We have a leader who has appointed himself as someone who can decide who is a nation and who isn't, who has broken taboos established by two bloody civil world wars, that thou shalt not change borders by force. So yes, I do believe that the hour has come to treat European defense seriously.
Secretary Lemmy, you have been quite skeptical about Putin's intentions, as you've highlighted earlier. It's interesting to note that he's not talking about compromise, actually, at this point. He's talking about his concerns being recognized. That's the language that's been coming out of the Kremlin. And through that lens, I'd like to ask you, how do you see Putin not walking away a victor if a ceasefire or a peace deal is brokered?
Well, this is where we learn from our shared history and shared understanding. It was an American diplomat, George Kennan, who wrote a long telegram back to the United States that begun the foreign policy of containment of Russia. And in crafting that policy, which was a shared policy, we understood two things. We understood, and sadly Putin is indicative of this, there is a Tsarist tradition that he's leaning into, Peter the Great, Nicholas I, the worst of that period, imperial in its ambitions, and there is a Soviet tradition. Let's remember he's a KGB agent, he's a man of deception, and in negotiating with him, we have to understand that and relate to that. And of course, what we know is it's usually war that stops that ambition. To the south, the Crimean War. To the east, the Russian war with Japan. And to the west, the Cold War. And we should be deadly serious about those imperial ambitions. And I said in the House of Commons, as someone whose ancestors faced down imperialism, that we have to be real about that threat, which is why Radek is right, and our American friends are right, and they've been right since Roosevelt, about European spending. And despite all that we have done, and it's now the case in Europe that we are spending 53% of the money on military effort is coming from Europe, 60% of the humanitarian aid is coming from Europe, but we will need to do more. Because combined across our GDP, it's about 0.1%. We can do better and must do better over this next period if we are to face down Putin. And that's the basis on which we go into negotiations, understanding the sharp lens of history.
We have just a few minutes left. I'm, of course, going to give you the last word. But first, I'd like to turn to the defense minister from Lithuania to give us your last final thoughts. And I mean, you know, your comment on how concerned are you that, you know, we might be looking at competing visions, actually, for what might happen in Ukraine? How concerned are you that, you know, about Ukraine's voice being heard in all of this?
I'm actually mostly concerned about what we are going to do and how fast are we going to do that. So regarding support to Ukraine, I completely agree with Secretary Lamy that we need to agree that our support is measured not by words, but by money and guns. So Lithuania gave 0.25% GDP last year, and we are going to keep the pace. Really, EU can do 0.25% GDP as a brink, at least. But secondly, what are we going to do about us being a credible partner and being able to give any security guarantees? So again, we are a small country. We have now 4% GDP for defense, and we will have from 5 to 6% GDP to defense from 2026 to 2030. And that's not an easy decision. And we are social democratic government. Nobody expected us to do that on the actually second day of our appointment to change those rules. But what we understand is that Mr. Putin is not going to change that the Tsarist and Soviet tradition, which I know on my family. I mean, I come from a family that was imprisoned, tortured, and murdered by Soviets. But at the same time, I understand that if we are absolutely and fully prepared for this imperialist war that Putin is planning to wage, then this is our only chance to avoid it. And that's what we need to do. And then we are able to help Ukraine. Otherwise, it's just talk.
What do you think of all the talk we've heard on this panel?
Interesting. Probably with most of the suggestions, ideas, I agree. But let me summarize. Transatlantic and Ukrainian security are indivisible. As never before, we need unity and strength. We have a very simple recipe how to end this war this year to achieve just, comprehensive, long-lasting peace. Leadership of the United States. President Trump says, if strong America, if America is strong, peace is at peace. The world is in peace. So that's why our approach, active, proactive engagement of United States really could give new dynamics, and we do really believe in this, and we are ready to discuss deeply with our American partners how to proceed. We are looking forward for the visit of General Kellogg to Ukraine, a very important visit. And what is important, and President Zelensky mentioned in today's speech, we should coordinate our positions before we will approach to Russia. Now about recipe, once again. Leadership of the USA to raise the price for further aggression to Russia. Sanctions, frozen assets, price of the oil. So we have these very effective instruments. And the last point, to strengthen Ukraine, to strengthen our position, and we are ready to keep our resistance.
Thank you. That concludes the panel portion of this. We have an absolutely packed room, and we're going to have a microphone going around. So if you have a question, please do raise your hand. We will get to you. And I'm just going to look around the room. Tikhanovskaya, please.
Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, Belarus. Today, President Zelensky said that the eastern borders of Europe must lay to the eastern border of Belarus as well. So my question is to General Kellogg and all the panelists. How we make sure that Belarus will not be given as cancellation prize to Putin? And what is your policy towards illegitimate Lukashenko, who is continuing to conduct terror and direct our country into the war, and to Putin? Thank you.
General Kellogg.
Let me sure I got the question right. How do we prevent further escalation? Cuts down to the right.
Will Belarus be used in this as a pawn in a geopolitical game?
Well, they already are.
As a bargaining chip.
Well, they already are. Belarus is already being used as a pawn. I mean, when you look at it, it's some of the attacks basically emanated, and fortunately there was a lot of resistance within Belarus, and it's a weak partner, but it's still a partner of Russia right now. When you talk about expansion of it, I think what you have to do is like anything else, and it sounds, because we're now talking almost in a large general context, you can't appease aggression, okay? And that's the reason I keep coming back to the challenge. As I said, with this administration, and probably the question was, what did you talk about last year here? What did you talk about the year before here and time before? But that's my challenge to everybody here, is I said, look, you cannot show me where we allowed aggression within a Trump administration for 4 years. You can't. You can't do it in Syria when they used nerve gas. You can't do it when they used ISIS, which at that time was the size geographically of Great Britain. You can't say the same thing about Iran with Soleimani. You can't say the same thing when we made sure things happened all over the world. This was a man who said, if you attack an American in his last State of the Union, if you attack, not kill, if you attack an American, your life is forfeit. And months after that, we put an entire SEAL team, our best special forces, into one country, in Niger and Africa, and it's illustrated, to get one individual who's kidnapped by bandits. And we were willing to do that. So the point is, you almost have to trust the man and trust the discussion. What you were talking about is what has happened in the past history, and somebody said before that with the invasion of Crimea and before, what's the past history? Don't put that on us. Okay, this kind of goes back on you, on the European environment. But we have a track record, the Trump administration, of 4 years of what's happening. We've been in power, the president's been in power for 25 days. 25 days. But we made very clear that this war must come to an end. That is not what you heard from the last administration. You know, to me, the last administration said, and I know I'm veering away from a little bit what you asked, but as long as it takes, as much as it takes, that's a bumper sticker. That's not a strategy. At least come up with a strategy to do that. And I see Senator Wicker in the audience, who runs our great Senate Armed Services Committee, and he knows, because when I went to Ukraine last time, I went in front of his committee and I explained, this is the way you have to do it. And the explanation I gave to him was that was peace through strength.
When will we know what the Trump plan is?
Well,
What's the time
we're
frame?
25 days. I mean, maybe if you give us within 30 days, we might.
Oh, he's already called Putin.
Yeah,
He's called Putin. So.
Well, that's pretty good considering that Biden didn't call Putin for 3 years. Okay? And the fact of the matter, the way you like it or not, you have to talk to adversaries and friends as well. You know, when you think about it, it was, you know, I had a great Secretary of Defense, General Mattis, once say, I may not like this son of a bitch, but I got to talk to him. Well, the fact of the matter is that's there. But I think that don't put on the problems of the last 3 years, which was accepted on us when we've been there for 25 years. Go back and look at it.
We're going to take another question. So we have a number of hands right here.
Maria Ivanova, member of the Parliament, Ukrainian Parliament, European Solidarity. Dear General Kalak, just for your information that the Russian aggression has been started in 2014. 16,000 Ukrainians have been killed by Russian army. And that is why before 2022. And that is why, of course, we really thanks for all the support you have done. But don't make Putin great again, because we see what is going on when in such messages detoxing Putin and detoxing North Korea, Iran, and all other authoritarian regime. So please make democracy great again. And here we are together with Europeans can make it together. Because we are fighting for 11 years and we are ready to fight further together with Europeans and together with you. That is why my question is, your strategy is to stop the war or to win the war? Thank you.
And can I just... Go ahead.
Well, I think the question is, what does winning look like? And I think you have to ask that yourselves. This question, that's a Ukrainian question, because you're fighting for your survival. By the way, let's be totally honest about it. So the Ukrainians have fought valiantly. What you have done, the sacrifice you've made is incredible. And I've been to Ukraine, and I've been pretty far east and seen Izum and places like that, and I know what you've done and what you've gone through. And I think it's one of those, but the first thing you've got to do is, like I said to somebody earlier today, it's like when you're treating a casualty in war as a soldier, the first thing you do is you stop the bleeding, and then you treat for shock. But the first thing you've got to do is stop the bleeding, because you cannot sustain levels like this. And that doesn't mean you don't, you make it a steel porcupine or make it the Sparta of Middle Europe, whatever it's going to be. And that should be well thought through. But I think part of the question is, if you keep fighting, or do you want to set, this is it for the long term, we want to do it. I remember going back with Konrad Adenauer, who was the first chancellor of Germany. He wanted to unify Germany. Without question he did. But he looked over the long term, and he said, maybe this is what we look like. When you look at the Baltic states, which were subjugated by the Soviet Union after World War II, the United States never recognized that. It was called the Wells Doctrine. And we said, you can occupy the land, but we as the United States, we do not acknowledge the fact that this is your territory at all. So this is one of those when saying, okay, this is part of the process. We have to figure out what does it look like. If you're thinking about victory in World War II terms of signing a peace treaty on the deck of the USS Missouri in Tokyo Harbor, that is probably not going to happen. But you have to look at it a little bit differently for the long term. And that's what we want to do. We want to send the message that aggression is not acceptable and that the freedom and sovereignty of a nation is acceptable, and that's what we want. And those are the hard questions we have to ask. We have to address it. We can't run from it. But we also cannot be, I believe, from the West and from the East or North and the South, we cannot be Pollyannish about it. You cannot hope for it, okay? Hope's not a method. It doesn't work. So the reality is, where do you get to? And part of it is we want to make sure that there's a sovereign, stable, successful state of Ukraine. That's the big one. And we obviously, that is done through stopping Russian aggression. We understand that. But the final details of that are something that has to be worked out, will be worked out. And one of the people who have to do that is your president, President Zelensky, and in getting them together, whether you like it or not. Adversaries have to talk.
We have to move on to the next question. We have many. Here you go.
One for you.
Thank you. Bob Dane from the Klingendahl Institute. General, you're being asked quite a lot of questions. Thank you for interacting
go
with
to
us.
somebody else is quite all right.
Much appreciated. Now, I have a question as a military man, because the ceasefire is going to be incredibly difficult. We know from the previous ceasefires, the Minsk agreements, I used to work for the OSCE, that was violated almost every single day for a period of 8 years. And this line of contact is much longer. And as a military man, you know well the complexity of these weapon systems, artillery, drones. Do you have some idea already on what will be needed even to monitor and enforce such a ceasefire? And what happens if it's violated?
And I would
Thank
just
you very much.
Yeah, and I would like to also add to that, you know, you have, first of all, what security guarantees is the United States willing to provide to Ukraine? And there's a bit of a dilemma here, because you have on the one hand Zelensky saying that if you're not willing to provide security guarantees and the EU can't fill the gap, then he wants an army of 1.5 million. They have about, I think, 800,000 right now. And Putin, that's an absolute no-go for him. How are you going to handle that in any sort of negotiation to get them the guarantees that they need to secure some sort of lasting peace?
Well, one of them is, I kind of alluded to it, and I'll go back to it. But the first is, to be very candid with you, I do not speak for the President of the United States. The President of the United States speaks for himself, okay? And I will not say that this is a decision of the United States. I got 0 electoral college votes this year, okay? I got no votes, right? He did. He's the President. His Commander-in-Chief under our Constitution, he makes those calls. He'll make those calls. We as advisors make recommendations. And so when I say this is what they'll be, I don't know what they'll be, because that's his call, not my call. When it comes to violations, that's what I made to earlier, is this is when I say you have to take a measure. And historically, if you do it, you're good. How do you respond to a violation or a ceasefire? We have proven that. Donald Trump has proven that. That's where he made that comment about using SEAL Team 6 for one American farmer that was captured and taken prisoner in Niger, and we sent an entire Special Operations SEAL team from Dam Neck, Virginia, all the way into Africa and respond. That's why we responded on a nerve gas attack against Assad by putting 71 Tomahawk land attack missiles in there. The response is immediate, it's violent, it's overwhelming. That's how you respond to ceasefires. You don't respond to ceasefires by going, gee, that's okay, okay? And the measure of the man, and I've seen it happen in 4 years, is a willingness, the willingness to use force, because that's a key part of deterrence. Because what you're asking about is, on a violation of a ceasefire, is how do you establish deterrence? You can have all the capability in the world that you want, but if you don't have the will to do that and the will to execute, then it means absolutely nothing. And ceasefires mean nothing.
Okay, we're going to take another question. Yeah.
I just want to make this point on behalf of Ukraine. We have a shared responsibility, because it was us as allies that encouraged Ukraine to give up their nuclear weapons, and I know that there is a discussion in Ukraine that had they not done that, they would not be in this situation. The truth is, when you look around the world in different conflict zones, there are different security guarantees. The United States effectively has security guarantees with Japan, with South Korea. There's Article 5 with Israel. There are different security arrangements. This is a long border. There is drone capability, which we learn from, that can provide some of that guarantee. But in the end, what I think we'll be thinking about, and I know we're thinking about, is what does Russia fear? What stops them breaching the guarantee? And that is the detail, that is an alliance we're getting into. And of course, Ukraine will want that guarantee. And even if they were to be admitted to NATO, there is a path. They would need those guarantees even before that irreversible pathway that we set out back in September.
Okay. I'd just like to explain, because we're also streaming this on YouTube Live, why the General is getting so many questions from the audience. Here at the Munich Security Conference, we've heard a lot from the Americans, but this has actually been the only conversation that a member of the current administration is engaging in, both in a panel setting and also taking questions from the audience. So that's why this conversation has been dominated in that way. There's one more question here, and then this is the final question.
Thank you very much. Pavel Popescu from Romania. General Kellogg. I remember, definitely, yeah. I remember the meeting we had 3 years ago when we were discussing about these topics. First Trump administration, President Trump said lots of things which Europe didn't like. Lots. He said lots of things that Europe didn't like in the first administration. And he was right. We like it or not, he was right a lot about a lot of things we had to do right. We have to acknowledge that. Second Trump administration, we leave it now. We see the same style, we see the same type of requests, but we see something that we've seen these days here. It's an elephant in the room. We see parallel with the same requests like in the first Trump administration, some direct and non-direct signs in supporting right extreme parties in Europe, which, by the way, are voting in our parliaments against the defense spending. In my country, the presidential candidate, and I was the head of the National Security and Defense Committee, voting for the $6.5 billion spend of F-35s to defend my country first, and because of our strategic partnership. In my country, a candidate spoke against that contract, addressing people that this is a very bad thing to spend money on F-35s for our defense. My question is, how will you deal with this kind of narrative while you will try to convince Europe? And I agree, we should be convinced we should do more about that. And I'm a big fan of that. But how will you address this challenge while supporting the voices which got the vote because they don't want to spend money on defense? Thank you very much.
I think I think when you talk about issues like that, that's your issue, not our issue. It's sort of like what was happened today and I'll give you an example. It's a parallel issue. When I was asked about Ukrainian elections today, I said, I said, that's the issue for the Ukrainian people. The same issue, that's the reason why, as a democracy, you get a chance to vote about it. And it's one of those things where I think there's a cautionary note that one of our founders of our Constitution, Benjamin Franklin, was asked a question when he came out of our Constitutional Convention. He said, Mr. Franklin, what have you given it? What have you given us? And his response was, a republic, if you can keep it. So I think this is one of those, that's a question that you need to ask yourselves internally to every one of your nations. That's not a question you should ask the United States. Everybody's can chip in on the side. They do. We will. You will. But this is one that I think you have to answer yourself, not to me.
Minister Sevilla, I would like to ask you to have the final word, to bring it all together for us. What are the next steps for Ukraine? You know, this morning when we heard from Zelensky, he said that he was essentially available for a meeting with Trump. He was asking for it emphatically. What comes next in the next days and months for you?
So first, I would like to confirm that David has a right to speak on behalf of Ukraine, definitely. And you deserve this right. So once again, unity and strength. We do really have a chance to end this war this year by demonstrating strength, by implementing concept which was also announced by President Trump, peace through strength. We have clear understanding how we could proceed with this. We need support of the United States. We need to coordinate our efforts. And probably to predict, to prevent such a situation when we were not aware about something about us. Nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. We will never accept any initiative which was elaborated without us. We could not expect easy
How would your non-acceptance look?
We know how to resist. You see, we prove this at the battlefield also. So we do really believe that we could get new dynamics in our peace efforts. And we are ready for this.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us for Peace Through Strength, the plan for Ukraine. This has been a conflict zone from the Munich Security Conference. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much, Foreign Minister.
My pleasure.
Yeah, really a pleasure to speak with you. And I look forward